order, please. Thank you for coming to this auspicious meeting of the 279th time Acton has gathered to start an annual town meeting. And I don't think we've given an invocation every year, but we have for the last 38 for sure. And tonight we're going to have Rabbi Louis Mintz from Congregation Beth Elohim here in Acton give the invocation. And I found something out that this is his 38th year with the same congregation here, and also my 38th year as a moderator. He'll probably long outlast me, I think, but I'd like to introduce him to you now, those of you who don't know him, as he gives the invocation. Rabbi Mintz.
Perhaps you should give the invocation and I should moderate.
I tell most of the jokes around here.
I wouldn't last 10 minutes, it's okay. To bring it back to a serious moment. O sovereign of all nations and of all peoples, you reveal yourself in the lives of leaders and noble individuals in every generation. Gratefully today, we recall the courage, heroism, and wisdom of those whose sacrifice helped to achieve our freedom, the freedom that we celebrate at this town meeting, and to preserve it. And most recently, those who gave their lives to preserve the safety of citizens. May our remembrance of those devoted patriots and heroes inspire us to keep our country strong and proud, a land of freedom for all. May we strive to keep our country and our town free of ignorance, free from prejudice, free from oppression, and free from strife. We ask your blessing upon our country, our Commonwealth, and this town, its leaders, its citizens. May peace reign within our nation's borders and harmony prevail within our community. Keep us ever mindful of your many gifts. Help us to use them wisely and at all times. Be with us as we strive to be loyal and responsible citizens, seeking to uphold the principles of unity, justice, and compassion. If in our deliberations we must disagree, may we do so agreeably. If our motion should not carry, if our motion should carry, may we not gloat. And if it be defeated, may we be not bitter. We give thanks for our freedom while knowing its frailty and recognize our obligation to nurture and protect it. We are grateful for the blessings we enjoy in this land and hope that we may share in the renewal of its vigor. We are grateful for gifts of knowledge and conscience enabling us to know truth and falsehood, right from wrong, disturbing our peace when the blessings we enjoy are denied to others, when their need for justice and compassion is unfilled. We give thanks to the source of life, who shares with us a small part of divine glory and wisdom, involving us in the drama which is both God's and ours, the partnership in completing the work of creation. Amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, I've been thinking what would attract a rabbi to this particular job of moderator, because he could certainly do the job. I've concluded that it's the money. The $20 a night that I get, you would be very welcome to it, and you'd earn every penny, many times over. Thank you very much, Rabbi. Let me ask before we get started into the warrant, how many of you are here at a town meeting for the first time? Would you just raise your hands? Good, we have some newcomers. Most are veterans, I see, and welcome. I hope the meeting is understandable to you. I would suggest to anyone who become a little bit confused with parliamentary procedure as we use it here in town meetings to look at pages 72 and 73 in your warrant, which gives you some understanding of the parliamentary rules, and also some of the moderator rules which carry forward by precedent largely. I would like to point out a couple of things that civility at town meeting is an absolute necessity. If we're to conduct the business of the town well, we must do it in a civil manner. Remember to listen closely to the motions that are read and also appear on the screen, for it is the motion on which you're voting, not the warrant article itself. Although they should be very close, it is the motion that you're voting on. It may have different numbers in it and different figures in it, and that's okay as long as it's judged to be within the four corners of the article. We're going to do voting a little different tonight, and I wanted to explain it to you with just one small change. First off, we will continue with voice votes as we do, and I will take as many as I can to determine whether it was the yeas or nays that have won the day, or that motion or amendment, as the case may be. Sometimes you can't tell, and by tradition I've had people stand. But after some lengthy discussions with the Council on Disabilities, we have agreed that those purplish lavender cards that you have been given, you can hold them up with your hand over your head while I try to count you, or the tellers count you, and that will suffice. No one needs to stand, but you do need to have the card and hold the card up. If in fact I still can't tell, then we will have the tellers come forward and they will count you, and that will be the final count. Hopefully we don't have too many teller counts because it takes a bit of a time to do it, but it's better to have the tellers do that than it is to try to give you a wrong count. I'd like to thank Charlie Cadillac. Charlie, I don't know how many years you've been the head teller, but thank you very much. A small amount of applause would be helpful here, I suppose, because that's okay. That's enough. You don't need to do any more. But I do appreciate that, Charlie, getting tellers, training them, and counting is not an easy thing. I've often thought of the analogy of herding cats, but it is difficult to do the job, and thank you, you do it very well. I would like to remind you that nobody has leave to address the meeting without the moderator's approval, and when you're in a heated exchange or even a non-heated exchange with someone answering questions, you have the right to ask one question and get one answer, and then go to the back of the line, and you may get called upon again. You also cannot just ask a second question and hope it, gets sneaked by, because I normally catch that, and it's very embarrassing to find that happening. I would also remind the people who are answering questions to listen very carefully to the question that's being asked and answer that question, not some other question that you wish had been asked, but that one in itself. And answer it briefly, and please do not use that as an opportunity for future argument on the question that's under debate at the moment. That's for people who are answering questions. That's about all I need to say, I think, at the moment, and we'll move now to Article 1. Article 1 elects some town people to various committees, and it also pays or determines what the salary level will be for the moderator and for the Board of Selectmen. So it's got about 6 or 7 parts to this article, and we'll take them up one at a time. The first part is this. Mrs. Adachi moves that the town fix the compensation for elected officers as shown in the article. Do I hear a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any comment from anybody on this first vote? I see no one standing anywhere, so we will vote. All in favor of the motion as read, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I was, just for the fun of it, was checking back as to how long those selectmen salaries have been the same. Would anybody care to take a random guess? This is one of the first times that you can, only times you can blurt something out at town meeting without being recognized. Anybody want to take a guess how long that's been? How about you, Brewster? You have been to many town meetings. If you wanted to guess and you started at 1965, you'd be about right. So you've gotten a tremendous bargain, because I also looked at how long I think it takes to do the selectman's job. And in 1965, I believe it used to take about 5 hours a week, and now it's about 20 hours a week and maybe a little bit more. So it is a tremendous bargain that the town gets from the select people. They also could use a short round of applause, I think, for the time they put in. We're going to now nominate some people and elect them to committees. The next vote will be on this issue. Peter Ashton, trustee of the Elizabeth White Fund, nominates Andrea S. Miller of 30 Taylor Road, Acton, for the position of trustee of the Elizabeth White Fund, term to expire 2017. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing none, I move that I declare nominations closed, and we will vote on whether you will or will not elect Andrea S. Miller. All in favor of electing Andrea S. Miller of 30 Taylor Road to the position of trustee of the Elizabeth White Fund, term to expire 2017, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. The next one, similar. Nancy Lenachek, trustee of the West Acton Citizens Library, nominates Pamela Cochran, 198 Central Street, Acton, for the position of trustee of the West Acton Citizens Library, term to expire 2017. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing none, I declare nominations closed. All in favor of electing Pamela Cochran to the position of trustee of the West Acton Citizens Library, term to expire 2017, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. The next nomination will be Cynthia Schimpf, trustee of the Charlotte Goodnow Fund, nominates Harry A. Mink of 4 Cricket Way, Acton, for the position of trustee of the Charlotte Goodnow Fund, term to expire 2017. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing none, I declare nominations closed. All in favor of electing Harry A. Mink of 4 Cricket Way to the position of trustee of the Charlotte Goodnow Fund, term to expire 2017, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion is carried unanimously. Let's see, we have another one for Cynthia Shrimp, trustee. Cynthia Shrimp, trustee of the Charlotte Goodnow Fund, nominates Bruce J. Muff of 6 Windermere Drive, Acton, for the position of trustee of the Charlotte Goodnow Fund, term to expire 2017. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I declare nominations closed. All in favor of electing Bruce J. Muff of 6 Windermere Drive, Acton, for the position of trustee of the Charlotte Goodnow Fund, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. William Clower, trustee of the Acton Firefighters Relief Fund, nominates Bruce Stone of 2 First Street, Maynard, for the position of trustee of the Acton Firefighters Relief Fund, term to expire 2017. Do I hear any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll declare nominations closed. All in favor of electing Bruce Stone to the position of trustee of the Acton Firefighters Relief Fund, term to expire 2017, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. And that ends the votes we need for Article 1. We'll move on to Article 2. Ms. Adachi moves that the town accept the reports of the various town officers and boards as set forth in the 2013 town report, and that the moderator call for any other reports. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any comment on this article from anybody? I see nobody standing, nobody dying to get to a microphone. Well, we will now vote then. We do have someone. Well, I'm sorry. Would you, when you first come to the microphone, I forgot to tell you this, would you please announce who you are and what street you're on? I'll recognize the gentleman at the back.
Yeah. I'm Andrew Brockway. I live on Parker Street, and I'm chair of Acton 2020. Do you want me, I can wait a second to talk about the Kelly's Corner initiative, or is
Yes, I wish you would. Until we take a vote on, let's see, we have voted on this? Yes, we have voted on this. I just want to see how many other reports there are. Are there other reports or comments on what we have just said? Yes, ma'am, I'll recognize you. I don't think it is.
I had that little announcement you were going to let me make before we...
Yes. Why don't you go to another microphone that may be working? I'm not sure why that's not.
One working?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Great.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Deborah Symes, Concord Road. I'm a member of Green Acton, and Mr. Moderator, you were generous enough to let me make this quick announcement. I want to direct everyone's attention to those bright blue, well, they're not that bright, I guess, but blue bottles up on the stage in front of everyone at the tables. Those are water bottles, stainless steel water bottles that say, Acton Water, drink up, local and renewable. This is the second year I'm calling your attention to this because the Acton Water District in Green Acton, with the cooperation of the town clerk, have made these water bottles available to all of the folks up that you see up on the stage to try to save the waste, expense, and plastic of single-use water bottles. They were funded by the Acton Water Department, and we really want to encourage folks to take a cue from your town officials and try not to use single-use plastic as much as you're able. We have terrific local water, and while you're here, you should check out the refilling station that's right down the ramp. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do these bottles hold other forms of liquid as well? I know. I keep using the same stuff over and over again as long as people laugh at it. Oh, well. Now you, sir. Now would be a good time to give your other report. My understanding is it's very short. How long is it approximately?
Minute and a half.
Go right ahead, sir.
All right. So I'm Andrew Brockway. I'm chair of Acton 2020. I'm also acting chair of the newly formed steering committee for the Kelly's Corner Improvement Initiative. So I just want to give you a brief update on the Kelly's Corner Initiative. The town has hired a planning consultant, the Cecil Group, out of Boston, and we had the steering committee and the Cecil Group had our first initial meeting on March 12th. It's the first of a series of monthly meetings that will be held on the second Wednesday each month at 7:30 in Town Hall. These meetings are open to the public, and we encourage you to attend. They will go on for approximately another, through the end of the year and into the beginning of next year. Next meeting is actually this Wednesday, April 9th, and hopefully as long as town meeting doesn't run long. So let's all hope for that. I want to bring you particular attention to two upcoming events. There were some flyers outside. One is on May 7th at the Parker Damon School. That's in McCarthy Town Miriam Elementary School. That's an open house workshop where the Cecil Group will present some of their initial findings, and they will engage the public in sort of discussion and get their input. For those who can't go to that, there's one on May 10th, Saturday, also at Parker Damon, Saturday morning. A little less formal, but again, a good chance to provide input to the process. Ultimately, for more information, you can go to the Acton 2020 website, which you can find through the Town of Acton's homepage. You can find information there about the process and the upcoming meetings, and we encourage everyone to come out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think I will now ask Mrs. Adachi to introduce the people at this table, so you will all know who's sitting up here. Ms. Adachi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To my far right is Eva Skaratic, who is the town clerk. And then to her left, I'll go down the line, is Town Council Steve Anderson of the firm of Anderson and Krieger. To my right is Steve Ledoux, Town Manager. To my immediate left is Mike Gowing, Vice Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. To his left is Katie Green, Clerk of the Board. And to her left is David Clough. And finally at the end, but not least important, is John Sonner.
Thank you, Janet. And now I'd ask Pat Clifford, the Chairman of the Finance Committee, to introduce the people at this table.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to introduce from my far right over to the left, which has nothing to do with anything other than where they're sitting, Mary Ann Ashton, Margaret Bussey, Doug Tyndall, Vice Chair Steve Noon, Herman Kabikoff, Bob Evans, Mike Majors, and Bill Mullen. We bring you a combined total experience of 70 years on this committee.
Thank you very much. The town clerk has just informed me that I've made a most egregious error here, and that we did not take a vote on Article 2. I thought we did, but are we sure of this? We have to go all the way back to the beginning here again, people filing in? I'll take another vote. Seems to be the reasonable thing to do. I'll read the motion again. Ms. Adachi moves that the town accept the reports of the various town officers and boards as set forth in the 2013 town report, and the moderator call for other reports. Do I have a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. It's unanimous. Oh, slap myself on the hand here. That's terrible. I believe we've completed Articles 1 and 2, and now it's time to get into the meat of town meeting. And I would ask the Finance Committee if they would like to present now the financial overview of the town. Ms. Clifford, you are going to make that presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. They put us up first so that they can check out this AV system, so you'll have to bear with us and make sure everything's working. My name is Pat Clifford. For the last year, I've been chair of the Acton Finance Committee. This is Steve Noon, who for the last year has been my most able and valued assistant. And you've met the committee. I've told you we have 70 years of experience. So you'll have to pardon me if I go into too much detail here tonight. I try not to. I try to give you an overview so you'll know what to expect of town meeting. Yeah, and I think we're ready. All right. Okay, so far so good. All right. So good evening, everybody. Before we start, I wanted to just familiarize you with a few of the tools that you have probably picked up on the way in tonight when you checked in to vote. You have your town meeting warrant, which, as you know, is the agenda for the meeting itself. I do want to caution you that this is written and printed 2 to 3 weeks before the meeting. So some of the information has been updated and changed, and you'll get that through the course of the meeting. One of the ways you get it is by looking at the spreadsheet that the Finance Committee puts out. It's called it's a scorecard is what we call it, but it's a summary of sources and uses of money. It also has the recommendations in it from the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. for all of the articles in the warrant, and it shows you where the funding for those are coming. And the third thing you have available to you is the town meeting motion handouts. This is something that we didn't always have for town meeting, but we've had it for the last 8 or 9 years. And this tells you the actions that are required as we walk through, and the type of vote, whether it's a majority vote, a 2/3 vote, and who's presenting it. So that will get you familiar with what's going on. So fiscal year 2015, that's what we're here to talk about tonight. As you know, town meeting is the way that money is appropriated for expenditure over the course of the next fiscal year, and that begins on July 1 of this year and goes forward for another 12 months. I'm happy to tell you that as we emerge from 5 years of a national recession, the finances of the town of Acton are sound, and we are well positioned to continue as a leader in providing excellence in our basic services, our quality of life, and education. The careful stewardship of our resources, both human and financial, and the disciplined management of our budgets over the last several years will allow us to improve our current services and undertake targeted initiatives, while at the same time providing relief to the property taxpayers through lower annual increases. Now, how does this happen? From the Finance Committee's direction, we produce something called a point of view, which is a document that seeks to make strategic recommendations for the near term while balancing the long-term outlook. The point of view for FY 2015 included 4 fiscal recommendations that we believe could be accomplished within the constraints of the operating budgets. The 4 recommendations reflect the concept of deploying accumulated reserves, and we have about $10 million in reserves available to us, to stabilize operations while simultaneously acknowledging the support of our taxpayers through the economic strain of the past years. So specifically, the Finance Committee recommended the use of $2 million of the reserves as a revenue source. A total contribution of $1.1 million to the OPEB trusts that the school and the town have established. A limitation on the property tax increase to 2% rather than the allowable 2.5%. And the release of the estimated $1 million Neswick liability set aside to replenish reserves. So what do we do with this point of view? We take it to a committee called the Acton Leadership Group. And this is a group that's been put together to coordinate all of the work of the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee and the school committees to come up with an evaluation of the revenue available to us and to identify funding priorities to create a budget. Create a budget context, really. It's a multi-year financial model that we use, and we took our core values as stated in the point of view to this group and came out with a plan to use $2 million of accumulated reserves as a revenue source, as the Finance Committee asked, to actually collect only 1.5% for new property taxes rather than the 2.5% allowed, and to allocate the $1.1 million to the OPEB trust funds. And all of the budgets that you're going to consider in this town meeting reflect these recommendations. So this is just a visual to give you a break from the numbers and let you understand what we're doing. In past years, those of you who have been coming to town meetings have looked at 4 budgets, and that's the FY14 representation. We had the municipal budget, the Acton-Boxborough Regional School budget, the Acton Public Schools, and the Minuteman Regional High School. This year at town meeting, we're going to consider 3 budgets, one of which is the municipal budget, one of which is the new combined region, the full school district K through 12, and the third, the Minuteman High School. So it's difficult for us to compare these budgets. FY14 was a very different situation to the proposed FY15 budgets, because many of the items, particularly related to personnel, needed to be migrated from the town to the expanded regional school district, or the reverse. And some of the things were the workman's compensation, retiree health insurance for the APS teachers, property and liability insurance. Those are some examples of things that had to be moved. And a key component of the financial picture that we looked at this year are the savings derived from the school regionalization. Proposal past town meeting anticipated approximately $1 million in combined savings and new revenues. And you'll be hearing about that from a couple of committees tonight. The school committee, or over the course of the meeting, the school committee through their budget, and then also a report from the Financial Oversight Committee. This was a committee put together to monitor the work of school committee and staff in accomplishing the goal of capturing these regional savings. They meet quarterly. They'll report to you on what they found. But what we found is that their work allowed us to focus on the budgets themselves going forward. They took responsibility for ensuring that the regionalization was going forward according to plan. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about each of the budgets now, just so that you have an idea of what you'll be considering. The Town of Acton's budget incorporates 4 major elements: operations, program subsidies, OPEB contributions, and capital investments. In addition, in FY15, there are adjustments of costs associated with the execution of the regional agreement. The total municipal proposed spending is $31,341,300. It's a 3.87% increase over FY14. Total municipal spending, excluding the effect of the expanded school regionalization, which is some of the items I mentioned previously, increased 2.57% over FY14. And school spending. So for the first time in 45 years, the town meeting will consider a single budget for the education of our children. We also continue to pay the separate assessment for the Minuteman Regional School District. And the numbers are up here on the slide. You can see the total budget, and then something called the assessment. So based on this single budget, each town is going to be assessed an amount for its share of the educational costs. The share is derived from the formula in the regional agreement and accepted as part of the expanded regionalization vote that we took last June. It combines a number of factors, and the most significant is enrollment in each town. The budgets for the schools increased 2.38% over FY15, but the assessment, that's the portion of the budget that Acton is responsible for, increases 4.47%. Minuteman, I can't tell you a whole lot about. You'll hear a nice report from both the superintendent and our representative to the Minuteman School Committee, but the assessment is about $760,000. We have 26 students there, and it's part of a 16-town school district, and they'll be telling you more about it. So this is a summary of the total budgets and assessments, and since it's the Finance Committee, I have to tell you that that's $80,499,259. But there's also some other spending in here that's not in the budgets and the assessments, and this is a list of some of the proposed spending that you'll see from the town. Each of these is considered in a separate warrant article, and again, if you look at the spreadsheet that we gave you, you can see what those different costs are going to be and how they're going to be paid. The big thing to remember from our point of view is that we encourage the development of 5-year business plans designed to focus on the alternatives to subsidies from the general fund. The type of plan is particularly valuable as the town explores things like the proposed expansion of the fire department, their mission into including advanced life support via the Ambulance Enterprise Fund. And each of these articles will be reported on and voted separately for you. So where does that leave us? We do some financial projections as part of the Finance Committee's work. We do a 3-year projection with the Acton Leadership Group, and you'll see that in the warrant a couple of pages after the Finance Committee message. It's in there. The Finance Committee itself has a model that was developed by Mary Ann Ashton with the help of a couple of other people on the committee, Steve and Doug Tyndall. And what that long-range plan shows us is a 5-year horizon. It's a little daunting. The print would be really small in the warrant, but if any of you ever want to see it, we do have that information available to us. And both of these plans we went over very carefully this year. They offer us some insight into the challenges we face. There are 4 things that we want to share with you that we believe, based on these plans, can be accomplished. The first one is that we think that the property tax increase can stay at 2% rather than the allowable 2.5% for the next couple of years. We believe we can continue to work at the OPEB liability, and again, you'll hear a presentation on the warrant article having to do with that, but that's a long-term responsibility of the town that we have found that we need to contribute to on a regular basis. We're in the 3rd year of contributions to that. Very few towns in the Commonwealth have been able to accomplish that, and that's due to the work of a special task force that Steve heads up. We think the reserves will be available to accomplish these objectives. However, we're concerned that if we continue to spend the reserves at the rate we are spending them, which is about $2 million a year, that around about FY17 or FY18, the total of reserves, given modest replenishment, will be at about 5% of the operating budget. And this is a guideline that the Department of Revenue for the Commonwealth sets, and we are very concerned that if we don't find other sources of revenue, we're going to have to face the need to come up with a different way to handle our operating budgets. So the challenges: to find new revenue sources, keep our initiatives targeted, continuing aggressive, disciplined budget management, and a careful monitoring of the reserves. And just to give you an idea of what the dimension of the problems are, these are Massachusetts numbers over the time period. The red numbers are local aid. Local aid comes to the town, and you can see it's been absolutely flat since 2004. The blue is Chapter 78. That goes to education. That's still coming to us, but in Acton's case, we need to pay particular attention to declining enrollment, because as our enrollment declines, we pull back the ability to collect as much of that money from the state. And the last one I want to show you is this is the picture of the reserve situation. We have a red line on the bottom, which is the recommendation from DOR. The blue line is our reserves, and you see that the intersection is a couple of years away. We have time to think about it, but we need to be prepared to deal with it. So in summary, here we are at the end of the Finance Committee overview, thank goodness. Property tax, much lower than you might have anticipated. We're still doing a very good job on OPEB. We funded some additional police and school support staff in the budgets this year, and we've realigned the budgets to accomplish our objective of having a single, unified education program. So thank you all very much for coming and for your attendance.
Thank you, Pat, and thank you, Steve. I held off asking you to recognize the Finance Committee, as I did the Board of Selectmen, with applause, because they hadn't done anything yet in town meeting. And now they have, so a short applause for them would also be appropriate. Thank you very much. Well, let us see. I think we're about ready to do the consent calendar. Is that correct? We are in the consent calendar. Most everybody here is familiar with the consent process, but I'll just explain it very briefly. 10 years ago or so, the League of Women Voters came to me and suggested they had a way for passing articles more quickly, particularly those that weren't very controversial. And the idea would be you would group them together in the warrant. They would be pretty much like each other. They wouldn't be controversial, and they could be passed as a group without discussing each one individually. But you do have an opportunity to address any one of them or several of them if you remove them from consent. And as I read the articles off, only 2 people in the audience need to yell out "hold," and that article or that article will come off consent and will be treated right after the remainder of the consent calendar is taken care of. You will see if you look at your warrant carefully that there are about 19 articles on consent, 7 on the first consent article, and 12 on the second, I believe. So what we will do is we'll move into the consent calendar. I will read the motion, and then I will go back and go through the articles one by one, and those that you want held, taken off consent, and discussed separately. If you would just say hold, we will do that. The motion is this. Mrs. Adachi moves that the town take up the 7 articles in the consent calendar on page as 27 through 33 of the warrant articles of the warrant. Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Now we will go back and I will state those articles again, and if you want them held, please just yell out hold. Article 3, Council on Aging Van Enterprise Budget. Article 4, Septage Disposal Enterprise Budget. Article 5, Sewer Enterprise Budget. Article 6, Transfer Station and Recycling Enterprise Budget. Article 7, Nursing Enterprises Budget. I didn't tell you if there was more than 2. Doesn't count. Article 8, Self-Funding Programs, Revolving Funds. Article 9, Town Board Support Acton Boxborough Cultural Council. By my count, we have held 2, Articles 6 and 7, and therefore we will go ahead and vote on Articles 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 6 is held. 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. All in favor of passing Articles 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We will now move to Article 6, I'm sorry. Article 6. Okay, this is dealing with the transfer station and recycling enterprise budget. Ms. Adachi moves that the town appropriate $773,816 for the purpose of solid waste disposal and recycling, and to raise such amount, $668,816 be raised from department receipts and $105,000 be transferred from retained earnings, and further move that the town authorize the town manager to lease on such terms and conditions as he may determine vehicles and equipment for a period not to exceed 5 years, and to sell, trade, or otherwise dispose of vehicles and equipment being replaced, and to expend any proceeds so received. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Who held that article? You're welcome to go and to a microphone and tell us what interests you.
John Peterson, 6 Jackson Drive. So
John.
although this is a con microphone, this is simply, a question. So in this article, there is also noted a transfer out of $1.3 million, which attracted my attention. And so I really had two questions related to that. One is, what is the basis of which the new estimated fund balance of $250,000 was determined to be an appropriate fund balance to carry forward? And the second question relates to whether or not the $1.3 million transfer is reflected in the reserve position that was just presented by the Finance Committee.
Who would like to? Ms. Adachi, do you wish to take that?
Ms. Green is the assigned selectman on that particular article. I don't know if she has any comments or if we should defer to the town manager. Would you like to?
I would like to defer to the town manager on this one.
Mr. Ledoux.
John, could you repeat your question, please? I'm sorry.
This generally means it's a tough question, John.
I think everyone knows I only ask simple questions. But there were admittedly two questions there. So to take them separately.
There were two, yeah.
One question relates to, there now is a new, very different fund balance, $250,000 in place of the much larger fund balance. So the question is, how was that determined to be an appropriate balance to carry forward? And then the second question relates to, that $1.3 million which is being transferred out. Is that in fact being reflected in the reserve position presented by the Finance Committee and the town financial presentation overall?
Mr. Moderator, and I will ask Mr. Barrett, the Finance Director, if I say something wrong. But this is a little bit complicated because we actually have been carrying kind of two different fund balances. We have what I guess I would call the working transfer station fund balance, and then there's what we call the Neswick fund balance that in essence were funds that were accumulated by brokering trash when we were in the former Neswick enterprise in North Andover, and that accumulated about $1.3 million. At the time Neswick came out of existence and we had this fund balance, Department of Revenue determined that we could utilize the so-called Neswick fund balance, the $1.3 million, just as we use free cash. So what you're seeing in here, John, in essence, is we are using $1.3 million of Neswick in other articles this evening to kind of use some of our reserves in that. So that it's a little difficult to explain, but we actually are carrying two different fund balances. And the $250,000 I would almost call like the working fund balance for the active transfer station enterprise.
Okay, questions answered. Any other comment under Article 6? Seeing none, we will vote, unless someone has a comment. Okay, all in favor of the motion as read under Article 6, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now we will move to Article 7, the Nursing Enterprise Budget. The motion under that article is Ms. Adachi move that the town appropriate $664,977 for the purpose of operating the public health nursing service, and to raise such amount, $529,977, be raised from department receipts $75,000 from retained earnings, and $60,000 from general revenues. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Adachi, to your motion.
I'm actually going to defer to Ms. Green, who is the assigned selectman on this and is prepared to talk about it.
Okay, Ms. Green.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, I have a presentation to make if the town meeting wants to see it.
Who said no? Is it a long
It's
one?
really great. No, it should
All
only
right,
be.
go right ahead.
Okay.
Is there a point of order? Where is that coming from? Right here. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Chang.
Can we find out first why the Finance Committee is holding it? Before we have to
If I said the Finance Committee intends to make an amendment, would that suffice?
I suppose.
Because I didn't know that I was so forceful. I could have them answer it, but they will answer it, I think, when they make their amendment. Is that true? Okay. I don't think we're putting you off, Ann. Ms. Green.
Good. Okay. Good evening, everybody. I'm here to talk about Article 7, the Nursing Enterprise Fund. The Acton Nursing Service has been serving residents in Acton since 1923. And in 1966, they became certified to deliver skilled home health care for the town. Their work includes public health programs like the flu clinic, podiatry and blood pressure clinics, communicable disease surveillance, and community outreach programs. They also provide 5,000 home visits per year. These visits are done by registered nurses, health aides, therapists, and medical social workers. They've received numerous Home Care Elite awards, and the rehospitalization rate is lower than the state average. This is one of the key goals of state and national efforts aimed at keeping overall healthcare costs down. The nursing service also provides some non-reimbursed care. This is for patients who are uninsured or underinsured. Everybody has to have insurance now or face a penalty. However, not all insurance plans cover home visits, and many people can't afford to pay for these costs out of pocket. These visits represent approximately 6% of the nursing service visits, or about 4,000 hours of care. Providing non-reimbursed care and the Acton Nursing Service in general is an important part of our town's safety net, and one of the many services, along with transportation, fire, police, the Council on Aging, schools, etc., that we offer to our residents. The nursing service is an important piece of what makes Acton such a special town. The Acton Nursing Service has been recognized for their superior care for a number of years. In 2011, they were recognized as one of the top 25% of home care agencies in the nation. And for the last 2 years, they were given the Top 500 award, which puts them in the top 5% of home care agencies across the country. As I said earlier, we view the nursing service as a critical piece of our town's safety net. Together with the Director for the Council on Aging, the Community Services Coordinator, the Veteran Services Officer, the police and the fire departments, they help identify and address problems with the most vulnerable populations in town. Now for the money part. Last year, town meeting appropriated up to $643,501 for the nursing enterprise budget. This included a $135,000 subsidy. In fact, we've only had about $210,000 come in through program fees and about $389,000 in expenses so far. With the subsidy, this is putting us about $44,000 over budget. Projecting this out to the end of the fiscal year, we expect to be about $65,000 over budget. There are a number of reasons that we are seeing this. It's due in large part to the cuts in Medicare reimbursements. The Medicare reimbursements were cut 2.3% in 2012, another 2% in 2013, and by 2017, we'll see a total cut of about 14%. It's also due to a decline in referrals, and this is happening in part because of hospital and agency mergers and the rapid formation of accountable care organizations. For FY15, we were asking for a budget of $664,997, with $604,997 coming from program fees and $60,000 coming from the town subsidy. You might ask why we are projecting such a high budget if we are coming in at a much lower level this year. This is because we want to make sure that we set the cap high enough so that we can take advantage of any referrals that do come our way. We have on staff a nursing service manager, a case manager, and a clinical manager, but the rest of the staff is hired on a per diem basis. So you only see the expenses going up after a certain level as more cases come in, and the program fees will also go up as they come in. If we set a lower budget and in fact get more referrals than we projected, then even though we would have the program fees coming in to cover those expenses, since the town meeting sets the overall budget, we would either have to turn away the referrals or come to town meeting to increase the budget. Over the past couple of years, the nursing service has been working on a number of fronts to look at improving its service and its economic outlook. They have been working on contractual agreements with physical therapists so that we can easily take referrals for those cases when they come in. And they have also been working on contractual agreements so that our staff can continue to provide service to patients as they transition to hospice care. This maintains a crucial continuity of care for these patients as they're going through a critical transition period. The nursing service is also part of VNANI, which is the Visiting Nurses Association of New England. And this has worked with the visiting nurses agencies to form an integrated network, and this is reaction to the ACOs. So the agencies are working together to provide an easy referral service for patients, but unlike an ACO, the patient still has a choice about where they can get their care. The Acton Nursing Service is also looking into other service delivery options, and they will be providing another planned update to the Board of Selectmen in May. Approving this budget and the subsidy will allow the nursing service to stay afloat for the next fiscal year. We think that this will be a crucial year for the Acton Nursing Service. And while the nursing service does have about $285,000 in its enterprise fund, we are projecting to use about $65,000 of that this year to balance our budget, and at least $75,000 next year. So while the nursing service could survive another year relying on the enterprise budget, not including the subsidy puts it at risk of running out of money mid-year. We think that FY15 is an important transition year for the Acton Nursing Service and want to make sure that it is financially stable so that the Board of Decisions has time to make informed decisions about the future of the nursing service without having to worry about it running out of money and having to quickly close it down. The Acton Nursing Service is an important part of the town's safety net. It provides top-level care to our residents. It's one of the many services Acton provides that makes us such a unique and special town, and so we ask for your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. I'll now ask the Finance Committee for their comments on this article, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Although members of the Finance Committee commend the quality of the nursing services offered to residents, we have repeatedly throughout the budget cycle questioned the necessity of moving general revenue funds into the Nursing Enterprise Fund, as we believe that this is building up small amounts of reserves in individual accounts where these reserves are viewed separately from the total reserves. As noted in Ms. Green's presentation, at this point there's just under $350,000 in fund balance in the Nursing Enterprise Fund. Additionally, we have expressed our concerns for several years regarding the general health of the nursing service. This year, we reviewed information last week which forecasts that the nursing service will lose approximately $65,000 by the end of this fiscal year, which is in addition to the $135,000 subsidy that it received at last town meeting from general funds at the beginning of this fiscal year. We understand that there will be a plan revealed in May that may change the nature of the service, and our committee felt that it would be better to not put any additional general fund revenues into this fund until the plan for going forward is made clear. We therefore do not recommend that town meeting approve this article, and we are prepared to offer an amendment to this motion to town meeting at this time.
You may add your amendment now if you'd like.
We would amend Article 7 as follows. Insert "and 135,000" after receipts, delete 75,000, and delete "and 60,000" from general revenues. So would you like me to read the whole revised amended motion?
Not yet. I want to get a second on the amendment first.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Now would be a good time.
So if approved, the amended motion would read, move that the town appropriate $664,977 for the purpose of operating the public health nursing service, and to raise such amount, $529,977 be raised from department receipts and $130,000 from retained earnings.
All right, thank you very much. Now what we do is we deal with this amendment. Yes. Is this a point of order?
Just a correction.
Okay.
She read it wrong. She read the figure as 130. It should be 135.
Okay. Would you state the way the amendment would read again, and in the figure 135,000, I believe you said 130,000 as opposed to 135. At least that's what the town council heard. So why don't you read the amendment again with the correct figure in it, if you wouldn't mind.
Sorry. The amended motion would read, move that the town appropriate $664,977 for the purpose of operating the public health nursing service, and to raise such amount, $529,977 be raised from department receipts and $135,000 from retained earnings.
Okay, did I hear a second for that?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We will now discuss the amendment. I would ask the Board of Selectmen to make their comments regarding the amendment first. Ms. Green.
Mr. Moderator, the Board of Selectmen voted 3-2 to not recommend the amendment.
Okay. Any particular reason you'd like to share with us, or?
To be honest, we voted just slightly before this meeting, so I do not have a prepared statement on it.
Okay. I'll turn it over to the town meeting members now. I'll recognize Mr. Cadlick first.
That's if I can make this microphone work. Charles Cadlick, is this on?
I don't think it's on, Charlie.
Is it going to be on?
Why don't you come over to this one if you don't mind? I know that will be hard. It's coming over to another side of the auditorium, and you normally don't do that. But, yeah, think of, this is part of the health service. We're getting people to walk at town meeting.
Is this one working?
Yes, perfectly.
Charles Cadlick, Boulderview Road. The only thing that's changed is where the additional $75,000 comes from. The total budget, well, the total budget for the nursing service remains as proposed. I really don't understand why the selectmen oppose this, because if we take the $135,000 from the Nursing Enterprise Fund, it is equivalent to taking it out of somewhere else. The Nursing Service Enterprise Fund has the money. To take anything out of any enterprise fund takes a vote of town meeting identically to take it out of free cash or other reserves. So basically, it's just a matter of deciding not to hold quite as much in the Nursing Enterprise Fund as there would have been in the original motion. Very little difference. I repeat, I don't understand why the selectmen oppose this. Perhaps they can explain.
Ms. Green?
So while it is the same, you're correct that we would be taking less out of the enterprise budget, essentially the money that they have in case something goes wrong. And the nursing service, as you can see, the field of healthcare is changing quite rapidly, and so the projections about what comes in and what's going out is hard to predict over the fiscal year. And so while they probably could last through fiscal 15 with taking all of it out of the enterprise, or taking all of it out of their retained earnings, it will dramatically decrease the retained earnings. And the fear is that if something happens and they're running, quite a bit over budget mid-year, that we would either have to come back to town meeting to ask for additional funding or shut down the nursing service almost immediately.
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Cadillac. If
the nursing service, for any reason, needs more money than $664,977, it has to come back to town meeting.
Correct.
It cannot use additional money out of its enterprise fund just because it's there.
Correct.
So I still say it makes no difference. I think the implication that taking money out of the enterprise fund jeopardizes the nursing service for the current year is incorrect.
That's all right. Fair enough. I think it jeopardizes its position going forward. And when they're looking at different options and what can happen with the nursing, as we said, it's sort of a big transition year, and they're looking into potential other options and want to make sure that they are and appear to be financially viable and stable going forward. So, I mean, that was part of our consideration.
Okay.
So I've spoken to the health director and the nursing services manager, and while they think they can make it work, it would be easier for them, and they think it's better for the nursing fund if we have that subsidy for this year. This is also, they're working on a multi-year plan in which the subsidy from the town was being reduced over the years, and this was sort of the planned subsidy for this year. So it's not a surprise, and it's not anything more. I mean, it's sort of what they have been intending to work with and use moving forward.
Thank you.
Any other comment on the amendment?
Mr. Moderator.
Where are we? Boy, it's hard to see. Yes. At the back.
Mr. Moderator.
At the back microphone. No, come to this microphone, if you will, and I'll take a person at the back microphone.
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Joan Gardner, 15 Spring Hill Road.
Yes.
38 years ago, Don.
38 years, and you were sitting right here as on the member of as the Board of Selectmen, right?
And I have supported the nursing service all these years, not appreciating that at some point in my life, the nursing service would be very important. My husband has had heart issues, and we have used the nursing service not 5,000 times, but a number of hours. And I would not want the town to jeopardize the service. The women who have come to our home have been very devoted and caring people. It's meant a great deal to both me and my husband to have this service available to us. And I think the town should deny this motion and support the Board of Selectmen's recommendation.
Thank you, Joan, and our best wishes to Bill. Gentleman at the front.
This is the first time that I've spoken at town meeting. My name is Ben Pilch. I'm from Hillcrest Drive in Acton. And my comment is essentially similar to the comment just made, and that my spouse, also my wife, has used this service in the past year after she had a heart condition treated at Mass General Hospital. And the nursing service provided a great deal of comfort and support and help, were very kind and helpful. And boy, I would love to give some of my taxes, some of my property taxes, to help them in any way that I could. In addition, we gave a contribution out of our own pocket to them. I would ask Mr. Cadillac if they're getting the same amount of money, then what's the difference? I would repeat the question to him. If they're getting the same amount of money, why not let the town contribute some of that money? I'd love for my taxes to do it. And I certainly enthusiastically support the defeat of this amendment and the acceptance of the original motion as phrased. Thank you very much.
Is there any other comment on the amendment? Mrs. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Pam Harding Barrett, Oneida Road. This has been really a very near and dear issue to me. I was in Katie's position last year presenting this article. We don't want to get to the point mid-year where we may have to come back. Because there's going to be a proposal in May doesn't mean that you stop the funding, wait and see what happens, and take it from there. I'd rather see us make sure it's sustainable. I think you really have to look at the impact of what this service does. Both of my parents, I could not have had them come and live with us had it not been for the Acton Nursing Service, but some of the other things they do, sort of hidden things, such as an elderly gentleman dropped his pills all over the floor, and the only place for him to call was to call the Acton Nursing Service, who came and set up his pills again for him. That could have been actually a lethal situation had he not had someone be able to come. He had no family. These are the things that we as a community make a decision about. Is this something that we want to do and sustain, or is this something that really isn't all that important? And I would propose that this is exceedingly important, and it's something that I would hate to see go away over such a small amount of money. In our total budget, what this does for the members of this community really can't, there's really no financial figure I could ever put on it. So I encourage you to defeat this article. Thank you.
I tell you, I try to take first-time speakers first, and Ms. Fredericks is standing at a microphone waiting to speak, and so, Ms. Fredericks, I will ask you to make your comments.
I'm embarrassed to cut in front of Charlie, but I'm going to take the opportunity to speak. I'm from 2 Wright Terrace, Tara Fredericks, and I think we all agree that health care is a right, and I don't doubt that everybody in this room wants the nursing service to continue. My question is, why bother moving it from general? And I think that the question is that we don't want to encourage overruns, but on the other hand, if we take it from department receipts and retained earnings, we're encouraging growth to pay for this with new growth revenues. So I prefer to take it out of general funds unless somebody thinks if I'm interpreting this wrong. But I think that everybody in this room wants to continue the nursing service and doesn't want to risk it. So the question is just where to get it from, and I'd like to understand more about what the Finance Committee is thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans.
Bob Evans, 28 Brewster Lane. If you will notice the amendment up there, it says $664,977 for operating the public health nursing service. If you look in your warrant, you will see that that's exactly the same amount of money that the selectmen proposed to spend. We are not proposing to cut a penny out of the expenditure of the nursing service. All of these wonderful ladies that have been spoken of this evening, and from my own experience, they are wonderful ladies, will still be able to meet the needs of the citizens of Acton under this particular budget. The only question is, how is it going to be financed? The selectmen proposed that they tax you for $60,000 when there are in fact sufficient reserves in the nursing fund to pay for its services for this year and probably several years after at the rate at which it is using them up. That gives them ample time to figure out what it would be, and eventually, if it comes to the point that they have to ask town meeting for significant sums of money to maintain it, and town meeting wants to maintain it at that level, then you can vote it. But we are in the rest of the budget, we are taking some $2 million out of reserves to fund police, fire, school. In fact, you could think of it as funding all of our budgets in little bits of pieces. This only proposes to do the same thing with regard to the nursing service, to use reserve funds, which are ample in there to pay for this. And the position fundamentally of the Finance Committee is that town reserves should, as much as possible, be in a single place. Then when they are needed by town meeting can take them and spend them. But town meeting will know exactly what it is doing, and is not having reserves scattered in dozens of different places. And this seems like a very good place to the Finance Committee to begin, since it has no impact whatsoever on the possible expenditures of the thing. There is no way that the nursing fund can run out of money under our system. They would run out of money under the proposal of the selectmen. Neither one of us, I think, expect this to happen in the coming year. But we are changing not the nursing service, we're changing the funding of it.
Yeah, I think it would be wise if we would continue to discuss the amendment only in terms of the amendment. We've allowed, because this is a very difficult subject for many people, we've allowed people to talk beyond the amendment, which deals with dollars and where they come from, and talk about the nursing service and how valuable it is. So from now on, if we make any more comment on this amendment, let us please try to keep those comments on the amendment alone as separated from the motion originally. Gentleman in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Coleman at 42 Nash Road. I would oppose to this amendment because I have also been the beneficiary of the the services of the nurses there, and I would like to see the town of Acton, through the town meeting, show its support for the nursing service rather than making it earn all its own money. So I second the gentleman whose wife had difficulty. I too made a private donation, but I think in something like this, the Nurses Association should see, I hope, that the town supports it and and I would like to see part of my tax dollars going to that purpose as opposed to other purposes. Thank you.
How many people, just by hand, know how they're going to vote on this? Okay, put your hands down. How many people don't know how they're going to vote on this yet? Got a couple of hands up. I would say I'll take one more comment here. I think it's Mr. Farquhar, and then let us vote. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will take your earlier guidance to heart. I have a $23 question. Why are we being burdened looking at a number 664,977? I'm very suspicious that $23 has somehow been overcounted, undercounted, etc. I've been suspicious for years coming to town meeting when the budgets are done out to the last dollar. I wonder are you guys really that good that you can budget to the last dollar? I mean, I only learned how to balance a checkbook a few years ago. So could we perhaps, in the interest of saving time for the rest of my life, run the budgets to the nearest 1,000 or maybe the nearest 500, save a little ink, save us a little time? My vision's getting worse. Could we please, I don't really think any of you, and I've watched Mrs. Clifford at her day job, I mean, the budget down to the last buck? Come on, folks.
I suppose there's a difference between precision and accuracy, but any other comment on the amendment? I see nobody standing, so let's vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment as read, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Oh, this is beautiful. Right away we get this. Let me try it one more time. Those who think they can fool me by yelling louder, are probably correct. But please don't do that. Just keep a normal voice. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. It's awfully close for me to call. Would all in favor of the amendment please raise this little card up so I can see you voting? Okay, you can put your hands down. Would all opposed to the amendment please raise your hands and put the cards up? Put your hands down, please. I don't think you're going to like to hear what I have to say next. I counted, and it was so close that I have to have the tellers count it. I'm sorry. That'll take a while. The tellers come forward, please. And it was 50 opposed, 45 in favor. I think it lost. Well, I'm not going to call it. You can't see this. We need a different color. Yeah, we need a more vibrant color.
I wrote that down. We'll get some.
Yeah. We need a vibrant color. It's hard to see. Even with people, some people are going this way, some are going this way, some are going that way. Much easier to see on the screen. Yeah, I do.
I was just going to say, I thought you were talking about seeing the people at the microphone. I was telling Dave, with such a varied background, you need to spot them. We're kind of playing.
It's very hard to see them.
That's hard to see.
Please raise their cards so that you can be counted. Thank you very much. If you raise your hand up, pull it down, and raise it up again, it doesn't count as twice. I can see, now that this count can be made accurate, but it's very hard to see the color of the cards from here, so we'll probably make another change in the color quickly. Not tonight, mind you, but probably for tomorrow night. And we'll see if this works or not. Must be quite a few people who didn't vote. It would appear so. A lot of people. Non-residents in here with the school. Non-residents in here? Well, you got the town employees and you have some students. Oh, well, so they're not voting. Wow. Yeah, I expected. Hey, what do you mean?
These are so special, you could
I don't think lavender works. It's an Easter color. Lilac. A lot of things would have been.
Yeah, almost anything.
But that's okay. We live and learn, right?
It's actually worth holding your arm up this long as standing up.
Some people can't.
Well, then have a try.
Well, I know Matt. Some towns have.
Caning is allowed.
Some years ago. This is what goes to the meeting. This is an amendment, which really doesn't make it.
Oh, no, you know what? It's in my drawer.
I would like it to be the whole thing. Yes. All right, could we have your attention, please? We would like to take the no votes now. All opposed, please stand. Or no standing, I'm sorry. Just sit with your little card up. Thank you very much. And we will count you.
Actually, they go down. Yeah, right. Put a little electric shock that make the melt room experiment. Yeah, we'd have to go. We'd have to go to a corner. Otherwise, you get used to it. Very few seconds.
My fingers were tingling. Why you demo your... Have you got anything yet? Nothing. Remember, is watch the pot never boils.
to see whether they have notes on this.
Okay, but could I have your attention, please? We have a count, and the count is 169 people voted in favor of the amendment, and 139 people voted opposed to the amendment. So the amendment has carried. So what we are left with is an amendment, an amended article. Excuse me, an amended motion. You don't amend an article, just the motion. So, would anybody else like to make a comment on the amended motion? Mr. Cadillac.
I didn't make it clear. Is this on again now?
Yes.
I didn't make it clear last time. I'm sorry. I completely, 100% support the nursing service, always have. This amendment, as has already been explained, does not change the support that the town is offering the nursing service. So I urge you to vote yes.
All right, any other comment? All in favor of the amended motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. This is now unanimous. The motion is carried. Thank you. So you now have been treated to the niceties of a teller count. It really works, just takes a long time, and it's not much you can do about that. Some towns, by the way, are beginning to experiment with electronic balloting for these kind of counts, and I suspect we will look at that as time passes, and not too much time. Let's see, we've completed Article 7. We have done Articles 8, 9. On consent, is that correct? 8 and 9 are passed on consent. So we will now start again with Article 10. Is that correct? Yes. That is correct, okay. The motion under 10 is this. Mr. Gowing moves that the town establish the Crosstown Connect Transportation Revolving Fund for the purpose and amount set forth in the expense column of the article. Do I hear a second? Been moved and seconded. Mr. Gowing. I don't think your mic is on.
I should know how to use these. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Essentially, as we go through this, fund that we're looking to create, what we're trying to do is we're trying to consolidate all of the transportation issues that we have in town and put them into one fund so it's much simpler to understand. This year, we already voted under consent for the COA van. However, next year, the COA van would be included in this, assuming it passes. So, transportation is alive and well in Acton, and it's called Crosstown Connect. The purpose of this article is to give the town the ability to transfer all revenue sources received into a revolving fund from which we can pay our transportation costs. Crosstown Connect is currently comprised of 4 towns and 1 business in a TMA, or Transportation Management Association. And this will soon expand to include 2 additional communities, Concord and Westford, and 5 more business partners, Cisco Systems, FIBA, Gutierrez Company, IBM, and Sam Park Company. And just before I came up here earlier this evening, I understand that IBM has signed, so now they're no longer on the will sign, they're on the signed. We're also helping to offset the cost of transportation. We've received several grants totaling $419,500 so far that we would also roll into this revolving fund. The breakdown, according to that slide, has been the Challenge Innovation grants from the governor, MassDOT dispatch services grants. The state is very, very interested in how this works out because this is a very unique thing in the state. Although there are other TMAs, most of them are just for commercial, not communities and commercial. So this is a unique thing that we're doing. As I said, this is our current membership. Acton, Boxborough, Littleton, Maynard, and Clock Tower Place. They were the original 5. And our prospective members are Concord, Westford, Cisco, FIBA, Gutierrez Company, IBM moves over to the left, and Sam Park Company. We have applied for and received the CIC grant for the 3rd year running. And again, at the legislative and governor's desk, this is well received, and they'd like us, if this succeeds, they'd like to roll this out in other parts of the state as well. As we begin to roll out the services, we focused on 4 communities in Clock Tower Place. The official Crosstown Connect rolled out in Acton last October, Boxborough in December, Littleton in March, and Maynard will be coming in May. There will also be events scheduled to demonstrate other mobility services such as reverse commute, guaranteed ride home, trip planning, and last mile performance, which is essentially so you get to the train station and there's no way to get home from there. So we are looking, we've already created Crosstown Connect office in Clock Tower Place, and we're looking to hire a mobility manager, and that mobility manager will be responsible for informing the public, doing marketing, outreach to local businesses who also want to get involved in this. This is not only an opportunity to get people to their jobs, it's an opportunity for employers because they get workers to come. So this is one of these things that both sides of the equation are positive about it. However, as we incorporate these other towns where we're using their vehicles to increase the ridership throughout, this is something that the other towns were concerned about. Are they going to lose their ownership of the services, the vans, the COA vans, or the drivers? And the answer to that is no, they retain those. This is just more a sharing of the resources, and the monies that flow from the fares would return to the town that supplied the vehicle. So there would be no they'd provide a service and not get paid for it. Dispatch hours have increased 4-fold since we went to this model. They were provided 2 hours per day, and now they're being provided 8 hours per day. And where that becomes very significant is we used to have to book trips 48 hours in advance in order to be able to make sure you had a ride. Now you have the option of if something came up and you needed to get somewhere, you could pick up the phone and call the dispatch service, and if they had a vehicle available, you'd have a ride. So it's definitely much more efficient, more effective. The expenses that we're talking about in terms of pulling from this transportation fund would be administrative expenses of $92,000, marketing expenses of $8,000, dispatch operations of $66,000 for a total budget of $166,000. This is assuming this article passes, that would be drawn down each year from the revolving fund. As you can see from the sources of the money inbound, the revenue, we've gotten $175,000 in grants this past year. We've also, it lists what the partnership pricing is, and I'll go over that a little more in a later slide. But, and we also, because we did this as a regional event, Mass Rides, which is a state organization, provides us with $50,000 a year to help us offset our costs. The monies that go into this are based on the level of service that is provided. the hours of service category that's provided, and the formula for how many riders are involved. This is a little tricky, so bear with me. 21 plus hours of service per day would cost a town $5,500. $5,500, thank you. And with ridership in the 750 to 1,000 riders per month, that would be an additional $1,000. That happens to be what Acton is. So Acton would be $6,500 per year. Boxborough, on the other hand, is less than 10 hours of service per week, and the 0 to 250, so therefore their cost would be $2,750. So it's something that you pay for the services that you get, and it encourages people to use the service more, and the more they use the service, each year we'll go back and audit what it is that they're providing, or what they need, and their levels may go up. Now, I don't have a slide for what the commercial payers would have, but its total is about $27,000 with the players that I listed, the ones that have both signed and not signed as of yet. And as we add more commercial players to the venue, then that will increase their input into this fund, so that we basically are not footing the bill just through the communities, but the companies that are getting the benefit out of that, whether it be for getting customers to their site or getting employees to their site or from their site, then that allows them to reap a benefit from it. So they have to pay accordingly. And we have a sliding scale for that. So I would ask that you support Article 10 to establish this revolving fund. It will not cost the town anything today. We don't know going forward, but we don't think so going forward as well. But so please, if you would.
You finished, Mr. Gowan?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll now call on the FinCom to give their recommendation.
Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee recommends this warrant article.
Thank you, Mr. Tyndall. Comments from the town meeting members? I'll recognize Mr. Nitschel.
Alan Nitschel, Marion Road. I haven't been following this, so I don't know, but I didn't hear you address it. I don't understand this at all. Who rides this, and do they pay anything? Is this just to take people from the train station to work or wherever, or is this for other purposes? I don't know who the users are and what they pay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Actually, Ellen, I'm going to be doing a presentation after this that will give you that detail, if that's good enough for you. But it is right now in Acton, it's 4 vehicles. It's the COA van, it's the Roadrunner, it's the Dial-A-Ride, and it's the Rail Shuttle. And they have varied amounts that we charge for fares, and we get replenishment in some cases from the state, in some cases from the MBTA in terms of assessment. So it's that I think the next presentation will clear up what it is, if that's okay with you.
Other comments? Seeing nobody standing, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read under Article 10, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to Article 11. Mr. Gowing moves that the town raise and appropriate $215,345 to be expended by the town manager for transportation-related programs, including state and federal grant fund matching and other costs incidental and related thereto, and to raise such amount, $120,845 be raised from general revenues and $94,500 be transferred from commuter lot parking fee fund balance. Do I hear a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Gowing.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is to Mr. Nitchelm's question. This is how we're talking about funding this. In the earlier presentation, Acton is developing an overall strategy for transportation. Article 3 on the consent agenda was a request for funding for the COA Transportation Enterprise Fund. That fund balance will be spent during FY15. In place in FY16, agreed to the creation of the overall Transportation Enterprise Fund is Article 10. The new Transportation Enterprise Fund will cover all of Acton's vehicles. Over the past few years, we've been consolidating our transportation services in an overall TMA called Crosstown Connect. The various services support different groups within town, and many are only it's their only method of getting around. We have seniors who can't drive or maybe shouldn't, and we have I'm on the senior center, so don't yell at me, since I should give up my license. The dial-a-ride, which is for the general population, the Roadrunner, which we've used to integrate other groups, minority groups, and getting people to the food pantry or the supermarket or doctor's appointments. And then, of course, the rail shuttle. And the rail shuttle has grown dramatically over the course of time and will continue to, all of which is good news for transportation. Part of the Minuteman services, which you'll see is before we created Crosstown Connect, we had Minutevan. And Minutevan was the rail shuttle and the dial-a-ride. They were dispatched out of one location. The Roadrunner was dispatched out of another location, the LRTA. And the COA van was dispatched out of a third location, which was the senior center. So there was not a lot of efficiency involved. Since that time, what we've done is we've moved the dispatch to Minutevan, and they dispatch for all vehicles, whichever one makes sense under the circumstances. The dial-a-ride, of course, was the one that was started because there was no transportation in Acton if you didn't have a car or a bike. So this dial-a-ride was, you pick up the phone, you call, you schedule a trip that you need to make, and they get there within a 15-minute window, and they take you to where you need to go. And in about a 4-mile radius around the town, around the center of town, which moved it into Maynard and Littleton and Boxborough and Concord. And then basically you would have a scheduled pickup on the way back. The overall ridership on the rail shuttle has been dramatic. In 2011, when we kicked it off, they were doing 2,917 annual trips. Now that's up to 7,689. So obviously there is a need for this. This is also going to be impacted when we go and finish the train station, which will happen next year, because what we'll be doing is we'll be raising the parking rates. And that's going to make people disinclined to pay for the parking and find another alternative. This is a good way to do it. Every car that doesn't drive to the train station and gets on this shuttle is another car off the road. So I would encourage that. The Roadrunner, which we, as I said earlier, had been dispatched by the Lowell Regional Transit Authority, that we took over about a year ago, and have been using it for pilot projects to see what the pressure points were and what our transportation needs were. And it's been very, very successful. We fill it up on certain days and take people to common locations, supermarkets out of town, the food pantry, to whatever events are going on. You could have taken the dial-a-ride or the Roadrunner to come here tonight. So, and then this graph is pretty dramatic in terms of it breaks it down for each of the 4 vehicles, and you can see what has happened over the course of the last 4 years. The numbers on the left-hand side are average trips per day. So we've gone in 3.5 years from 40 trips per day to over 85 trips per day. And that isn't completely rolled out yet. So we're going to see it probably around 100 trips a day. There is need for transportation in Acton. The Income, to Mr. Nitchelm's question, the dial-a-ride and fare income gets about $13,500 per year. The rail shuttle gets around $7,000 in fares, but they also are, thanks to our legislators, they were able to allow so that the funds that are collected, the parking fees that we collect at the train station, can be used to fund the rail shuttle portion of transportation. So that'll include $94,000 coming out of that fund. And then the administration costs are pretty flat for each vehicle because you've got a driver, you've got a vehicle, and you've got administrators that cover all three. So those numbers are pretty stable. So for each of the programs, as you can see, the breakdown for each vehicle, and then the total, which is what's in the warrant, of $120,845. When we talk about what does this cost us, you can see that it varies from vehicle to vehicle. The expenses are fairly uniform, but the income varies greatly. For example, the rail shuttle, thanks to our legislators, can draw from the funding from the parking fund, whereas the others depend upon fares, grants, and assessments and subsidies. The transportation program has provided rides for people who can't or shouldn't drive, commuters, school-aged children, seniors, and people with disabilities. This has been a success for Acton. Overall, it's a good value for our tax dollars. I would ask that you vote to approve Article 11.
Thank you, Mr. Gowan. I'll now ask the Finance Committee to give their recommendation.
Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee is generally supportive of Article 11. However, we'd like to ask a clarification, if we may.
Go right ahead.
In his remarks, Selectman Gowing made mention of the creation of a new enterprise fund in the context of Article 11. Is that true?
Mr. Gowing?
No, that was in Article 10.
We heard you to say that in the context of Article 11. If you didn't, then it's fine, and the Finance Committee is supportive of this article.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was referencing Article 10, which just passed.
Mike, I think you're ahead.
Wait a minute.
You don't need to say any more.
All right. It's a technicality.
Would any of the town meeting members like to make a comment? Yes, at the back. Microphone first, Ms. Frederick.
So I'm thinking back a few years where this was an experiment to see whether transportation was going to pay for itself. And for the record, in urban environments, I believe that transportation is a right. I think it should be free. But out here in the suburbs, I see too many of these vans with too few people riding, too many hours of idle time is the way I would look at it. And the ridership page over the years is misleading because it doesn't show the investment or the number of vans and the people that are working on the project. And particular, my question is, in the motion, we're talking about $94,000 coming from the parking lot, and I'd like to know on the slide, where was that? Thank you.
Mr. Gowing?
Well, actually, I didn't put this slide up because I didn't know how visible it would be from the audience. Can you see this, Tara? Yeah. All right. So essentially, this is the breakdown. I gave you the subtotals on all of this. But the administration breakdown for each one, supervisory administration, the subtotal, the vehicle driver, parking lot lease, and any operational subtotals there. And then the income from each of the the vehicles. And as you see, the dial-a-ride is completely funded by fares. The rail shuttle is funded by fares and $94,500 out of the parking fund. And then the Roadrunner is funded by fares and our assessment from the LRTA.
Okay, if I may, just make sure I understand.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Fredericks.
So technically speaking, you can look at it as income, but it's really a contribution from the parkers. So I just want to be clear about that. And the LRTA comes from, I believe, the state. And so the income from the riders is the 27,000. I just want to make sure people know what they're voting for. Thank you.
Other comment from the back microphone?
No, I'm not going to ask that, but
Yeah,
you can ask that.
hi, Franny Osmond, 16 Half Moon Hill. Thank you, Finance Committee and Board of Selectmen and hopefully town for supporting this. I want to point out that we can never look at it as ridership. I think Tara mentioned we're hoping that that fares would pay for it. It never does. There's a certain background level of comfort and service that I believe our town should be providing, so that when someone's looking for a job, they don't have this big question, oh my God, how am I going to go for the interview? Or et cetera, et cetera. I know there are students whose parents can drive them around for 4 hours every afternoon, and so they get 4 hours of extra education. There are other ones who have to take the bus home and stay there because they can't get around for their extra education. On and on. Fares never pay for transportation. Transportation is something that's always subsidized. I remember hearing good news that we were down to $20 a trip compared to $75 a trip for the ride in Boston. I don't know how that is. That was a couple of years ago I heard that. We are working more and more. The more people we get on these vehicles, the better. It is very hard, and it's hard for me to see the empty vehicles also going different ways in town. With two people going this way, one person going this way. I believe a fixed route and more of us determining to get out of our cars and get onto that fixed route will help this. But I just wanted to appreciate the options that this gives people who do not drive and who do not have options right now. We don't pave main roads and not pave the little roads because the little roads aren't used as much. We pave them all. Thanks.
I'll recognize the other lady standing at the back microphone.
That's you, Lisa.
Lisa Franklin from the Acton Commission on Disabilities, and the Commission would like to say that we support the transportation system completely, speaking on behalf of the people with disabilities who are unable to drive because of their disability. This not only allows them to get to medical appointments and social activities and getting around to buying from all the local stores and keeping those going, but this is a system that is inclusive, it's completely accessible, and you get to ride around with everybody else in town without feeling stigmatized or somehow made less of. Also, as the state continues to cut back on transportation to needed programs and services, the local communities need to step up and make sure that we can get people where they need to go.
I think you've spoken once, Alan. I'm going to take the gentleman here and then you, in the back.
Hi, Barry Rosen, Windermere Drive. I have a question that relates to the revenue that the town in general receives from, I guess what you call parking fees. If I do a quick look, we're getting about 94.5K that we're expending up there. And the next, if I jump ahead, we're funding the commuter parking lot improvements at 400K. So how much revenue do we get from the parking fees and where does it go?
Mr. Gowing.
Well, thanks to our legislators, the parking fund was always there to maintain the parking lot. So that would have been a natural anyway. When they changed the law, the state law, to include are to be able to fund the elevator maintenance at the train station so that we didn't have to have a series of ramps, much like they have in Littleton, if you've seen it. And also to fund the rail shuttle because, as I said earlier, it takes cars off the road and reduces congestion and reduces pollution. So, does that answer your question? I can't see your facial expression.
I was looking at numerical, Mike.
Excuse me. What I asked when we started town meeting was if you have a second question, you asked me to let you ask a second question, okay?
That wasn't a
way I
second
can
question.
control the debate a little bit. Do you have another question, sir?
No, it's the same question. He asked me if that answered it. And I was,
Perhaps I misunderstood.
I asked how much money, dollars, do we get from the parking fees and where do they go?
Well, we had a large amount because it was limited by law as to what we could use it for. So there was over $900,000 in that fund that we essentially couldn't use for all intents and purposes. So we're now using that to appropriately for the things that it was intended for. Does that answer your question?
Okay.
Mr. Nichel.
Okay, so I still don't see a lot of numbers that help me understand this program very well. Obviously, in 2 minutes, we can't go through it all, but I still don't know how many riders there are for each thing per day, per week, per month, per year. On that slide, I see that the total fares paid equal the supervisory and administrative cost. So the fares don't cover any monies for vehicles or drivers, which is the service. So I'm not opposed to this concept, but I don't agree with Franny that this is just a black hole that we just keep doing this on forever because it's the right thing to do. And I guess I'd like to ask the Finance Committee, what is the long-term outlook for the service? And at some point, is it going to either break even or come close to breaking even, or is this going to be always a total loss leader?
Who on the Finance Committee would like to address that? Mr. Tyndall?
On a long-term basis, the transportation system will always be running in the red. The bubble that is local in terms of revenues is the parking lot revenues. And I believe that the most recent number is 70,000 for the first year of, in fact, that may be just this last year. We're raising rates on the lot, and the forecasted revenues are due to go to 160. We receive a number of grant fund support for it, but as Franny said, transportation systems like this are not intended to break even, and they do not turn a profit. The benefits are generalized. If you're blind, if you're handicapped, if you're somebody who does not have a car, and in the absence of an existing public transportation system or the ready availability of economical taxi cabs, this is the only way for people to get around. It's good for the town, and so we fund it. I hope that answers the question.
Any other comment? Seeing none, we will vote. Do we have someone else?
Two more.
Two more? Where are we? Tara is one. Who was the other?
It's over here. It's hard for you to see.
It surely is.
Way to the left.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you very much. I'll take you first.
It's just an answer. Can I answer a couple of questions I just heard? Is that okay to do? Very, very briefly? Like in 20 words or less?
I'd buy 20 words or less for almost anything right now.
Well, okay, it might be about 50 words, but it
This is how we make money. It's called inflation.
Once I say I wanted to answer the question about the parking lot fund. If I understand it correctly, for years we weren't able to use parking lot funds for more than safety and maintenance of that particular lot, but because so we had all this money growing and growing, and because the legislators helped and passed this law, and as a matter of fact, the rest of the state got it at the same time. Instead of doing it as home rule, they got the whole state. we could now use it for the safety via the elevator, and we could also use it for shuttling people to public transportation. So that actually holds a lot of potential. We might be able to use that law in our favor in more ways than just shuttling people to our train station from outer lots. And the other question, oh, it was more important than that.
You're getting pretty close to the 50 words.
Yes, no, but this is, you were asking about income. Yes, Crosstown Connect is going to take advantage of business participation. Businesses have a lot of transportation needs. Some of them shuttle people from Alewife out here. We are going to get together, both the regionalization and the public-private partnerships will bring in more income. So in answer to Alan's question of whether there will be any other income, those things will bring income, and we will be able to use them for things like fixed route.
Thank you. Ms. Fredericks.
I have no problem tripling the size of this operation to serve people who can't get around. I have a problem asking everybody to contribute to something, making believe like it's for people who can't get around, when it's really for commuters that have BMWs in their driveway. And so I feel like we should be hitting up people who can afford that. If you look at the ridership here, you've got half of them going to the commuter lot. The surveys are saying the people that are driving to the lot are, is it 40%? What is it? Whatever it is, I feel like we should just say what it is and say that it's a commuter van and not make believe like it's for disabled people and people who can't get around, because they can't get into the schedule. It takes them weeks sometimes to get a ride in the morning to get someplace during these high demand hours, and then the rest of the hours the vans are empty. So I just feel like we should call it what it is rather than making believe like it's for people who have a hard time getting around. Thank you.
Any other comment? Last one, Mr. Farquhar.
Thank you. Mike Farquhar, Agawam Road. How many people, what's the head count of this entire operation? How many people are eventually going to be on our retirement rolls?
Mr. Gowen.
None of these people work for the town, except for the drivers that we have for the COA van.
How many?
2. And any that we hire for the town, we include an OPEB factor in the hiring to offset OPEB costs later on so that we don't run into that problem.
Okay, let us vote. All in favor of the motion under Article 11, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion carries. We move to Article 12. Mr. Gowing moves that the town appropriate $1,326,707 for the purpose of operating the ambulance service, and to raise such amount, $625,879 be raised from department receipts, $577,280 be transferred from retained earnings, and $123,548 be transferred from general revenues. Do I hear a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Mr. Gowing, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening again. I'd like to ask you to appropriate the $1,326,707 for the purpose of operating the ambulance service. I would also like to talk to you about ALS and BLS service. In the past, the Ambulance Enterprise Fund has been on the consent agenda. We pulled it off this year so we could discuss a new proposal. First of all, let's talk about what BLS and ALS is, because it's not normal speak for most people. BLS, basic life support, and that's our EMTs on the fire engines and in the ambulance that come out on a call. There's also an ALS service that we currently get through a company called Pro EMS, We had to do that after Emerson Hospital shut down their ALS system. And ALS allows you to do much more. It's a paramedic as opposed to an EMT. The important thing for Acton, and the reason why the chief looked at this, was if you look at the bottom, it's very telling. BLS service, which means the amount of time that it takes us to get to a call, is 4 minutes and 45 seconds. For ALS, which is a regional thing, the average time is 8 minutes and 8 seconds. So all you have to do is hold your breath for those additional 3 minutes. So the proposal that we're talking about, and the other thing is, ALS calls are going up. The number of ALS calls are rising, whereas BLS calls are remaining pretty static. If you look at the past 3 years, you can see just that. Here's what an EMT or a basic life support person is capable of doing: CPR, artificial ventilation, oxygen administration, basic airway management, spinal immobilization, vital signs, bandaging, splinting, obstetrics, blood glucose monitoring, and albuterol treatments. Now, if you have a paramedic, he or she can do all of those things, plus everything on the right side of the list, such as EKG monitoring, manual defibrillation, advanced airway management, external transcutaneous pacing, fluid therapy, needle chest decompressions, administration of critical care medications. So it's a very significant thing. I'll give you one little anecdotal thing that happens. When we go on site and we require ALS, our EMTs stand there and wait until ALS gets there. Or if it's particularly critical, what we might do is we might start transporting the patient towards Emerson Hospital, which is our regional hospital, and the ALS will meet us en route, and they will get out of their vehicle, one of them will get out of their vehicle and into our ambulance to go the rest of the way. They get paid for that. We do not. So therefore, what I'm going to be proposing is taking over the ALS service, but this is more of the same. I explained it in more depth in the previous slide, but basically all of our current firemen are EMTs. Several of our firemen are paramedics now. What we're going to be proposing, this is very important. So our current ALS service, as I said, it's a regional service. There are 2 ALS intercept vehicles in that footprint. One is stationed in South Acton, which is a good thing for us, over by the train station, and the other is down by the lower portion. And essentially, they are responding to calls that require more involved treatment on the way en route to the hospital. They cover 127 square miles and a population of about 86,000 people. Acton, on the other hand, is 20 square miles. If, in fact, we had ALS in town, we would have 2 ALS transport units dedicated to Acton, population total of 21,584. It's gone down a little bit, with the same response time that we talked about earlier. Why do we want to do this? Well, after conducting a study through MMA Consulting, we feel that it will provide faster pre-hospital care when minutes count. It'll improve the care to Acton residents, and according to the study, our current billing experience with Pro EMS, that it would be revenue neutral at worst and potentially profitable. It doesn't preclude us if we have mutual aid agreements with the surrounding communities, much like we had a fire here recently and we had fire trucks from Maynard. Well, any billing that goes back to another community, they get the revenue for it. So therefore, if in fact we had ALS and that ALS ambulance ended up going to Maynard, we would get the revenue for that. Maynard would not. So it's another revenue source that we don't have today. Our current basic life support revenue right now, which is the BLS transports to the hospital or calls is $550,000. ALS support projected revenue is $298,790. So the total is $848,790 of projected revenue. That is not a robust number. That is something that's very conservative. We're always concerned when we talk about revenue because we would rather underestimate revenue income and not have to come back to you later and say, oops, we missed. So therefore, these are modest numbers. However, to get there, we need to spend some money. As I said, some of our EMTs are already paramedics. We would need to train 4 students up from EMT to paramedic. That'd be $137,000. We would have some initial equipment and supplies that we would have to spend. That's $70,000. And then our restocking of supplies, which would be an ongoing thing every year, would be $20,000. Obviously, the ALS revenue would offset some of this. 5-year plan, because that's what we're talking about. First, currently we have $1.1 million in the ambulance fund as of June 30th last year. If we begin the ALS implementation in fiscal year 16, not this coming year, but fiscal year 16, essentially we'll accommodate all capital startup costs, which I'll go into some detail afterwards. We will have to fund this, subsidize this to the tune of about $150,000 a year up until fiscal 19, at which time it will become self-sufficient. So, in asking for this ambulance enterprise fund, I move that I would ask you to support this project by voting yes on Article 12. Going to the numbers, I'm going to show you the numbers. I didn't put it in the presentation, but you'll see why it's problematic. But I know that there are people here who just can't get their head around unless they see the numbers. There's the numbers. Unfortunately, it's a lot of data, and it's, well, not too bad. We cleaned it up as much as we could, but at least that way you can get a sense of where these dollars are coming from and what they're for. I draw your attention to 2 things that inflate the number but are necessary, and that is this $260,000, which would be for a new ambulance, and we have to replace the ambulance about every 5 years. So you'll notice out in fiscal 19, there's another large amount of money, which is for a new ambulance. The reason why it's less than 5 years in this particular instance is because we went beyond the 5 years on our current ambulance, which is calculated risk. So, and then the other thing that is a large capital expense here and here are the administrative vehicles. And the administrative vehicles are more than just what the chief gets to drive around in. They're fully stocked with Scott packs and everything that he needs in order to respond. And he and the deputy chief need to respond to an incident where they can manage the incident from their vehicle. So it comes computerized and has all of the firefighting equipment that they need and all of the life care equipment that they need. We also happen to have benefit that our fire chief is also a paramedic, so bonus. But other than that, these are the annual expenses. And at the end of fiscal year 19, based on these expenses, which again, as I said, are conservative, the fund balance at the end would be $681,000. So I'll leave that up there because that's a lot to absorb. And thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Gowan. Comments from the Finance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
The Finance Committee initially heard a presentation on the advanced life support in January at the budget meeting. The fire chief appeared at one of our meetings and discussed it in addition details, and the Finance Committee believes that it is a fiscally sound approach to add the advanced life support, that it will in fact pay for itself, and therefore we recommend the article.
Comments from the town meeting members, please. Lady at the back microphone.
Deborah Symes, Concord Road. I have one question, Mike, which is when I see the training expenses, there's that initial year where it's 137 and change to bring people up to paramedic with paramedic training. So I'm wondering if there shouldn't be some smaller amount each year, you know, kind of spread out, because it'll be wonderful if the people we train stay with us for 5 years, but if anyone leaves, we're going to have to bring somebody else up to speed, yes?
Actually, what we would do is, going forward, we would only hire paramedics. We wouldn't hire somebody as an EMT and train them up. We would hire them as a paramedic.
Thank you.
At the back.
Hi, Mike. Jim Snyder Grant, 18 Half Moon Hill. Mr. Moderator, a question for Mr. Gowing, which was, how does our withdrawal from the pro EMS regional system affect the other towns? Are we, you know, sort of blowing the economics of the regional system?
Mr. Gowing.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's a very good question, Jim, and one that we asked prior to this. In that community, I'm going to just put that slide back up of the map. This also used to have Wayland as well, and Wayland pulled out of the agreement. When we spoke with Pro EMS, who is the supplier of this, they weren't concerned about it. For one, because they will have fewer calls, so the revenue sharing is not the same, but their expense side is not the same either. So they were not concerned about it, and there is precedence for pulling out. So we're giving them adequate time to adjust accordingly if they need to, personnel-wise.
At the back microphone.
I have a question about the fund balances. At one point, this fund carried a really large surplus every year, enough that a few years ago we were able to buy a fire truck with the extra money, even after paying the 8 salaries you would pay out of it. What happened to the surplus we used to run? I understand ALS, we need that, don't have a problem with it. Training the firefighters up to paramedics, don't have a problem with that. But what happened to the revenue, that we're not running a surplus anymore, that we can do more stuff like this?
Mr. Gowing.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The fund balance going into this is over $1 million. So that exists from the ambulance fund not being spent down. It's a buffer, essentially.
You have another question, sir?
Yes, could I ask another question, Mr. Moderator?
Go ahead.
I understand, though, I mean, we had a balance because we always used to run a surplus in the fund, but it was much bigger before. We bought fire trucks, we sent firefighters to training, and it's the ambulance fund which really belongs to the fire department, so that, you know, that's where the money should go. But why aren't we running the surplus at the levels we used to run it?
Mr. Gowing.
Oops. Did I touch something? The surplus that we used to run, when we buy new fire trucks or we buy equipment or we draw down from that fund. That's what that fund is for. I'm not sure I understand why. We've replenished the fund over time to time when we've had a large purchase, but we're hoping that going forward with this ALS being a positive delta, meaning more income than expense, that I think that will also bolster the fund going forward, and we won't have to go to the taxpayers as often if a large expense comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mitchell.
So my question is, how many firefighters do we have now, and what is the pay going to go up to have everyone be trained in advanced life support versus basic life support?
Mr. Cowan.
Well, I can't speak to it because of union negotiations currently in place right now, but we have 8 firefighters right now. I'm looking for the chief so I can get a nod. There we go. We have 8 firefighters right now that would be in this program that are paid out of the ambulance fund currently. So I can't speak to the salary increase or anything like that because that's all part of the union negotiation.
Other comments? Seeing nobody standing, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read under Article 12, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to Article 13. Ms. Adachi moves that the town take no action. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Adachi.
The board recommends that no action be taken on this article. On article, you're talking about Article 13.
Article 13.
Yeah, I have nothing else to say.
Okay. Finance Committee?
Finance Committee concurs.
Is it putting new meaning to the word terse, isn't it? Any other comment? Seeing nobody standing, we will vote on the take no action motion under Article 13. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. We'll move on now to Article 14, the town operating budget. The motion under this budget is as follows. Ms. Adachi moves that the town raise and appropriate $30,049,062 to be expended by the town manager for the purpose of funding the fiscal year 2015 municipal budget, and that the town authorize the town manager to lease on such terms and conditions as he may determine vehicles and equipment for a period not to exceed 5 years, and to sell, trade, or otherwise dispose of vehicles and equipment being replaced, and to expend any proceeds so received. That is the motion. Do I hear a second to that motion? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Adachi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to start with just an overview of this presentation. I find that it helps people to follow and also to not worry about what I'm going to say and in conclusion. First, I will start with highlights from the 2013-2014 year with the pretty pictures. The next thing will be an overview about how the municipal budget comes together every year. It is not a seat of the pants operation. There actually is a lot of work put in for the better part of the year. Third, I will get to the heart of this presentation, which is Article 14, the municipal operating budget. And finally, I will have some comments to say about the general municipal budget with some adjustments because of the vote to reduce the budget by $60,000, which has created major headaches for me. But in any event, on we go. First is the solar farm at the transfer station. Those of you who go to the transfer station know that the panels are in place and they went live in December. They already have been generating savings for the town. The arrangement is that Amoresco, which is the company that installed and operates the solar system, actually owns it. We own the land underneath, but we get the benefit of a discount because of all the power that this system puts into the grid. It is equivalent to the amount of power that the town would need for, I guess, 65% of the use of electricity for the town buildings and the lighting. So I think that the budgets for fiscal 15 all reflect reductions in the cost of electricity for the town, and it's a very good thing. There's lots more information on the website, and I would give a nod to Mr. Peterson for making that suggestion, because we did follow up on it, and that's actually where I got some of the information for this presentation. Next is the long-awaited Narra Picnic Pavilion. This originally was approved for Community Preservation Act funding 6 years ago. Unfortunately, the timing was such that 2 months later, the Supreme Judicial Court of the state, which is the Supreme Court of the state, issued a ruling involving the town of Newton that basically said that recreation projects like this one, which don't involve a recreational area that came into existence with CPA funding, were not eligible for CPA funding for improvements, which this was. So in 2012, so we had to wait for 4 years, but in 2012, the Mass Legislature finally amended the Community Preservation Act law to allow funding, CPA funding, for enhancements of existing recreational areas, even if they hadn't been created with CPA funding. And so we originally had approved in 2008 funding of $250,000. At last year's town meeting, we added $100,000 because over the passage of time, the cost of building had increased. So this will be ready in May 2014, as the slide says, just in time for weddings and summer outings and gatherings and all that sort of thing. So I'm looking forward to seeing the structure when it's finished. This picture was actually taken, I think, a couple of days ago, and I thank Maura Haberman of the Recreation Department for providing it. She had a lot of other photographs that just wouldn't fit on the slide, so thanks. Next, Crosstown Connect. This will be short because you've already heard a song and verse about this from my colleague, Mr. Gowing, in connection with the transportation program. This is getting to be old hat, kind of like the Red Sox winning the World Series for a younger generation that doesn't know what it's like to go for years and decades without winning. They're taking it for granted. Well, I think that we might be getting a little complacent about our AAA bond rating, which was in connection with the refinancing of the so-called twin schools, the McCarthy Towns and Miriam schools. The reasons for AAA bond rating are the usual: very good financial management, responsible practices, healthy reserves, low debt. And we also got credit for trying to manage our obligation for other post-employment benefits, which you will hear about in the presentation coming up next, Article 15. So that's all to the good. Now, I'm moving on. This is the overview of the budget formation process. It takes probably 9 months of the year, and the first thing that happens is in September. ALG I have not explained, but I will just give you a brief explanation. ALG stands for the Acton Leadership Group. It is a group that has representatives of the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, and the School Committee, plus the senior administrators for both entities. They start meeting in September to talk about the budget for the fiscal year coming up, and they keep track of, obviously, the progress of budget discussions of both entities as time goes on. I will talk a little more detail about them later. In October, the town manager and the department heads start in earnest to focus on the budget. They have a 2-day meeting. I believe it's at the public safety facility, but it's called On the Hill. They refer to it as a retreat, and I was kind of disappointed to find out that they didn't go off to the mountains or something for a real retreat. But in any event, they discuss, each department discusses its particular operating requests and capital requests, and they all vote to prioritize all of those things, and they don't necessarily vote for their own requests. In November, there's continuing development of the budget, and the Acton Leadership Group continues to meet, usually monthly. It says here that ALG has preliminary allocations. I don't know that it always works that well. In December, the town manager is required by the charter to make his preliminary presentation of the budget to the selectmen. The charter is a really useful document. It determines when we have our town meeting tonight, the first Monday in April, and then you back up and you find out when you have to post the warrant, when the Board of Selectmen have to present to the Finance Committee, typically in February, and then when the town manager has to present his preliminary budget. A lot of information there. It's not magic. In January, the municipal side, the town, has its budget Saturday. It's a joint meeting of the Board of Selectmen and the FinCom. They hear from every department, municipal budget department, about their operating budgets and capital requests. February, typically, the Acton Leadership Group is supposed to be coming to terms among the constituent members, the committees that are represented in the group. Again, that isn't always the case in any event, and the selectmen around this time also vote on the final budget. Understand that final means that the budget could go down at some point. There are constant adjustments. It's not etched in stone until the deadline for the warrant. March, the warrant, there's a deadline for the posting of the warrant, so it has to be printed, and it's also posted on the internet. And typically, we have town elections at the end of March or sometime during March. This year was a little unusual because town meeting is rather late in April. In April, we have town meeting. And finally, in May, the constituent boards all get together and typically elect new officers, and they pick new representatives for the Acton Leadership Group. And now, a little more background about the Acton Leadership Group. I know Boxborough has an equivalent group. It consists of representatives of the Board of Selectmen, the School Committee, and the Finance Committee. Commonly, it's the chairman and the vice chairman, but sometimes not. Plus the town manager, the superintendent, the municipal finance director, and the regional district finance director. And the aim is to achieve consensus on certain key items: revenues, spending, reserves use, and there is a 3-year plan. The Finance Committee in Acton, anyway, has been pushing for us to adopt a 5-year plan. I think that might be challenging, perhaps because some of us are not very enlightened about 5-year plans, but we'll learn. This year, as Pat Clifford alluded to in her comments on behalf of the FinCom earlier this evening, the Acton Leadership Group did reach some consensus about certain things. Funding the OPEB obligation at a collective $1.1 million for the town and the schools, and limiting the use of reserves to $2 million, and actually holding the tax levy. It turned out it initially was 2%, but the effective tax levy is down to 1.5%. Now, this is the start of my discussion about Article 14, but this slide, a lot of people have seen. This is the town manager's creation. Essentially, it means that you work at meetings like this. We're establishing the foundation for the rest of the government. All the nuts and bolts are at the base. If the base is strong and solid, then other things like quality life and character of the community are preserved. So maintain services, improve efficiency, use reserves prudently, and avoid an override. So this is a pie chart. I believe this is in the warrant. And like many affluent communities in our vicinity, we are heavily dependent on the tax levy, the property taxes. We have a good chunk that comes from state aid. As Pat indicated in her report, state aid is kind of anemic, which is a problem for a lot of municipalities because in the meantime we get these state mandates and somehow we're supposed to squeeze blood from a stone locally, which is a real challenge. This is another pie chart. This is focusing on the municipality, although I would guess that the schools pie chart would be similar in having costs, that this is about costs, and the costs are heavily taken up with human resources, personnel. So this is Article 14, the operating budget. I am not going to talk about every single thing in the operating budget because it would take too long, but we have some key items we'd like to call your attention to. There is a 9-year reevaluation that has to do with property values. 4 new police officers, highway equipment, it's a proposal for replacement, and finally, the proposal for a new arborist to join the one arborist we have. So starting with the 9-year revaluation, this is mandated by state law. The total cost would be $250,000. It requires somebody to go inside and outside of every property and do various measurements, and then there's a relisting of all this information about each property in the assessor's database. Some of you may have been to town hall to get a printout of a sheet about your own property, or to pay 25 cents to get a printout about somebody else's property. And this activity is required to set the tax rate. The second item is 4 new police officers. Some of you may realize if you do the math that this is kind of a low number for 4 new police officers. But compensation-wise, that's because it represents 6 months' pay, because the hiring process through civil service can be really time-consuming. And then the officers have to go through the police academy, which I guess takes a couple of months. This is actually the second year of a 2-year effort to shore up the police department, which was really short on manpower and was resorting to a lot of overtime, which is expensive, to fill in the gaps. And I believe that the police chief said at Budget Saturday in January that when we are done with this set of hires, we will have hired 8 officers in 2 years. We will be down just 1 person, which I think is a lot more manageable. Now, why do we care about the police department personnel? Public safety demands. There continue to be increases in all kinds of nasty things that you wouldn't think are a problem in a town like Acton, but are. Domestic violence, child abuse, suicide attempts, robberies, all kinds of property crimes, substance and alcohol abuse. I don't know if this, oh good. I'm never sure how these slides are going to turn out on the big picture. I try to make them visible because I've been through a lot of slide presentations where you can't read anything. But this is a list, a roster of towns in the area that have made, where the police departments have made referrals to Domestic Violence Network, Inc., which is a counseling network. This is not a case where Acton is at the top of the list, and it's something we want to brag about. We brag about our schools with good reason. Out of 457 cases listed here for the, I guess it's 8 months period, starting last July, Acton has 29% of the referrals. Mental illness is also becoming an increasing problem. In 2013, there were 80 involuntary commitments of people who were considered to be at substantial risk of either harming themselves or harming others. And this is a map of, yes, you can, Acton is outlined, a map of drug-related deaths in 2012 to 2014. Acton, I believe there's a red dot, meaning it's a heroin-related death, and then 2 deaths that are unspecified. On to a different topic, highway vehicles. Currently, we have a replacement program for highway vehicles that has been handled through the capital budget. This is different. We're trying to handle it through the operating budget in the same way that police cruisers are in the operating budget, because they are typically getting replaced, replenished annually, and they're not long-term necessarily. This is a proposal for $120,000. The DPW director is looking into leasing, trying leasing to resolve some of the problems with the current program, which I will point out in just a second. This is the current replacement process, and this is typical of the capital proposals we've seen in recent years, where you have an ancient vehicle that's a wreck with a zillion miles on it. It's still in use, it's not dependable, it's hard to repair. And commonly it fails state inspection, which leaves you with little choice but to replace it. Finally, the arborist. This is a proposal for $60,498. There is currently only 1 arborist in the town, and he happens to also be the municipal properties director. He is the tree warden. We have a lot of roads, new roads because of development. We also have a lot of sidewalks. You'll hear about that shortly. There are more stringent state requirements for road maintenance, and adding an arborist would first help the existing arborist, and it would help the town to deal with a lot of the damage that occurs during storms. When the storms have occurred in recent years, you've all seen the trucks out there. A lot of the utilities send trucks out and basically carve up the trees on the edge of your property, and the town has to do the same thing just to protect the residents and the vehicles. So that's a lot of work, and I think a second arborist would be helpful. Finally, this is an overview of the municipal budget as a whole. This Article 14 is just one component of the municipal budget, as some people before me have explained. You've already heard about the enterprise funds, which are supposed to be completely self-supporting. We do provide some subsidies, and now I have to get to my adjusted numbers. I was busy up there doing calculations to figure out how the $60,000 has changed all the numbers. So I missed a lot of Mr. Gowing's presentations. But in this chart, so this 306,393 for the subsidies is down to 246,393, and the bottom line number, total town spending, is down by another 60,000 to 30. That's wrong, anyhow. Never mind that number. I can't read my own handwriting. But I want to address this. Again, you're going to hear about OPEB funding next presentation, and capital requests, I will be back here after the OPEB presentation. So these are the big budget drivers. Basically, it's the same items I just mentioned, which are the subject of separate articles. In addition, in this particular year anyway, regionalization is kind of having an impact because there has been a net increase cost to the town. This 393,246 in the column under fiscal year 15 represents the net increased cost. It is the $588,000 in responsibility liability for retiree health insurance for Acton Public School employees, and including those current employees of APS who will retire effective June 30th. So that's a large chunk of money that now will be absorbed into the municipal budget, and in the past has been part of the APS budget. This is an exercise that I attempted to try because some people are wondering what the impact of regionalization was on us, and it's probably principally of interest to those of us on the constituent boards. We have little sort of turf consciousness. We talk about our budget is increasing only this much, and you'll hear a lot of talk about percentage increases, and I think it really means most to those of us on the school committee and the Board of Selectmen. But in any event, to put our increases in context, I thought I would do this little exercise basically to assume that there was no regionalization. So the top line in the green is, well, the operating budget. And then you take out the regionalization increase, which is already incorporated into the budget, and you end up with this adjusted budget of $29,655,816. Then you add, assuming no regionalization, you add the OPEB trust contribution, you add the subsidies, which now are changed because of that $60,000. I'm not going to do the math right now. Then you add the capital projects, and you end up with this hypothetical fiscal 15 operating budget of 3606, reduced anyhow to account for the adjustments earlier in the evening. Then at the top, you have that hypothetical operating budget. You've got 3606 adjusted. And the increase on this chart was 1.44%. I calculated that adjusting to account for the reduction in $60,000 for the nursing service, it would be $30,546,054, which would represent an increase over fiscal 14 of 1.23%. Then if you go and you kick in the increased cost due to regionalization, that increases the budget to 2.5%. And finally, at the bottom, you end up with a total of 31, I think it's 281, I think 300, which is a 3.7% increase instead of a 3.9%. But the point is that our increased budget is really due to our trying to, well, it's regionalization, it's also our trying to do the right thing by kicking in an extra contribution to OPEB to achieve the $1.1 million collectively that we agreed on at the Acton Leadership Group meetings. Finally, I told the budget people I worked with that I'm not big on warm and fuzzy stuff. I want factual information, and I don't typically have a lot of pictures in my presentations. But this is a special exception because Luna was the unofficial town hall mascot and maybe the unofficial therapy dog. Her human, Bettina, works in natural resources. She's also a member of the Land Stewardship Committee and the Sidewalk Committee, which you will hear about shortly. Luna was, yes, named after the Harry Potter character. She was quiet, really mellow, a great listener, very patient, And she had charisma. She was disarmingly persuasive and compelled all sorts of people to give her biscuits, hugs, pets. Never had to say a word. You know, that is really charisma. But unfortunately, unbeknownst to all of us, including her human, Bettina, she was very ill with cancer, and she succumbed at the end of February, which was probably, it was not a good thing for Luna, but it was a really bad thing for those of us in town hall. We're preparing for town meeting. It's a very stressful time. We all miss her. Thank you. And the Board of Selectmen recommends approval of Article 14. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Adachi. I'll call on the FinCom for comment.
Thank you,
on
Mr.
Article
Moderator.
14.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee, as Chairwoman Nodachi has described, participated in this process as we do every year. The town budget continues to provide the service levels that taxpayers have come to expect and reach out to accomplish some other of the goals that the citizens have set forth with such things as an arborist. The Finance Committee endorses this budget.
Other comments from the town meeting members now? Yes, Ms. Fredericks.
I'll let Charlie go. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think Charlie was first.
It's all right.
It's all right. He can stand
Okay,
it.
so
Go ahead, Tara.
Thank you.
I want to thank the FinCom for again looking 5 years out. Really appreciate that. And I want to thank the Board of Selectmen. There's a lot more financial skill there than I had realized was coming. And I want to make note of the growth in staff in the last few years and talk about a little bit about how there's more coming, that the cost of growth is not yet paid
And
for.
Tara, excuse me. And
I'm going to get to the budget.
You're going to do this in how long a period of time?
It's going to be quite short once I get rolling.
Well, what does that mean?
A minute?
Oh. Go right ahead.
Thank you. That we have plenty of money to spend on commuters and picnic pavilions, bike trails, and things like that. Nice to have as far as I'm concerned. And we don't fund the gaps in food pantry. We have very little worker housing for people that are actually work in town in terms of minimum wage jobs. People talk about 40B as being something that pays for worker housing. Yeah, for the $100,000 salaries that come from the government, but the large majority of people who are out there working travel 40 minutes, 50 minutes, 60 minutes to get a minimum wage job. I think that's really sad. So what I guess I'm getting at is that we are not accounting for the actual needs of the people who are having to leave town because they can't afford to live here. And we aren't helping the people on basic needs like hunger and these budgets. And so I urge the town to think about more progressive ways of budgeting, participatory budgeting, and more progressive taxation to tax folks that can afford to pay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cadillac.
Thank you. A question. How much is in the municipal budget that really should have been in the regional school budget?
Ms. Adachi.
I think I can only estimate. I didn't write it down. I thought about covering it, but and some of this stuff is subject to discussion. I think that the OPEB, the extra OPEB contribution that the town made was something that I think was subject to a lot of rather heated discussion during ALG meetings, and I think that the municipality believes that the 1/3 should have gone over to the district, but you know, for the 1 year, we were prepared to compromise. And that 1/3 actually went, I should say, that the town ends up now with two-thirds of the total OPEB contribution going into the municipal OPEB trust. It will benefit municipal employees. So I don't want people to be confused about thinking that we're paying for, we couldn't do it anyway. We couldn't pay for the OPEB obligation for the school side. you probably have read about the side letter that is part of the regionalization paperwork, and we are providing some funding up to a certain limit. But that really, first of all, the amount of funding is not by any means clear. It is really the consequence of a decision by the Middlesex Retirement Board to do a reassessment. It came at the 11th hour after budgets were set, and so we had budgeted for the amount because we didn't know that there was going to be a reassessment, and we had the money to provide, and so we did. It would have created a real conundrum if we had not done that. But yeah, going forward, it will be the district's budget, and I think they know that. So, but things have been rather challenging this year, this adjustment, the transitional year, and I think we wanted to just ease the way. So, but I would guess it's several $1,000s up. I don't want to just guess at it. So, several hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, gee. You know, this is right. No, I mean, the things that come out of my mouth sometimes when I'm thinking about something else and I'm saying something, I realize I should really be thinking about what I'm saying. So, yeah, it's somewhere in the high hundreds of thousands of dollars, but that is subject to further discussion. And certainly the OPEB contribution is subject to discussion pursuant to the memorandum of understanding with the district that we have executed.
Did you have a follow-up question, Mr. Cadley?
Well, I was looking for a number. I think my question was, how much is in the municipal budget? How much was put in that potentially will go to the schools? There's got to be a number during this long budget process that was put in the you know, how much in dollars, not hundreds of thousands. What is hundred? What is
well,
100?
Maybe what would Mr. Manager would say? Would you say 800, 900,000? Probably 800, 900,000.
Okay, that's a number. 800, 900,000. That's good.
If I were better at math, you know, I'm Asian, but I'm not, you know, that sharp at math.
I don't think that was part of my
question. It doesn't
question.
necessarily come up in the blood. I'm sorry. Yeah. Now.
That's okay, Jenna. That was not part of my question.
Especially when I'm on the spot like this.
Okay, so we can agree that it's $800,000 to $900,000 is the answer to my question, right?
Right now, yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
my.
Janet, a brilliant answer, actually. Mr. Peterson.
John Peterson, 6 Jackson Drive. With apologies to Roland Bartle, I note that on page 55 of the budget supplement for the planning department, although there are $250,000 in salaries listed under the insurance lines, HMO Blue and the others, there is no listing. Likewise, for the police, the fire, and other departments, there is no health allocation because this is all to be found in the finance department. And I wanted to know why the town is continuing to present those costs, which clearly relate to those specific activities in the finance department, rather than allocating them to the individual departments.
Mr. Daci?
Mr. Moderator, that is
Yes.
definitely a question for the finance department or maybe the town manager.
Well,
Okay.
excuse me, Mr. Moderator.
Go,
Thank you.
go ahead, Mr. Ledoux.
Typically, and it's been my experience having managed in Massachusetts for over 30 years, that all health insurance costs for municipal employees tend to be in one budget, either in the finance department budget or what is called unclassified. And unclassified is kind of the catch-all for all insurances, health, and property casualty and things like that. So it's not very traditional to break it down per department as the budget supplement demonstrates. It really is usually in one home, so to speak, and it's usually unclassified or finance budget.
Okay, the gentleman at the back microphone.
Thank you. Scott Smyers, 382 Central Street.
I have two questions. One is about the inside-outside appraisal. Who required that? Who's going to be doing it? And that's in 2015, is that correct?
Mr. Daci.
Yeah, that's my understanding from the assessor's office, that it's inside, outside. It's, as I said in my presentation, it's a state mandate. And I don't know exactly the particulars of who does it and what exactly is involved. I don't know if the assessor is here, if you care to know more detail. I don't want to ask questions, but anyhow.
I'd just like to find out where we can find out more details on people coming into our houses. That's all.
Probably at town hall. I'm sure that the assessor would be glad to talk to you, or we could put something, we probably are going to put something out on the website when the time comes, because, yeah, it can be disturbing for people to have people come to the door they weren't expecting. So I assume that there will be notice and communications well before somebody shows up. But I'm sure that if you want to pop into the town hall and talk to the assessor, I'm sure that the staff would be happy to answer questions you might have before anything shows up on the website.
Thank you. And the second question, that leads me to the second question, which is these building state mandates that are coming required to every town. Is there any discussion on pushing back on these? Is there anything we can do to maintain our independence as a town instead of just doing whatever the state says? I'm hoping there's some serious discussion among the boards up here when they're meeting to say, what gives, what can we really do, or do we just become a liaison of the state eventually?
If you'd like to try that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to go down the path of talking about a local government breaking away. I think that other states have tried it, and perhaps there's some communities that have tried that, but it's complicated, and I think they find out that it's very difficult. It helps probably to have a few very deep-pocketed residents in your community to help you survive the financial challenges. But I hate to say what I'm going to say, but communicate to our state legislators. We are in touch with them a lot, and honestly, if something is bothering us about something happening at the state level, we do let them know. They are very conscientious and attentive to us, which I guess is why they keep getting reelected. But that's my suggestion. Some people may say it doesn't have any effect, but it does. It does make a difference. If you don't voice your grievance, then people are not going to be able to read your mind and figure out that there's something bothering you. So in the meantime, yes, you can probably pull together with people of like mind and maybe do something more concerted.
Well, I'm hoping there's more like-minded people in this room than in the State House, so thank you very much.
Other comment? I see no one standing, so let us vote. All in favor of the motion as read under Article 14, please say aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Bruce.
I'd like to make a motion. I
certainly will.
Thank you, sir. I move that we take up Articles 21, 22, 23, and 24 as the first order of business on the second night of town meeting.
Okay, I have the motion. By first order of business, you mean regular business,
That is correct.
as opposed to special presentation for employees, et cetera?
Don't need to jump the employees,
Okay.
no.
As the first order of business on Tuesday, do I hear a second? Let me just check something, John, if I can find my little book and make sure that this is just a majority vote. Yeah, it's a simple majority vote. Okay. The motion has been made and seconded to move Articles 21, 22, 23, and 24 to be the first order of regular business at town meeting tomorrow night.
Mr.
Any
Moderator,
comments? Where are we?
over here. Finance Committee.
Oh, okay, fine. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee would like to take a brief moment to caucus before we say anything about this motion.
I'm sorry. Say that again?
The Finance Committee would like to caucus for a moment before we say anything about this motion.
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you.
We will
Mr.
eventually get a
Moderator?
vote on this. Where are we? Right here. In the back?
Mr. Mo-
front? Yes, Mr. Daci.
Could we also caucus about
course,
the motion?
of
Thank
course.
you.
This is getting very popular. Would any of you like to go out and caucus and with each other?
I'm going to fight it.
Don't go far.
People should come to town meeting not for just one specific article. Yeah, this is obviously. Well, it's part of it, but the whole idea of scheduling articles, for a specific time, so people show up only for those articles and then go away, is, I think, bad for town meeting. So that's what I'm going to say. Yeah. They sort of plan the sequence of the articles when they put the warrants together, which is at the discretion of the selectmen. But this is a motion to make it a very specific time for obvious purpose of having people there just for those articles. Emails, cell phones, whatever. I mean, if this is voted now, there's plenty of time to confirm that, gee, town meeting,
Doug would know. She's talking to Doug right now. Doug would know.
He would know? Okay. Okay, could I call the meeting back to order, please? Meeting is called to order. Thank you. I think we're finished with our caucuses. And the result of yours, Janet, was what, or what do you want to say about this motion?
Mr. Moderator, the board voted 4-1 not to recommend the motion because we are really concerned. We understand the concerns of the school committee in presenting its budget to an audience that you know, of interested people who maybe need to make arrangements for sitters and that sort of thing. But we are really concerned about the Community Preservation Committee's warrant articles. Last year, they basically got the short end of the stick, and we don't want that to happen to them again. So we would like them to not have to wait until after the school committee. And I think that if they could go first tomorrow night, that would be fine. I think that their articles would be pretty fast. They are typically not controversial. So, but otherwise, we don't agree to the motion as read.
Okay. So you're opposed to the motion. How about the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee believes that because this is a matter for the voters in the room to discuss, we will take no action. There's no financial impact.
Okay. This is a debatable motion. We can spend some time debating it, or we could move on. That's kind of up to you. I see. Is it Mr. Cadillac at the back microphone?
Yeah.
Yes,
Is this
Mr.
on?
Cadillac.
Can you hear me?
I can't. No.
Somebody turn on the
Now,
mic.
yes. Now
Yeah,
it's
thank
good.
you.
Mr. Cadillac.
I don't think it needs a long discussion. I think we should vote against this. Town meeting is town meeting. If we start scheduling articles for the convenience of the people who want to come to vote just on those articles, we're going to disintegrate in a bunch of specific groups of people that leave right after their article that they're interested in is voted. That's not town meeting. Let's vote this down. Let's conduct town meeting as it was intended to be conducted.
Any other comment? Mr. Nitchell. Mr. Nitchell.
I was just going to say that I think, judging by the way things are going now, the school stuff will come up, very early tomorrow, 8 o'clock, 8:30. I don't think it's going to be that late. So, and if people are concerned that it's getting too late, they can put it off to the next night if they need to. Thank you.
Okay, any other comment in the back microphone?
Is it on? Yes.
It is.
Jean Hobby, Surrey, Old Surrey Drive. I'm speaking here as a parent of a child, and frankly, I do have stayed through this whole thing, and I would stay as much as possible for the next meetings, but we parents of young children, we have to get up very, very early with our children, and we have sitting, if we have to trade off childcare, et cetera, et cetera. It is more difficult for some of us to be attending the entire time. So I appreciated that motion. I understood about the preservation. I think that they were suggesting, I heard them suggesting that go first and then the education articles perhaps. So I just want to put that in. It's not easy for our parents of young children to get here on time and stay for the whole time. So thank you.
Other comment? Seeing nobody standing, we will vote. We have a motion on the floor. Is anyone in doubt as to what it is? I don't think so. All right, we will vote on it. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed to the motion, please say nay. Nay. I'm afraid so. Let's say all in favor of the motion, I'll tell you, I had a great deal of difficulty counting the cards. So this time, I'm going to ask you to go back to the way we did it because you're much more visible. And I apologize for that, but it's late and I don't want to take another tellered count, if I can help it. Excuse me? The motion is that we take up Articles 21, 22, 23, and 24 as the first order of regular business at the first adjourned session of town meeting, which is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. That's the motion. All in favor of the motion, please stand, and I'll try to amend the account at the end.
I don't know what to do.
Okay, would you please be seated? Is there anybody who was voting in favor, now you can raise your hand, who was not counted? Or, no, that's not a good way to put it, is it? That is not a good way to put it. I'm just going to have to ask for your indulgence. We took the count, and I did get 59 people were in favor. Now let's vote on the other side. All opposed, please. Well, let me, just bear with me for a minute. I know what the answer is now, but I want to just check it. I counted 85 people opposed, 59 people in favor. The motion is lost. We'll just continue on where we were. We've done Article 14. We start up with Article 15. Okay, we will start back up with Article 15.
Oh,
Point of order?
excuse me?
What is the point of order?
Is it proper to make a motion to adjourn now so we can resume tomorrow?
It is possible to
10:30.
make.
I'd like to make such a motion, please.
You want to make that motion?
Yes?
You just want to adjourn?
Until tomorrow, yeah.
Maybe meet tomorrow?
Bingo.
This time and place, so...
Same bat time, same bat
Yeah,
channel.
So, let's see, this is important now. It is important because we're saying we want to adjourn now, this is the motion, until 7 o'clock tomorrow night in this auditorium. Is that the motion? Do I hear a second? All in favor of adjourning now until tomorrow night at 7 in this time and this place, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Well, doggone it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do the same thing. It didn't take too long. Enough people are left. It'll be easier this time. All in favor of the motion of immediately adjourning until tomorrow night, 7 o'clock this time, this place, this auditorium, please stand. Okay, would you please be seated, and would all opposed to adjourning now please stand? I declare that the vote is 95 for immediate adjournment until tomorrow night, 83 opposed. Meeting is adjourned. I call the meeting to order, please. Last night we finished up on Article 14, I believe, and we start on Article 15 tonight. But before we do that, I'd like to turn it over to Steve Ledoux for a very short presentation regarding Employee of the Year. Mr. Ledoux.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, everybody. The formal name of this award is the Joseph A. Lally Merit Award, endowed by the Steinberg Lally Charitable Foundation, and this is the 9th year of this award. The endowment is named after Joseph Lally. Joe Lally was born in Maynard of Italian immigrant stock and was raised in a small farm in Maynard. His father worked in the woolen mills as well as Joe. Even though his family was poor, they were dedicated and hardworking, qualities that Joe carried on all his life. Unfortunately, he was a victim of rheumatic fever, an ailment that we really don't see much anymore, and it scarred his heart, so he was forced to find a less strenuous occupation than mill work. He graduated from Fitchburg State College and spent a good part of his working life teaching school in New England. To supplement his earnings, Joe worked diligently on other ventures. He grew vegetables, he ran a bowling alley, he started a driving school, he sold postage stamps to collectors. He lived frugally and invested wisely in the stock market, also cultivating blueberries and speculated in oil and gas partnerships and real estate. In the end, he was very successful. Many years ago, Mr. Lally and a local businessman became partners in various ventures, including some right here in Acton. A charitable foundation was founded by these two individuals to do good works and share their successes with other worthy individuals. Mr. Lally died 9 years ago. He was very gregarious and a trusting and generous man, never expressing resentment at his ailments. This award is certainly one he would have been very pleased with. On behalf of the Board of Selectmen and the town, we thank Mr. Lally and his partner, who wishes to remain anonymous. It is now my great privilege and honor to announce our recipients for this year. And 6 years ago, the foundation also gave us funding to recognize a Public Safety Employee of the Year as well. So without further ado, first of all, I would like to announce a recipient of our Public Safety Employee of the Year for this year. And once again, this is the 6th year of the award. And the recipient is Lieutenant Robert Smith of the Acton Fire Department. I'm not done yet, Robert. Robert was hired by the town in 1994. He's attended many classes and seminars during his career. He's an emergency medical technician basic. He's obtained his fire instructor 1 and 2 and his fire officer 1 and 2 certificates. He moved up the rank of lieutenant in 2001. He helps maintain the fire department's small engines and our apparatus maintenance. This past year, Robert has worked with the administration to bring the fire department's inspectional services to a new level. He helped create the recording process for the inspections and permits. He performs inspections on oil tanks, fueling stations and underground tanks, liquid petroleum tanks, and mobile tanks. Robert's work on the inspection program is making the town safer for everyone that lives, works, and comes to our stores and town facilities. His dedication to the Acton Fire Department is shown on a daily basis and through his skills and abilities on emergency scenes. So, without further ado, our recipient, Lieutenant Smith. Congratulations, Bob. This is a small token. So, congratulations.
I have a couple thanks here first. First, for my family. As of June of this year, I've been in the fire service for 31 years. Been a lot of holidays, birthdays, and special events that I have not been able to join with my family because I'm with my second family, the fire department. Second of all, I have to thanks for the fire department. Without their support, I would not be up here tonight. Thirdly, I need to recognize two members of the fire department. They don't get much recognition, and they're actually our support. And that's the secretaries. That's AJ and Sandy. And I have to personally say, I'm kind of sad. Sandy's hasn't been, as of June, end of this June, she will not be our part-time secretary anymore. The funding didn't come through for this following year, and I kind of sad to say that she won't be there. She's done a tremendous job helping us get the paperwork straightened out, especially on the inspectional programs. And fourthly, I want to thank all you residents from the town of Acton. Without your support, we would not be much of a fire department, or we would not exist at all. So thank you. Have a good evening.
And now for the Municipal Employee of the Year Award. And this, once again, marks the 9th time we have given out this award. And tonight, we'll be recognizing Cheryl Ball of the Acton Health Department. Cheryl, in addition to inspecting food establishments, semi-private swimming pools, recreational camps for children, septic systems, whoops, I've lost my notes, oh no, and housing inspections, has also excelled in the following. She has successfully passed the National Environmental Health Association's Certified Environmental Health Technician exam. She successfully became a certified food safety trainer and has developed a program of teaching food safety classes to the employees of restaurants in order to ensure the compliance with the food code and make sure it is met by all the personnel working in the restaurants. She successfully applied and received a $15,000 Healthy Communities Planning Grant, which allowed Cheryl to complete the Health Outreach Planning Essentials, a HOPE program. As a result, her planning through that initial grant, Cheryl applied for and was awarded implementation funds in the amount of $25,000. With that grant, she successfully provided grants to local organizations on health-related matters. The Acton Boxborough Schools purchased software that allows them to track food items for nutritional analysis. The Acton Boxborough's Farmers Market held healthy cooking workshops and demonstrations which showed residents how to cook with healthy foods. In addition, white tick boxes were placed on kiosks located on Acton's conservation trails with informational cards for hikers to take them, warning them of the dangers of tick bites and Lyme disease. It should be noted that the health needs survey conducted by Cheryl through the HOPE program found that transportation was a significant public health concern in the community, and it's something we all heard about last night. Based on those findings, the health department volunteered to become the lead agency for public transportation. This was directly related to Cheryl's efforts. She has planned, organized, and advertised annual wellness events that included over 25 vendor tables with 12 instruction classes ranging from yoga to skin cancer awareness. That all-day event is usually attended by over 100 residents of Acton. And without further ado, I'd like to ask Cheryl Ball to come up for her recognition.
grown up in Acton and worked here for 25 years, I am grateful for the opportunity to serve the town. It's an honor to receive this award, and I would like to thank my family and my director, Doug Halley, for allowing me to achieve my goals. I would also like to thank Mr. Ledoux and the Steinberg-Lally Charitable Foundation for recognizing what we do as employees to make this town one we can be proud of. I also would like to thank you, the residents. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ledoux. I'd like to now call on the Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, Janet Adachi, to make a presentation. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Now, this is what happens when your printer dies on you and you can't print out your remarks. I'm having, okay, laptop. This is embarrassing. Laptop, please come back.
What happened to good old-fashioned memory work?
Okay.
Yeah, we don't remember. Very good, Mike.
Okay, here we go. It is my honor tonight to pay tribute to two colleagues, Dave Clough and John Sonner. They were elected to the Board of Selectmen in March of 2011, and they will be regrettably stepping down at the conclusion of this town meeting, whenever that might be. We certainly will miss both of them. During the past year that I have served as chairman, we have had a productive, collegial, lively board with a lot of humor, and Dave and John have been an important part of that. But first to Dave. Dave has brought business acumen and a critical eye to bear on a range of issues that the BOS, the Board of Selectmen, has grappled with. You can tell I have abbreviations in here. He has had lots of ideas, hasn't been shy about expressing them, even if colleagues don't agree. He definitely is not a go-along to get along type, and the selectmen in town have benefited as a result. One idea for which he deserves a lot of credit is the consultant's review and analysis of the financially struggling nursing service that the town arranged for a couple of years back. Some supporters of the nursing service might not have welcomed such scrutiny, but the consultant's report provided invaluable information about the nursing service operation and sparked the ongoing efforts to make the service the self-supporting organization that it was and is supposed to be. There are committees and projects that have earned Dave's trust and respect, and for those, Dave can be a strong and enthusiastic advocate. In addition to the Finance Committee, about which I think we hear the most, there is the Design Review Board, the Community Preservation Committee, the Economic Development Committee, and the efforts in recent years to start financing the town's other post-employment benefits obligation, about which he will be talking shortly. Finance Committee meetings are televised, so I sometimes watch them on television if I'm not attending live, and I see that Dave often offers comments from the audience, which brings me to something that all that TV viewing has caused me to notice. Dave has great hair. The envy of receding or receded hairline owners everywhere. And on television, Dave's hair looks every bit as good from the back as from the front. So on that note, Dave, I want to thank you for your service, and we have something for you. He's very tall, too. On to John's, everybody's taller than I am, John Sonner. John has been a low-key, thoughtful, astute presence on the board with liaison assignments including the South Acton train station, Advisory Committee on which he served, earning kudos before he joined the Board of Selectmen. He's also served on, as a liaison to the Acton 2020 Committee, the Green Advisory Board, the Water Land Management Advisory Committee of the Acton Water District. But let me move on. A few points about John, and actually 3 points in honor of John. First, John has a tremendous gift for distilling all of the patter and condensing all of the hot air that the selectmen generate during an extended discussion into a short, easily remembered list of the important points, typically 3 of them. He could reduce all that Dave has said during the past 3 years to a postcard. During budget season, he has deployed those distilling skills for the selectmen's benefit. No, not to stock our liquor cabinets, but to compile all of the proposed budgets for all of the town departments into a single sortable spreadsheet with pivot table capacity. He even offered to create the same compilation for the board next year. He might regret that offer. The long arm of the law has nothing on the long arm of the selectmen with respect to capable former selectmen. Now, I said there were 3 points. Second, if someone leaves behind a coat in room 204 after a selectmen's meeting, you can be sure it isn't John's. In 3 years of selectmen meetings, he hasn't bothered with coats, even in the dead of winter. He's definitely a warm person in more than one sense. And third, if you see someone who looks like John traveling in town on a Razor scooter or on a bicycle in the dead of winter without a coat and with a flashing reflector light hanging from the back of his backpack, it is John. John, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you, Janet. I think we're ready to launch into the work in front of us this evening, and we'll start with Article 15. The motion under Article 15 is as follows. Mr. Clough moves that the town appropriate and transfer $674,845 from the fund balance of the former Northeast Solid Waste Committee Fund pursuant to Chapter 376 of the Acts of 2006 for the purpose of funding the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund. That is the motion. Do I hear a second? And I recognize Mr. Clough. Now I can recognize you from the back too, John.
Thanks.
Perfect. Oh, that was Steve. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We have a lot to cover tonight, so I'll stick to the script. This is Steve Noon with the Finance Committee. We're going to cover the what's the latest on the post-employment benefits. So this is the 3rd year we've had this article for other post-employment benefits. OPEB, you've heard about it in probably every presentation. We'll hear more. Since we first presented this, a lot has transpired. We were early on this, but you're hearing more and more about it nationwide. People are finally understanding the full impact of this. Let's see. So you probably remember the details that we've talked about in the past, but we will cover it just briefly. So OPEB represents the future cost of providing post-retirement health benefits to those who have already earned their retirement. Mass General Law requires that we pay 50% of their health care costs for retirees. In the past, we've simply paid the cost of the routine item in the budgets, and we'll continue to do that. That's what we call pay-as-you-go. In 2007, the Government Accounting Standards Board changed the rules and said that we needed to report what was going on. We must now calculate the unfunded liability and report it on our financial statements. That brought it to light. And Acton has been very early, more early than most, to addressing this. So although this article requests $674,000, there's another $425,000 that's contained in the regional school budget, Article 21, that we'll see later. This is in line with the recommendations of the OPEB committee the FinCom's point of view, which is a very useful document. It comes out around December. That helps guide everyone, and also the ALG recommendation. The committee has addressed this issue on a town-wide basis, and we'll discuss it from a town-wide perspective. 2 years ago, we came up here and talked about a liability of over $100 million. And this is a big problem, not just for us, it's big for the state. There's $30 billion in liability for municipalities and another 16 for the state, which is that $46 billion that's sitting up there. We are in decent shape compared to many other places. OPEB, though it's couched in accounting and actuarial terminology, it's not just mathematics, it's a real problem. It's a real promise to pay for the healthcare costs in the future, and until 2 years ago, we didn't set any money aside. Without action, it could consume over 10% of future budgets, forcing reduction in services and higher taxes. So that's why we're trying to address it now. We don't want to run into this. One example of how bad it can be, you may have heard the city of Detroit filed for bankruptcy. One of the things they stated was their OPEB liability was $6 billion, which was twice even their pension liability. So the people who have helped on this group is Donna Cardy from the schools, the finance director, Dennis Bruce from the school committee, Steve Barrett from the town finance, he's the director, myself, Bob Evans from the health insurance trust, who's also on the finance committee. He helps guide us on what's really happening with health insurance. Steve Noon to my left, and Jeff Clymer, who's not only an actuarial advisor for us, but he's also the able-bodied chair of the planning board at night. And with that, I'll give it to Steve to go into some more details.
Mr. Noon?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Dave. It was 2 years ago when we first stood here and discussed this item, and I said at that time it wouldn't be the last time we discussed it. And here I am again. At that time, we were talking about a problem of $100 billion or more. But we asked for only $500,000 and more time, and we needed the time to work on the problem. Early on, the group concluded that we couldn't control healthcare cost inflation, nor the stock market, nor even our employee demographics. But we have some control and influence over some other key drivers of this liability. First is plan design, and by that I mean who pays what percent of the bill and what are the co-pays and deductibles. The second was funding. Not only how much to fund, but where you put it has a real impact on what kind of returns you can get. And the third area was eligibility. Who's eligible, full-time, part-time, how many years? We decided not to focus on the things we could not control. Rather, we decided to work on what we could. Two other significant things happened that year. The town and schools, in cooperation with the unions, implemented health care plan design changes. Now, they didn't do this just to help with OPEB, but it surely did help. And the second thing is the state formed an OPEB study commission with representation of state and local government, as well as organized labor, to study the problem and to make recommendations. Moving on to fiscal year 14, or last year for you civilians. We increased the funding to $800,000. We set up 2 trust funds, one for the town, one for the school district. Now, these funds allow the money to be invested at greater returns than normal municipal funds, which are pretty much stuck in bank accounts earning less than 1% like everybody else. So far, the total contributions to these 2 funds have been $1.3 million, and our current balances are now $1.47 million, so we're doing just fine on the returns. During last year, we also gained a lot of insight into the potential impact on us of the state recommendations. Our actuaries were also advising the state OPEB commission. They said, strangely enough, we were asking all the same questions that the state commission was asking. And so they said, if we can use your data as part of our study, you'll get all the answers in and you won't have to pay for it. So we did. This is the cheapest study group this town has ever had. We got a free actuary, we got a free analysis. So where did all this wind up? Well, it wound up with a declining liability. Looking at the tall bar on your left, it was $100 million. It declined over a couple of years to $54 million. Why? Because we took some actions. The plan design changes alone took $13 million out. Funding the trusts reduced another $33 million. The reason for that is when you fund the trust, you're allowed to use an investment return of 8% rather than next to nothing. And when you compound those kinds of numbers over 30 years, which is what you do to make this calculation, it has a very large impact. And actually, our returns so far have been better than what the actuaries assumed. Looking at the chart, the last bar is what would happen if the state OPEB commission recommendations on eligibility were to happen. And there's question marks there because we don't know that that's going to happen. But it would reduce the liability by another $10 to $14 million. Now, as we've said in previous years, the entire liability that we're showing here is not recorded on our financial statements. What we're required to report is what we haven't funded since the GASB regulation took effect. However, that number went from 0 in 2008 to $24 million in the last fiscal year, which ended June 2013. It's been growing at a rate of $5 million a year. In fiscal 13, because we took action, it only grew at half that rate. It grew at $2.5 million, and we expect that in fiscal 14 this year, it will grow even less. This is very important in keeping that AAA bond rating that we're also proud of. But we're not done. We'll continue to do what we can. We'll continue funding. We're recommending $1.1 million for fiscal 15. We'll continue to look at plan design and other options. We estimate that we'll need sustainable levels of around $1.4 million to stop the growth in the liability. But the last major change is really not up to us. Eligibility is something that we don't have a lot of control over. We can monitor the number of part-time people that we have working more than 20 hours, which would technically make them eligible, but that's not a lot of people in this town. So the last major driver of this thing is in the hands of our state legislators. The OPEB Commission's recommendations were contained in House Bill 59. It was filed in February of 2013, and it has not been enacted. Now, if we've learned anything over the last 2 years, we've learned that taking action, especially taking early action, goes a long way to solving this problem. I'll turn it back to Dave now.
Mr. Clough.
Thank you. A little more on House 59. We attended a meeting, we've attended meetings over the last couple of years, and the last year on 59. About a year ago, they predicted it was going to just sail through. We were in a meeting 2 weeks ago in Concord with Representative Corey Atkins and representatives from the Mass Municipal Association and the Mass Taxpayer Foundation, and they basically are saying it's not going to happen. They have gone into education mode and are hoping to push it for next year. The MMA believes we need to have swift and strong reform in order for this to work for the municipalities. We pushed for, we told them we've done what we can, we need them to work on the eligibility, and we asked them to move quickly so the liability stopped growing. And the one thing they made clear is they felt like they had to do it right. They think they have one shot at doing this. They can't just inch it along. They need to have the right bill. So next steps, we'll continue to work on the problem, work with the actuaries, recommend changes to lower liability, and build a sustainable OPEB allocation in the budget to stop the growth in liability. What you can do is contact the representatives and ask them to actually take action on this, because the more they push it off, the larger the liability gets for everyone in the state. So it doesn't hurt just Acton, it hurts the entire state. Just as a summary, what's on this chart, the bottom line is the 675 approximately that is the point of this article. In addition, the town is putting $97,000 in what we call the OPEB factor for the new hires that were mentioned by Janet last night, which is the police officers and the arborists, which is needed for succession planning. And the top line of the 464 is the current budget. That's in the budget. That pays for the current retirees. That's the pay-as-you-go part that we pay every year. So in summary, we're addressing this early than most towns. The town is benefiting from doing this early. The liability doesn't grow as fast. The taxes are lower for the future. Lower interest rates for bonding. We're going to talk about bonding actually in Article 19. We're building a sustainable solution. We still have more work to do, and we'll continue to look at all options, and we ask for your support in this article.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any more comments from the Board of Selectmen or the Finance Committee?
Just that we recommended.
Seeing nobody standing, we'll open it up to the town meeting members. John? Mr. Peterson?
John Peterson, Jackson Drive. I actually hope everybody votes for this article, but I'm con the existence of this article. OPEB is a recurring expense. It's presented that way in the school budget. It should be presented that way in the municipalist budget as well, so that they're on exactly the same footing.
Other comments from the town meeting members?
Mr. Moderator?
Where are we?
Down here.
Yes.
I'd just like to comment on Mr. Peterson's comment. No one would be happier than me to have that happen. 2 years ago, there weren't many volunteers to stand up and talk about this issue. Now it's really, I've been surprised how many times it's been mentioned already before we got up here. So I'd be willing to support your recommendation.
Gentleman at the front.
Jim Coleman, 42 Nash Road. I have no problem with this article. I have a question, though. Looking at it from the other side in terms of reducing the liability, what's happening to the benefits that employees are getting? How are they being affected by these changes that might reduce our liability?
Mr. Noon.
There's really not a lot of changes in what's happening to the employees. The eligibility changes would be grandfathered in, so that happens slowly over time. One of the key changes that's been recommended is that if you work 20 hours a week for a city or town and you work for 10 years, you qualify for lifetime health coverage. And so that's one thing that is being recommended, that those things be increased. One of the bigger issues with this is the years between 55 and 65. We have people both in the town and the schools that are eligible to retire at 55, and until 65 when they qualify for Medicare, that is a big item. You hire a replacement and you pay 75% of the person's health care, and then you still have the former person and you're paying 50% of it. So these are the kinds of things when we talk about eligibility. We're not talking about taking away benefits.
Other comments from the town meeting members? Well, seeing no one standing, we will vote. This takes a simple majority to pass. All in favor of the motion as read, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on to Article 16, Capital Infrastructure and Equipment. The motion under Article 16 is as follows. Ms. Adachi moves that the town appropriate $711,000 to be expended by the town manager for the purpose set forth in the article, including costs incidental and related thereto, and to raise such amount, $400,000 be transferred from the computer lot parking fees fund balance, and $311,000 be transferred from the fund balance of the former Northeast Solid Waste Committee Fund pursuant to Chapter 376 of the Acts of 2006. Do I hear a second? Can I hear a more enthusiastic second? Okay, thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Mrs. Adachi, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll be talking about 4 capital projects, commuter parking lot improvements at $400,000. That is the project that is drawing on the commuter parking lot fund. The second item is the town hall heating, ventilation, and air conditioning replacement at $181,000. The third item is sidewalks at $95,000. And the fourth item is senior center kitchen upgrades at $35,000 for a total of $711,000. The computer, I'm mimicking you, Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry. The commuter parking lot improvements have 4 components. First, there is paving and curbing repairs at $200,000, drainage system repairs and landscaping at $89,000, so I think that the emphasis will be on the drainage system repairs with anything left for landscaping. Lighting repairs and upgrades at $75,000, and bike lockers at $36,000. That's for 40 bike lockers, 20 of them to replace the existing ones, and 20 new ones at the new Maple Street entrance. These are some photographs of the condition of the paving at the commuter parking lot. Those of you who use the commuter parking lot, I gather, are aware of the conditions and the need for some improvements. These are photographs of the drainage system conditions on the left and the overgrown shrubbery or whatever it is on the right. The drainage system is clogged, apparently it is corrugated metal, and the DPW director said that they really need to replace it. It would also be nice if it drained. And I think that the landscaping, there are some pretty sad looking trees. The DPW director was planning to confer with our tree warden, our one arborist, who will soon become 2, about whether the trees are healthier than they appear, because it would be nice to have the commuter lot look a little bit attractive too. The third item is $75,000, lighting repairs and upgrades. Principally, this is to try to reduce what is called light trespass on neighboring properties, and also to improve energy efficiency. And last, in the commuter parking lot improvements, the bike lockers. The 20 existing lockers are quite old. They're fiberglass and apparently quite fragile. I gather also that some cars have rammed into some of them, which hasn't helped their condition. But the life expectancy is 10 to 12 years, and they're well beyond that. And as I mentioned before, we'll be adding 20 new lockers at the new Maple Street entrance. A bit about the work schedule. As everybody knows, or most of you know, the MBTA completion of the train station project has been delayed, but they expect to complete it in early 2015, next year. And the idea is that the town wants to have the appropriation so that it can coordinate the start of its work, all the improvements, with the winding down of the train station work. Some people have asked why not wait until the special fall town meeting that has gotten a lot of chatter. First of all, we're not entirely sure, the board, that we're going to actually need a special town meeting in the fall, because the whole point of it was to have it dedicated to zoning bylaw amendments, and at this point we don't know if there are going to be enough to warrant a town meeting. So that's really the principal reason that we don't want to delay. Second big item on the capital list is the town hall HVAC replacement. This is at a estimated cost of $181,000. A couple of photographs of the existing unit, which really convey nothing to somebody like me. Looks good from the outside, but I guess a lot of things look good on the outside and are a mess inside, and this is the case with this. It was installed in 1986. It's pushing 30 years old, which is well beyond its 20-year lifespan. The municipal properties director explained that this is really why we need a replacement pretty desperately. You can't buy the refrigerant, which I assume is the Freon, which no longer is available anyway. It's a pollutant. There are no replacement parts available, so unless somebody is going to machine them, we wouldn't be able to replace the parts that break down. There's no backup if the system fails, and getting a replacement system will take 3 to 4 months. This item has been part of the town's long-term capital plan since 2009, and the current estimate actually has been updated to include the engineering fee because there are no specifications for this project, as well as a contingency, kind of a buffer to account for unexpected expenses that's typically in any contract. The sidewalk project this is really an ongoing effort, and the $95,000 is really to leverage the use of sidewalk funds that exist that really consist of donations from developers. There is, as many people know, strong public demand for pedestrian access for sidewalks. And in our recently completed Acton 2020 plan, formerly known as the Comprehensive Community Plan, which is why we call it Acton 2020, and also in the recently completed free of charge UMass Lowell Citizen Satisfaction Survey, sidewalks were very important because walkability was important. Also, I just learned that our subdivision rules and regulations require sidewalks in a lot of instances. And as I said, we do have a sidewalk gift funds, which will go toward some of the sidewalk construction. We actually do have a formal sidewalk program. There is a sidewalk committee that maintains the priority lists and has design guidelines and recommends the high priority site locations for the town to focus on. The selectmen have to approve this, and then town staff and the committee start working, and the projects are at different stages at any given time. The work can either be bid out or it can be done, some of it can be done by the town employees, the engineering department. And the cost and completion time really vary with the location and the topography. I got an estimate from the DPW director, $95,000, which is the subject of this article, buys 500 to 2,000 linear feet. So that is a pretty widespread and obviously takes into consideration the varying conditions. And as I said, they're working on different projects at different, at any given time. We currently have 50 miles of sidewalks that parallel 40% of the town roads. The funding is from donations from developers as well as town meeting appropriations. Town meeting has been historically pretty supportive of sidewalk construction. The current gift funds are total about $780,000, of which slightly more than half are restricted and the other portion are unrestricted. And the Acton 2020 committee, I am told, recommended just an annual appropriation for this, for sidewalk, the project of $100,000. So $95,000 is in line with that. And this is just quickly to show you that this is not sort of a flash in the pan or something really random and arbitrary. These are a list of sidewalks completed, sidewalks in the construction phase, sidewalks in the permitting phase and the design phase. And going backwards in time, sidewalks that are under negotiation with the abutters regarding the initial surveying, as well as the acquisition of easements by the town and other issues. There's a lot of interaction between the town people, the sidewalk committee, and the people who own property abutting proposed sidewalk sites. And finally, this is the first where it starts, surveying phase. Typically, any abutters in an area that is high priority for sidewalks will get notices so that because people have to be permitted to walk on their property. So, and these are the current high priority recommendations from the sidewalk committee. Great Road from Main Street to Davis Road, Great Road from Harris Street to Nonset Path, Parker Street from High Street to the railroad tracks, Taylor Road and Minot Ave, and I think that there was an amendment to this, but anyhow, it's not important for this purpose. High Street by Parker Street and Willow Street, from Central Street to Kingman Road. Finally, senior center kitchen upgrades. This is a proposal request for $35,000. The kitchen was built in 1993, and it just needs repairs and upgrades. It was originally designed for as a sort of a community location center for the condominium association, and it's sort of small in scale, and the equipment is not suited for the use of the senior center. So stainless steel shelving will replace our residential style cabinets, some of which are broken, and that will omit storage on the floor, which I think is a time-honored tradition. I use floor filing all the time. Stainless steel countertops in place of the existing countertops, a commercial sink, and the dishwasher, I guess, it's a pretty good dishwasher, and it will be repaired. And the flooring and the ceiling and the walls will be refinished, repainted, whatever. Why do we need kitchen upgrades? It's used Mondays through Fridays every week for the senior lunch program, and as well as Meals on Wheels. There are 40 meals daily that come out of that kitchen. The Council on Aging has programs, and the Council on Aging is different from the Senior Center. And there are also other agency programs that use the kitchen for their programs. It also, more importantly, I think, serves as the town's primary emergency shelter. There's a 30-bed capacity. Of course, the daytime capacity is greater because people are seated or standing. And it actually has served as an emergency shelter in recent years. Finally, the town has a 99-year lease dating from 1994 at $1 per year, so we anticipate to be using this building for the next 79 years. I do not expect to be around at that point, but I assume that we will still be using it. And so this is just a sort of a summary of the funding sources. It was in the article, the motion. Commuter parking lot fund, $400,000 for the commuter lot improvements, and the former Northeast Solid Waste Committee, known as NESWIC to all of us, fund in the amount of $311,000 for the HVAC, sidewalks, and senior center kitchen improvements. And the Board of Selectmen recommends approval of Article 16.
Thank you, Mr. Daci, and I'll ask the Finance Committee for their recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Mullen?
Sorry?
No, I just said Mr. Mullen.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you.
You have nice hair too, by the way, Bill.
You've always been so generous in your compliments. I appreciate that. The Finance Committee has voted to recommend this article, but rarely it was on a split vote. And it sort of strikes not to the items in general, and quite like the nursing service, where from a policy standpoint or public policy standpoint, there isn't any opposition that I could discern on the Finance Committee, but there is a concern. And it kind of comes down to fundamentally what you all expect us to do. You know, we're these nerdy numbers, bankers, finance, CFO types who sit up here and like to look at spreadsheets and things. And I think that's what you expect us to do. You expect us to vet these various projects that come through from a financial perspective. And in this particular case, several of us felt that the information was inadequate to do that. You know, the presentation adequately portrayed why we would do this from the need standpoint, but the background was somewhat less than normal. I've handled this article for about, I don't know, 10 years or so, and this is the first time that I've spoken more than 5 words about this article. And once again, it's not the policy. The presentations that we've had have been too fluid, they're too loose, and they're too much PPT and not enough Excel. There are no Excel spreadsheets that came with these 4 presentations. Just an example, on the $181,000 on the chiller replacement, I have a spreadsheet here that says the price that we have bid for that is $107,000. And the question then becomes, well, why is it $181,000? That was a simple question. Well, there's going to be engineering. How much is the engineering? About $10,000. And what's the difference there? Well, there's going to be some inflation since we got the bid. The number that we had could not be supported on a spreadsheet with any reason. The need is clear. So we did vote to vote in favor of it, but I'm speaking a little more than usual to try to encourage our friends on the Board of Selectmen and the staff to put a little more rigor into this. And finally, from your standpoint, why is this important? Who cares? You know, it's $181,000. If it comes in, it actually costs $151,000. $30,000 goes back to free cash. No muss, no fuss. Well, it's quite clear. That's an opportunity cost. We will have then overtaxed ourselves $30,000 for that period of time until the project gets done. Okay, $30,000, that's not going to kill us. Well, what if we multiply it by 10 projects? What about if the price of the project is $1 million? And we see this quite frequently when there's turnbacks. One example is the Neswick, the reserve for unfunded liability. For several years, there was $1 million unfunded reserve for unfunded liability. Basically, we had put our taxes aside, and then only this year was that returned. It was an overtaxing for that amount of money, and that makes it difficult for us to do other things. So, I mean, just imagine if you were to ask for a painter to come paint your house, and you say, how much is it going to cost? And you say, well, the guy says it's going to be $12,000. And it's okay, that's fine. Well, and plus it's going to be about $8,000 contingency. Oh, really? And when is it going to be done? July 4th, but maybe Thanksgiving. I mean, those are things that we're looking for, the basics here that are not in these 4 presentations. So anyway, the Finance Committee divided. We voted in favor of it 5-4. We agree with this Board of Selectmen that these are needs that are appropriate for the expenditures of funds, but we very strongly recommend that we have more Excel spreadsheets and less of the PPT. Thank you.
Could we have comment now from the town meeting members? Well, I don't see anybody standing, so we will vote. All in favor of the motion as read, excuse me, under Article 16, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. I'm sorry?
There was one name. It was very quiet.
Well, you see, situation is that my hearing is not as good. And I'm not going to take the vote again, but I'll just drop the unanimously. It certainly had far more than a majority. We all set? Okay. We'll turn to Article 17, dealing with rescinding the borrowing authorizations. Mr. Clough moves that the town rescind the authorized but unissued balances of the borrowing authorizations set forth in the article. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clough, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So you might wonder why we're doing this one at all. You'll see after we get done. It's fairly straightforward, but the wording, some people were wondering why would we rescind borrowing. So hopefully I'll explain that. This is basically bookkeeping cleanup. Doesn't affect the day-to-day workings of the town, nor does it hamper our ability to borrow. So it's been a lower priority. You'll see that some of these projects are a little old. This one's from 1997. It was a 20-year loan. That will be finishing up in 2017, and this next slide, hopefully I'll try to explain what it is. On the left-hand side, the state offered $200,000 of, I forgot if it was low interest or no interest loan, low interest loan to people who need to upgrade their septic systems. They loan it to the town then figures out who needs it. They figure out who qualifies. We asked the residents, okay, how much is needed? What came back from the residents is we didn't need all of it, we needed $175. So then the town then asked the state for the $175, and then the state gave us the $175. But we originally, the article was for $200. So this one clearly just cleans up the fact that we didn't borrow the extra $25,695, and we need a town meeting vote to make sure that that's been rescinded. The next one is Yep, same one. The town asked for $250,000 in case we needed to remove and replace the tanks at the for fuel, the fuel tanks at the building in town. It turns out we didn't need remediation when the tanks were taken out, so that was good news. But we had up to $250,000 in case we did. So the good news is we didn't, and so we didn't need to do this borrowing at all. And the last one is $600,000. This was for the construction of or fixing of the Weatherby Street Bridge. If you can see the red square, you've got on the bottom right, that's the, if you know where Weatherby is, that's the rotary down the bottom right. You'll see Weatherby connects Route 2 with Route, well, this is 119, we call it 2A in this town. So that bridge was out. I don't know if everybody remembers that, but that was inconvenient. It turned out that we thought we might have to replace it, and that's what the $600,000 was for. It turned out it just needed to be repaired, and it was done within the operating budget, so we did not need to do the lending. So that's why this article is asking us to rescind that authority. And I ask for your approval of this article.
Thank you, Mr. Clough. Comments from the Finance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends this article, and we also recommend the Town Finance Department do their housekeeping a little bit more frequently.
And the town meeting members, comment. Seeing nobody standing, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read under Article 17, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Article 18, use of funds to reduce the tax rate. The motion is, Mr. Clough moves that the town appropriate $325,000 from the fiscal year 2014 overlay surplus to reduce the fiscal year 2015 tax rate. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clough.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And again, this one, well, we're making great progress. We're flying through these, and I hope we can do this one as well. The reason we're presenting this one is I don't think people really understand what overlay is and overlay surplus. So it's just a quick explanation of that. So the overlay is the account established to fund the anticipated property tax abatements and exemptions and uncollected taxes. So the assessor figures out how much that will be every year, allocates it, and we may or may not use all of it. When it's not used, it can be declared surplus. So then it is, and it's only done that when it's unspent and unneeded. So for those engineers in the room, I have a flow chart. You have the overlay in the upper left. When it's deemed surplus, it moves into the overlay surplus. From there, naturally, without doing anything, if you don't need it that year, it goes into free cash, which means you cannot use it that year. It goes in at the end of the year, and then can be used in subsequent years. What they asked for, both the point of view document from the FinCom and the ALG asked to see if we could reduce the tax rate this year. So in order to do that, we have to vote it here and have it applied directly to the tax rate. So if we say yes, then it goes to direct appropriation, lowers the tax rate, and so we can seek the benefits of it this year, rather than growing the free cash position, which is also in the point of view document that we are not trying to grow it, we're actually trying to use it to help taxpayers. I hope this flow chart helped. So $325,000 from has been allocated to overlay surplus. That was deemed by the assessors. And so we're going to apply it directly to the tax rate. So it'll just offset the tax, reduce the levy, and so hopefully that's good news for everyone. And I please recommend this article.
Thank you, Mr. Clough. Finance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. The Finance Committee recommends this article and commends the Brian McMullen and his staff for all the work they do. They do a great job, and this is a good thing. Thank you.
Comments from the town meeting members? Mr. Ashton.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm at the con mic even though I support this, so I hope that's okay.
Is it a reading problem or?
No, it's just that I liked Mr. Clough's hair better than his flow chart. So.
You are branded forever, Dave, I'm afraid. Mr. Ashton, I apologize. Go right ahead.
I will be brief, but overlay, as I see it, is basically money that we tax but that we don't really spend. Is that correct? And I think this is a good thing. As I understand it, the ALG process still goes through and sets what they believe the right amount of overlay should be each year. And then once we've balanced the books at some point in the future, we'd say there's a certain amount of surplus, and then we turn it back. In recent years, we've done this about once every 4, 5, 6 years. I would really urge ALG and the selectmen and the Board of Assessors to try to do this on an annual basis. This is another one of those pools of money that I think the Finance Committee has been doing a very good job talking about at this town meeting. And it's a pool of money that, frankly, we ought to be able to use for general tax relief every year. And when we have a really good year like we did in fiscal year '03, and Mr. McMullen gave me the data today, shows that in '03 we turned back $250,000. I would like to see some of that money not go just to general tax relief, but also additionally to senior tax relief. Thank you.
Other town meeting members? Let us vote. All in favor of the motion as read on to Article 18, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion carries. We'll move now to Article 19, dealing with open space acquisition, Wright Hill. This is a long amendment, a long motion. I will read it. Mr. Borden moves that 1, the town authorize all actions set forth in the article. 2, the town appropriate $1,320,000 to pay costs of the acquisition of a 14 plus or minus acre portion of the real property located at 18 Wright Terrace as set forth in the article, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto. 3, to meet this appropriation, $330,000 shall be transferred from the open space set-aside portion of the Community Preservation Fund balance, and the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow up to $990,000 pursuant to Chapter 44B of the General Laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. And 4, the selectmen, the town manager, the treasurer, and the Conservation Commission are authorized to take any other action within their respective jurisdiction necessary to carry out the project excuse me, specified in the article. Do I hear a second? This article, I will comment, takes 2/3 vote to pass. Mr. Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. This article is consistent with the CPA law, past open space purchases using CPC funds, and is a great value to the town and its current and future citizens. Therefore, the CPC voted unanimously to support this article and purchase the Wright Hill property. We urge you to do the same. I'll now turn over to Andy McGee for the presentation.
Mr. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, town meeting. This article is, as proposed, the purchase of the 14-acre Wright Hill parcel in West Acton. This is a parcel that is located immediately to the west of West Acton Village and immediately to the east of the Googans Brook Conservation Land. It's a parcel that is a gorgeous piece of land in and of itself, but it also is an interesting and valuable link between the village center and the conservation lands to the east. It's a parcel that's rich in open space, recreation value, wildlife corridor value, green space, and cultural and historic values. The purchase would be, as Mr. Bowen said, consistent with the Town of Acton Community Preservation Plan, it's consistent with the Open Space and Recreation Plan, and it's consistent with the 2020 plan. This is really a unique parcel on a unique piece of land. It's a hilltop setting, and there's several conservation parcels that we own that are hilltop settings, but this one is different than, say, Great Hill, which is entirely wooded, where maybe in the winter you could get a vista through the trees. This is got a meadowed, open field top so that you can actually see quite a distance in a number of directions. And although you probably can't see it in the slide, actually off in the distance there's a little gray mound, which is Mount Wachusett, 20 or 30 miles away. This is the setting. On the right-hand side of the parcel outlined in yellow, or green. On the right-hand side is the West Acton Town Village, and you can see the developed area to the east. There's also, sort of off this slide and to the north, is the Indian Ridge neighborhoods, and to the south there's also some development neighborhoods. But if you look off to the west, to the left-hand side of the photograph, you'll see a large green space. That's the Googans Brook Conservation Lands. It's also the Town of Acton Water District lands. And actually, if we move to the northwest, you would move into the Jenks Conservation lands, as well as the Idlewild Farm Fields. So again, this parcel sort of straddles the village center as well as the conservation lands. And in some ways is a parcel not dissimilar to the Acton Arboretum in that it's a green space that's surrounded by development but very accessible by townspeople. This one's a little different than Acton Arboretum because you can actually continue to move through the parcel and off into other conservation lands. The value as a green space corridor, as a wildlife corridor, I think is well demonstrated in this slide. You can see Googans Brook trailing off to the east into the developed portion of town as a narrowed down green space, and then expanding outward as it moves into the conservation lands. That little island in the middle there is the Half Moon Hill development. Parcel represents the sort of upland south route on this. If you look at this green space corridor, it follows the stream on the north. This parcel is also unique in that it's 100% upland. There's no wetlands on this parcel. We are buying dry land in this case. You can see what happens if we lose this parcel. We lose that corridor and that connection on the upland side. And that potential is very real. This is the subdivision plan for the property. It's a 7-parcel subdivision. The parcel has been perked, so it is a developable parcel. As I mentioned, it has a variety of resource values, not the least is its connection between the village and our conservation lands. It's accessible from the village by sidewalk and up through roadways that come up to the parcel. It's accessible by sidewalk from the west, the communities from the neighborhoods to the west. And then from the north, it's actually also via sidewalk, and then a road that, an old forest road that comes up through the property is accessible in that direction. And again, you can access the parcel itself, the fields at the top of the hill, or continue on to the Googans Brook Conservation Lands. These are the meadows, as you can see, really a lovely setting, a very different setting from many of our conservation lands. Property has a number of cultural resources. There's a number of old cellar holes. It was farmed for a long time. It was a dairy farm. It was an orchard. There is a wonderful storybook house at the top of the hill. It's not part of the purchase, but the property surrounds it and really sets a setting that's, creates a setting that's very different than what we typically see on our conservation lands as well as just in town in general. Old corn crib on the property that slide to the right is, we believe, a sort of a sluiceway or a pathway that was down from the farm down to the train station at the bottom of the hill. As I said, this was a dairy farm. It was a farm that supplied milk and apples to hotels in Boston. Back in the early part of the last century, it was truly one of the farm to table operation. And then, obviously, outdoor recreational values. Picture of folks hiking the property during a tour last fall. Again, that vista looking out toward Mount Wachusett. And there's that pathway I mentioned, the roadway coming from the north side of the property up through the property. Wonderful hiking trail, cross-country trail, and just access the property in general. Purchase price for the property is, the appraised value is $1,280,000. We've added to that $20,000 for stewardship. As folks may know, when we buy property under the Community Preservation Act, we are required to put a conservation restriction on that property, and as part of the conservation restriction, we're required to do an annual monitoring to make sure that the restriction is being respected. And we have also added $20,000 in acquisition costs for a total of $1,320,000. We propose to fund this purchase with CPC funds, but through a combination of bonding at 75% of the cost and taking monies from the open space set-aside, the community preservation open space set-aside of $330,000 with an annual bond cost of approximately $65,015. That's based on an interest rate of 2.75% a year. Our reason for suggesting bonding is multiple, but two of the primary reasons are, first, to preserve our capital account. As folks know, for the 10 years that the CPC has been in place, the Open Space Committee has requested and received set-aside monies out of the annual distribution so that we have actually a pool of money if a property comes up, it's available to be purchased quickly. We still have to come to town meeting, but at least we have some credibility on the street. The last time, folks may remember the Anderson parcel, we paid that out of the set-aside funds. Ideally, we want to keep a balance in the set-aside. This year, we have requested $450,000 from CPC funds, which you'll hear on the next warrant article. And then we're proposing to take out of that combined pool $330,000 for this purchase, which would leave us $1.6 million in the set-aside fund, approximately the same as we have now. We think that's prudent. It leaves us in good shape. We have other parcels we're watching. We continue to watch. We continue to hope to bring other parcels forward. As I mentioned, the annual bond cost for this would be $65,000. The second major reason for suggesting bonding is that money is cheap right now at 2.75%. We would have a payment of approximately $65,000 a year. Our fear would be that if we used all our cash and then interest rates climb in the next couple of years and a property comes available, now we have no money in the pool, but we have a parcel that we have to pay a higher interest rate for. So it seems prudent at this time. But again, this funding would come through the CPC. Over the 10 years, the CPC has set aside annually approximately $392,500 a year into the pool set aside. So the bond cost of $65,000 could easily be incorporated into that annual setback. And actually, that's that low because in the first 2 years, we only asked for $200,000 and $250,000. In the last 5 or 6 years, the average has been about $450,000. So clearly, we have the monies to cover the bond cost in the course of the years and leave ourselves in good position in case another desirable parcel comes up. So I would ask you to please vote yes on Article 19. In doing so, you would join with the Board of Selectmen, the Finance Committee, the Community Preservation Committee, the Open Space Committee, who all have recommended this article, as well as the nonprofit land trust of our town, Acton Conservation Trust, who was highly responsible for bringing this parcel to our attention, and obviously their board has voted for this as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Would there be other comments from the Board of Selectmen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So buying open space has always been a good investment. One of the major reasons the CPA was adopted in Acton. and this bonding is a prudent use not to decimate the CPC open space set aside that will likely be needed in the near term. The $65,000 is only 5% of the overall budget, and that part will be declining over the 20 years. It's a property that is near West Acton Village, abuts conservation property, and it provides a desired connection to that property. The Open Space Committees work closely with the Wright Hill Group since they found out about this property was about to be sold. The neighborhood formed the Wright Hill LLC to purchase the property so that it wouldn't be grabbed by a developer, and we thank them for that. The neighborhood, to buy the open space, someone has to be flexible because we are inflexible. We can only do it at town meeting. And the seller didn't have that flexibility. So this neighborhood took the risk with limited assurance from the town. The town was grateful for their efforts. We're glad they did that. And the board unanimously recommended this article.
Thank you, Mr. Clough. And from the Finance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Kabikoff.
Finance Committee, likewise, for all of the reasons that have been articulated before, indicated, do in fact support the article.
Thank you. And from the town meeting members. Are you going to a microphone, Mr. Nitschelm? All right. I'll recognize Mr. Nitschelm.
Alan Nitschel, Marion Road. So I have two questions, a quick one and a longer one. The quick one is, what did the neighbors pay for this property and when did they buy it?
Mr. McGee.
I'm not certain. We can only pay the appraised value. They bought it, I believe, last summer.
Mr. Nitschelm, your second question?
Yep. So the property sounds great, but my question is, you know, we've approved a certain CPC funding mechanism that the town pays. I guess everyone pays 1% of their property tax bill. That's the budget. So I'm a little troubled that we'd be borrowing money when the town meeting has already spoken and approved a spending limit. So this appears to be a way to get around the spending limit. And you've made several comments about this during your presentation about how there's lots of other parcels coming up and you want to keep money available for them. So if 5 parcels come up next week, are we going to put $100,000 down on each parcel and borrow the rest? That would seem to obliterate the whole reason for having a CPC funding limit. If you want more CPC money, you should come to town meeting and ask to raise the CPC limit and let town meeting vote for it, and not sort of find a backdoor way of spending more. So I'm going to vote against this, even though I think the parcel's great. Thank you.
Other comment from the town meeting members?
I have a question.
Up in the
Someone in the back? Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the semaphore signal. That's very good. Perfect. We should all practice that a little bit. Yes, go ahead.
Phoebe Conant, Nagog Hill Road. I just have a question. I appreciate you were talking about the open quality of the parcel and the meadowland, which is something we don't have a lot of left in Acton. A lot of stuff that was open has reverted back to woods. What provisions have been made, or is the cost of stewardship intended to pay for keeping that land open? I mean, it's not naturally going to stay meadow, and I'm just curious to know what thinking has been done in terms of how that land can be maintained in that state.
Any comment? Mr. McGee.
Yes. There's one thing actually I should mention that I passed over in my presentation here, is that the meadows, the access to the meadows will be through an existing parcel, and that the owners of the house lot parcel on the property who are also selling us this land, as part of the sale, are going to offer us access easements through the parcel to the fields. There are 2 primary fields that we're purchasing. I can't speak for it exactly this time, but I think the ideal would be to remain as fields, mow them once, twice a year, that sort of thing. All of our conservation lands, as you know, we have a large and active land stewardship committee, so that every one of our conservation lands has folks assigned to them that monitor them, do upkeep as a volunteer. So those people will develop a plan for what we want to do with the parcel. Much of the parcel is wooded, But there are the upper fields, and I would think that the ideal would be that the town would mow them, so there would be that ongoing expense.
Thank you.
Other comment from the same microphone.
Hi, thanks. Ginny Kramer, 29 Prospect Street. I'd like to know what the $20,000 in acquisition costs are.
Mr. McGee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator. That is primarily for the bonding costs and legal costs associated with the sale, the purchase and sale agreement, et cetera.
The legal costs are $20,000?
The legal costs for the purchase and sale agreement and the cost for the bonding. There's actually a cost to do the bonding as well.
Okay, could you break that out for me, please?
I'm afraid I can't.
Okay, because as far as the legal costs go...
Ma'am, we just operate where you work me into this occasionally.
I'm sorry.
Just for the fun of it, okay?
So I'm just curious, because the legal cost is a simple deed for check transfer, so that shouldn't be very complicated. $20,000 seems excessive for acquisition costs. I'd love to have more detail on what that means.
Mr. McGee.
Mr. Ashton tells me that the bulk of it is indeed the bonding costs.
Thank you.
Other comments from the town meeting members? I see nobody standing.
In the middle.
I do see someone. Well, I didn't see them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. From the back microphone, two people.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask permission to make a couple of comments and then have my friend read a letter from the relatives of the people who farmed the land for...
Is your friend a town meeting member in Acton?
Yes.
Okay. Fine. Go right ahead.
My name is Franny Osmond, and I live in West Acton, and I'm one of the families that organized to purchase this land and then sell it. We had a lot of things that made it easy for us. One was that we were friends with the buyer and the seller. We had also spoken to Priscilla Mead over the years and knew her desires before she died to put it into conservation. And so we had our eyes on it and were relieved when a friend bought it like 10 years ago. But then when it came up for sale again and we heard that several developers were very interested in the parcel, we sort of panicked and said we have to get together, and we worked on getting together. But we had the advantage that some of us had worked together to build the co-housing neighborhood at Half Moon Hill. Some of us hadn't, but there was already some friendship and trust built up, and we also had the understanding and the relationship, the communication. So what I wanted to say, I sort of wanted to take this opportunity to encourage the rest of the town to make friends with enough neighbors and work together and look at what you have and think about the future and what's going to be happening in the neighborhoods. I acknowledge that we had some things that made that easy, but it was crucial in making this happen. We also had the support and help from all the committees and the Acton Conservation Trust, who all along answered questions. And we also knew that history of Priscilla Mead, whose family had, this is the last piece of land they had after 350 years of farming. This was the last piece they had given up. And,
Thank you. And I'll recognize the lady at the back.
Judith Ehrenstein, 3 Gregory Lane. I'm a member of Wright Hill Association. In this past year plus where we've worked towards this day, we've had opportunity to really get to know some of the family that worked Wright Hill, lived at Wright Hill, were relatives, and in that interaction we've gotten to know one of the family members quite well, and she wrote a letter for us to read, and I'd love to read it because it really gives a feeling for Wright Hill that we feel is irreplaceable.
Let me ask you a question before
yes.
you go too far.
Yes.
How long is that letter?
It is short.
Okay.
And I'll skip over some parts.
I've heard that a couple of times before, but go right ahead.
When I was a child, I spent many happy hours at Wright Hill Farm with my great aunt and uncle, Martha and Francis Mead, and my cousins Priscilla and Varnum. In more recent years, my husband Kevin and I often visited Priscilla and her friend Eleanor. During the course of our dinner conversations, Priscilla told us something of her family history. We were surprised to learn how deeply rooted the Wrights and the Meads were in this Acton soil, both physically and metaphorically. In the mid-19th century, George Wright bought the land overlooking the village. In 1903, his son-in-law, George Mead, built an ornamental farm on the hilltop. Priscilla, who was a member of Acton Historical Society and the trustees of reservation, appreciated the uniqueness of her property and the importance of protecting open space. Thanks to the efforts of the Wright Hill Association, there is now an opportunity to preserve this historic property. If you approve this motion, this motion to set aside open space at Wright Hill, the memory of the Wrights and Meads will be honored. Present and future citizens of Acton will be able to enjoy the beautiful countryside crowning Wright Hill. Nothing would have pleased Priscilla Moore. It's from Peggy Brzezinski. So, thank you.
Thank you. And do we have another speaker? We have another speaker from the same microphone?
Yes, hello, Jane Sarasso, Ethan Allen Drive. I just wanted to remind people that that Acton has repeatedly voted that open space is one of our top priorities in town, and we're fortunate to live in a town that has a number of beautiful open space parcels. I would say that it greatly enhances our quality of life here. I think most people would agree with that, and this parcel will only add to that in a very unique way, because this parcel is different from anything we have here in Acton. Being high and open and wonderful vistas. And I also wanted to mention, I don't think the Wright Hill Association people mentioned this, but if they do make more money off the sale of the house, then they actually if there's extra money made off the purchase of the sale of the house, that money will actually go back into the CPC funds. So again, kudos to the organization, to the Wright Hill Association for doing that for the town. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, one more person from the same microphone. You found out I can see that microphone, and you're just clustering around it. Very good.
Hi, Scott Blaufus on Central Street. I don't know anything about the association. The only thing I really know is when I first moved to this town, I took my kids through a lot of the very different paths that Acton offers, and they have a lot of different ones, and they're all great. This one is very different from all of those, and I think it'd just be a wonderful addition to that package. And I know that my kids spend a lot of time in front of a computer and in front of the television, and being able to have this resource for them to get out into the town and explore just so close is a great thing.
Thank you. I don't see anybody standing now, and so we'll vote. This takes 2/3 to pass. All in favor of the motion as read, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion has received 2/3 vote and more. I declare that it has passed. We'll move on to Article 20. The motion under Article 20 is as follows. Mr. Borden moves that the town, 1, transfer to and from the Community Preservation Fund and reappropriate, or set aside for current or later appropriation $1,689,237.02, all as set forth in the article, and 2, authorize the town manager to expend or set aside amounts as set forth in the article and in compliance with the conditions to be noted in the Community Preservation Committee's award letters. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. My name is Roland Borden, and I am the current chair of the Community Preservation Committee. To my left is my Vice Chair, Peter Ashton. Is an at-large member, Ken C.A. Hughes, who's from the Housing Authority. Susan Mitchell Hart, an at-large member. Next to her, Amy Green, clerk of the Conservation Commission. The clerk of the CPC, sorry. Joe Will, representing Recreation. Tori Byer, representing Historical. We also have 2 associate member openings, so if anybody would like to join, it's a fun committee to be on. The process that we go through every year is that applications are submitted to us in September. We have a public hearing before that to go over our plan. And when the projects are submitted to us, we see if they're eligible for funding, and they're also reviewed by town council. And we have to make sure that they meet the guidelines of CPA statute, which includes open space, historic preservation, community housing, and recreation. We then meet with the applicants to go over their application. These meetings are held at our normal meetings and are open to the public. Once this process is complete, we deliberate and determine the amount of funding for each project. The following slides will highlight this year's reports, this year's requests. As you can see by this slide, the CPC fund surcharge collected last year was $808,604.27. We had state matching funds of $624.35. Interest earned was $24,006.17. We recaptured funds from prior years, $159,672.65. Unencumbered funds from FY 2013 was $211,960.44 for a total balance of $1,628,278.53. We have an open space set-aside fund, which totals $1,538,571.87. An historic preservation set-aside fund of $49,224. The recommendations are for $1,625,824 plus $63,413.02 from the current historic set-aside fund, for the total of $1,689,237.02 as presented in the article. Resulting fund balances from last year was $2,454.53. Resulting open space set aside after tonight will be $1,988,571.87. Resulting historic space set aside would be $0. These projects are again fully vetted. It's a public process, and CPA funds are leveraged wherever possible. For the open space set aside this year, we're requesting $450,000 to be set into the open space set aside fund, which brings the total again to $1,988,571.87. The historic preservation set asides is our bookkeeping entries, like we were talking about. We do this every year. We don't wait. Set aside of $500 need to meet the minimum statutory 10% appropriation or set aside from historic preservation in 2007 resulting from the turnbacks. Set aside of $13,689.02 need to meet the minimum statutory 10% appropriation set aside from historic preservation from 2009 turnbacks. The Acton Arboretum parking lot improvements, $53,000 for parking lot improvements and enlargement. This is a rutted dirt parking lot right now. The town spends a lot of time going in every year and having to make sure it's nice and smooth. The parking lot is over capacity. The cars are parking to the sides. It's gravel, muddied, and rutted again. There's only one handicap spot. Other funding support for this project is Friends of the Acton Arboretum and the Natural Resources Department. So it's a leveraged project. The Acton Arboretum bog walk replacement, as you can see by the pictures, the bog walk is in really bad shape and is really unusable. So $30,000 for a new board walk, universal access ramp. That's going to kill me tonight. The original board walk that you see there was built in 1989, and it's no longer safe for use. So we have other funding support for this. They do is $30,000 from a private donor, and Friends of the Acton Arboretum donating $3,000 more. Narrow Park security upgrades and shade structure. Be $6,505 for security upgrades at the bathhouse, and an additional $8,670 for 2 additional shade structures at the beach and at the playground. The playground does get very hot. It's a rubberized mulch product. I've been out there with my 4-year-old son. It's excruciatingly hot when the sun's out, and there's no shade whatsoever there. Goward and Gardner Playground basketball renovation for the courts, $76,000, which will move the old beat-up equipment and asphalt, installation of post-tension concrete slabs and adjustable hoops. The Gardner court will remain at 50 by 30 junior court, and the guard would be renovated the same. The reason why for the tension concrete slabs is it'll last a lot longer than the asphalt. Nature play spaces designs, $24,000 for preliminary design and final schematic plans for handicap accessible nature play spaces for pre-K through grade 6 at the Acton schools. The schools are allocating an additional $10,000 towards this project. These are just the preliminary designs, and then they come back for future funding if they're going to go forward with that at that point. And it gives the kids a chance to get their hands dirty and dig in and look at worms and things like that and get outside instead of staring at a computer all day. Acton Women's Club, ADA access improvements for $150,000 for a vertical lift and first floor bathroom renovation, $86,586 from CP Community Preservation General Fund balance and $63,413.02 from the historic set aside. The bathroom is not up to handicap standards, and this will bring it up to ADA standards to meet the Massachusetts Architectural Access Board requirements and make the second floor accessible for people who have disabilities. Anticipated third-party grants or phase CPA funding approach, and they are applying for grants through the state. And historic preservation restriction is required from them. Community housing, $175,000 replenishes the Community Housing Program Fund to be managed by the Acton Community Housing Corporation for a variety of community housing initiatives such as acquisition, condominium buy-downs, closing cost assistance, capital improvements, and also programs to help first-time home buyers to understand what they're getting into. And we'll have to manage that whole process. Next one is for the regional housing services from the Acton Community Housing. $42,000 for proactive compliance monitoring, affordable housing inventory maintenance, local project consultation, maintain our eligible buyers list, sharing services with 5 other regional towns, so it brings cost effectiveness to this project. This would fund an ongoing program that we funded 2 years ago. It's been very successful, and it's helped out a lot. Windsor Ave, doors and windows, $92,692 for new exterior doors and window replacements of the bay windows in the community room. Existing doors and windows are 30 years old. They're in really bad shape, and the doors and rusting and door jambs are rotting, so this will bring up to standards and be a lot more energy efficient as well. Morrison Farm improvements of $416,550 to preserve the historic assets of the Robbins Homestead Cellar Hole, Ice House Foundation, install trails and boardwalks along Ice House Pond and open up the vistas, encourage access through improved Ice House Pond parking lot as well. This will be more accessible. West Acton Baptist Church fire safety system upgrade for $50,000 for a complete overhaul of the existing outdated fire system for protection of the church. ADA compliant components will be added. Long history of building use for many Acton community groups. Historic preservation will be required, is required with this as well. The West Acton Baptist Church upper level pressed steel ceiling, which was originally installed in 1898, is rusting and peeling. It's $37,000 to rehabilitate the ceiling. It was quoted in the Beacon that it was to replace the ceiling. It's not. It's to rehabilitate the ceiling. And if you recall, last year we funded a program to repair the steeple that had water infiltration. This is a result of that water infiltration. They have a long history of building and use by many Acton groups, and again, the historic preservation restriction is required. Without that, if they don't give us that, the monies don't get released. Operating expenses of $61,631, which is 5% of our revenues. Committee support by the Planning Department. Accounting, abatements, project follow-up, state filings, legal review and advice. Our expenses are a heck of a lot more than that, so it's a great bargain for the CPC. So we'd like to thank you and urge your support for this article.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borden. Let me tell you how I think we can handle the rest of this article. It's pretty much the way we've done it in past years, as there are about, 16 different projects involved here, or set-asides. We generally treat it like a consent calendar, and we go through it one by one, and you say hold. If a couple of people want to hold it, we'll set it aside and come back to it later. And then eventually we'll take a single vote on the article based on the motion would take a vote on the motion that was read earlier. I said vote on the article, but the town council would correct me because we don't vote on any articles, we only vote on motions. But we haven't heard yet from the Board of Selectmen or the Finance Committee. And I believe that it would help the decision and help the questioning if we heard from them first and then went through the articles one by one. As I say, what they say may very well affect what you wish to do. So with that, I'll start with the Board of Selectmen for any comments that they wish to make, remembering, of course, that we're going to go through the articles one by one for anybody's question or review or amendment or what have you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Clough.
So the Board of Selectmen have always recommended all the CPC articles, and we support the efforts of the CPC. They do some great work in vetting all these projects. This year, the Board of Selectmen unanimously supported all articles except for N, which was the stamped metal ceiling. Over the past year, we've received a lot of letters asking for us to really consider supporting religious spaces for two reasons. One, people are saying that it's not necessarily open public space, and two, there's been some people asking us to separate religious organization from the town organizations or use our funding, not use it for religious things. So the BOS continues to support all the exterior historical preservations of any building. This project is an interior project in the sanctuary. We do, however, recommend the other article for this church, and because it not only protects our investment from last year, which was, as you said, the steeple, but also it's attached to a preschool. We think this is probably the first time the BOS has not supported every CPC project, after our vote about a month ago, we believe they have new information, so we'd love to hear that. So when it comes to that time, we will probably hold N. Thank you.
Okay. How about the Finance Committee now for a recommendation of their view?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee, we attended virtually every meeting of the CPC, went through their entire process of vetting and their decision-making process associated with monies that they allocated. It should come as no shock to you that not every project that came before them got funded. The Finance Committee, in fact, did recommend all of the projects, although not all of them were recommended unanimously, but by a big majority. So as far as the Finance Committee's position is concerned, every article, or every project rather, is recommended.
Thank you, Mr. Kabikoff. I think now we're ready to look at these individually. So I will list them off one by one. And if you wish to discuss them, just yell hold, and if a couple of people yell hold, or if anybody yells hold. Doesn't do to really require two people here. So if anybody yells hold, just speak it out, and we'll set that aside to come back to that article or that item. I don't anticipate that we will go back to it more than one time, though, and that's why we're doing it in this order, so that we can make this as effective and efficient as we can. So let's do that. Again, just say hold if you wish. Set aside appropriation for A, acquisition, creation, and preservation of open space. B1, acquisition, preservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of historic resources. B2, acquisition, preservation, rehabilitation, and restoration of historic resources. Similar to the other one, but different amount. C, Acton Arboretum, parking lot improvements. D, Acton Arboretum bog boardwalk replacement. Try it at home. Let's see. E, narrow security upgrades and shade structures. F, Goward and Gardner playgrounds, basketball court renovations. G, schools nature play space planning grant. H1, Acton Women's Club - ADA access improvements. I, Community Housing Program Fund. J, Regional Housing Services. K, Acton Housing Authority Windsor Avenue Doors and Windows. L, Morrison Farm Improvements. M, West Acton Baptist Church Fire Safety Systems. N, West Acton Baptist Church upper level pressed steel ceiling. And finally, administrative appropriations O. Okay, we've held M and N, and so they are open for discussion among anybody, including, of course, the town meeting members. Why don't we start with M, West Acton Baptist Church Fire Safety Systems. Who held it? Feel free to get up and tell us why or what you're interested in.
My name is George Kaplan. I live on Highland Road in Acton.
Yes.
First, I have a question as to whether town council has determined whether this is constitutional. That's my first, that's a question. I don't know if that's appropriate.
Let's see if he has. He spent a lot of time out of the country recently, so I know that he's been thinking about this quite often.
The Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Department of Revenue says it's okay, and that's what we're relying on.
Okay. Well, the Massachusetts, Article 18, Section 2 of the Massachusetts Constitution has a 243-word sentence, which is pretty hard to parse, but it ends by saying, no such grant, appropriation, or use of public money or property or loan of public credit shall be made or authorized for the purpose of founding, maintaining, or aiding any church, religious denomination, or society. So it seems to me that this is not constitutional under the Massachusetts Constitution. And I would add that in 1801, the Baptists in Danbury, Connecticut, were concerned about being considered a minority religion, so they appealed to President Jefferson for kind of a ruling. I'm not sure exactly what, but anyway, he wrote a letter which said that I contemplate with sovereign reverence the act of the whole American people, which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of eternal separation between church and state. Therefore, I'm opposed to this Section M. Thank you.
Other comment? Mr. Boyden, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
In your study of this issue, did this separation of church and state enter your decisions?
We did. We looked at that. I myself went through on the CPA, and there's a whole article on using CPC funds for church preservation projects. There's actually 19 pages of projects from various towns, Plymouth, Newburyport, Cambridge, Yarmouth, down the Cape, doing a variety of different things, replacing stained glass windows, restoring stained glass windows, interior work, fire systems, so it's not unprecedented.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borden. Gentleman at the front.
These are new microphones.
I think what it takes is a second to warm up.
Oh, all right, yeah. Martin Gretz, Stowe
That's what they
Street.
told me, really.
Yeah, I echo the previous speaker's concerns, and I'm still uncomfortable with this. These aren't very large amounts, and I don't quite see why the church itself can't float a loan to provide these improvements. I appreciate that a lot of Acton community groups use the space, and I could see it being given, being provided in return or in lieu of rent, but I'm uncomfortable with this. And I don't think that we should be in the business of funding it, regardless of how many other towns have done it.
Mr. Cadillac?
I represent the people that used to have a lot of hair.
I know, we meet every Thursday.
You're not quite there yet.
Pretty close.
Now, seriously, this is not money to support a religion. This is money to renovate a church building, which happens to be historical and is used by, as has been pointed out, many groups. This has nothing to do with separation of church and state. I hope you vote for this. Thank you.
Other comment? Yes, in the back. Oh, wonderful hand waving. Very good. Thank you.
Franny Osmond, 16 Half Moon Hill. I actually look forward in becoming a selectman and to having this discussion, because I actually find it very interesting about whether it is separation of church and state. But I choose to support this because my gut feeling is that the buildings, the church buildings in our community and the use of them by community groups sort of overwhelm it. Sort of like Charlie said, it's not as much a religious use, and I think we have to recognize the environment that we live in the way it developed, the buildings that are important to us, and how they were used before, and how they're used now, and how they might be used in the future, and how different organizations might help each other. And I am a big proponent of the separation of church and state, but I'm going to support this.
Other comment?
Thank you for
Yes.
your comments. I'd like to speak to Pro, if I could,
You'd like to speak to?
in favor of the motion.
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm Nancy Emerson Lombardo. I live at 64 Seminole Road, and I am a member of the Board of Trustees and a member of the West Acton Baptist Church. For historical reasons, I also support separation of church and state. And it might interest you to know it was actually the Baptists that helped establish religious freedom in this country back when we were founded and in the Bill of Rights. So keep that in mind. We have a long history of supporting religious freedom. The use of the building, the previous speaker actually made, the previous two speakers made the essential point. We're asking for funds to help preserve an amazing historical resource. It was built in 1854, the building. And we have a long history of many groups using the building. And in fact, since I'm a newer member, only like 10 years a member, I was really thrilled to learn the historical use. And we want to actually have the building safe so that we can expand the uses of the community. There is no sacred space in our building. Anyone can be in any part of the building, whether it's in the upper level, lower level, and or any of the rooms. And lots of community groups rent space or use space pro bono. Many of you may realize that the Acton Co-op School uses the whole education wing at the back of the building. Before they came in, before we had built all the schools, when the baby boom happened, before we built all the schools that we needed in Acton, the school used that space for classes. I mean, isn't this cool? The bell in the belfry that you helped preserve, the bell was cast in 1854 by a foundry that had purchased Paul Revere's foundry. So we got a huge history sitting here, and we really, frankly, need the town's help to preserve the historical nature. Now, the fire safety system is totally, I mean, it's legal, because of grandfathering. But if you wanted to be sure that the kids are safe and that everybody in the building is safe, really, I urge you to vote in favor of this upgrading. It's not just upgrading the whole fire safety system, but also for ADA purposes, all the emergency lighting and exits. So that will make it perfect for all of you to sign up and use the space. And you'll hear a little later about the upper level, but it has the most amazing acoustic properties. This is the other thing that I want the town to help us preserve. It's a great concert hall. We've had musical concerts there. It's a great theater, has movable spaces at the front. Music is, musicians that play there want to come again. So again, you could use it as a fundraiser using music or choral concerts. It's just really an amazing resource. And who knows, we may need extra space as we seniors need more exercise space. There are spaces for that as well. But anyway, thanks for listening.
Thank you. Lady at the back.
Deborah Symes, Concord Road. I actually have a question for CPC, which is sort of casting back to last year when we did fund the Belfry project at the church, and then in thinking about these two items this year, you said that you guys considered the sort of constitutional question here. I wonder, like, what kind of guidelines you guys using in thinking about this in terms of what sorts of things for a church building seem acceptable, what sorts of things do not? If it was something that supported religious programming, would that automatically fall off the list? I'm just curious about how you guys are thinking about this as you vet projects such as this, because I can imagine that as we set more precedent of doing things for religious buildings, that we might be asked to do that a lot, and I just want to have a sense of how you feel guided in that consideration.
Mr. Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We look at it from a historic preservation perspective. So first say, is it a historic structure? It is. And that's where we basically come from. We don't really take into effect, we know there's a church and state, we had a brief discussion about it. I don't really recall it right now at this point. We're going through all our projects this year. But we also look at what do they do for the community? You know, they have the daycare there. They've done concerts, they have lectures on Alzheimer's, which is, you know, a lot of people have to deal with that. So, and those are open to the public. As I said, things like that. So we look at, they allow it open to the public? Imagine if it says, no, you have to be a member of the church or you're not going to use it. I'm sure that would come into our realm and would say, well, you know, it might not be in the best interest of the town. Exterior is a little easier because obviously you see it outside, but the historic press steel scene, that's a historic piece that was installed in 1898. They don't make those anymore. And that's why we feel that it should be restored, being historic in that nature of it.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, can I do a quick follow-up or no? It's fine if not.
I'll tell you what, we've got quite a few other, we've got a couple of other people
Okay,
ready to
that's
speak.
fine.
So
Thank
why
you.
don't you stay there and we'll see how the time goes. I'll recognize the gentleman at the front.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Coleman, Nash Road. It seems to me that we've sort of already crossed this bridge, at least with respect to this building, since we paid for the steeple last year. To pay for the follow-up work seems to make sense to me. The fact that it's used for a lot of secular purposes and adds to that, and also one of the some of the goals that Acton has had for many years is open space, historic preservation, keeping a rural character, et cetera. And it seems to me that supporting this, particularly as it has secular purposes, is in line with that. If it did not have secular, if the building were not used for some secular purpose, I would be very much opposed to it. I believe in the separation of church and state as well. But this is a mixed-use situation, and it seems appropriate that the town can use some of its this money to support the non-religious portions, aspects of that building. Thank you.
At the back.
Yes, I'm Ward Bine from Half Moon Hill. I think that certainly for the future, we ought to consider not funding projects that are have this area of potential confusion and conflation with the separation of church and state. and that we think of other ways to do these fundings so that we can preserve our, what I think are precious freedoms in this way. Certainly, I think what I've heard about this project sounds like a very positive thing for our community. I think it should be supported, but I think the way it's supported should be done on a private basis with other ways of raising funds so that we can move forward with preserving things that we think are important, but doing it in ways that help protect the separation of church and state. Thank you.
Now ask your next question.
Thank you. I'll make this really quick. I'm assuming, based on what you've just said, that if a church came to CPC and said, you know, we want money for whatever it is, and if that building had no particular historic value identified by the commission or whomever, that would not be considered. Is that fair?
Mr. Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Correct. It has to fall within the CPA guidelines in order for us to fund it. If it doesn't fall in those guidelines, we can't fund it.
Okay. Thank you.
Other comment? I think we've pretty much not confined ourselves to the fire safety system, but we've really talked about both. Is there any more comment about either project? The steel ceiling or the fire safety system? I don't see anybody standing. I don't see anybody standing, so we will vote on the motion as read. All in favor of Mr. Borden's motion? This is the whole thing. Excuse me, we don't, I'll tell you what, if you would address me, it would be really helpful. What is your problem?
No, I was just confused. I just want clarification on when we're voting.
No, we're just going to have one vote for the entire project. We've talked about all of them, or given people the opportunity to talk about all of them, and so it's a little bit different from a consent calendar. So we're ready to vote. Would you say that's correct, Mr. Town Council? You would? Okay. So.
Motion, point of, so to strike the two
I'm
Baptist
sorry,
church.
I can't hear. Would you tell us who you are, please?
Mark Trusheim, Carlton Drive. So to strike the two Baptist church, you need a motion from the floor. Is that correct? An amendment?
Yes, you do. If you wish to strike it, that's correct.
So I make a motion to strike the two Baptist church funding motions, funding amounts.
Do I hear a second? Excuse me. I think you should rephrase the amendment a little bit and say it's an amendment to strike. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, and it's an amendment to strike the two. If you would go back and say that, I would appreciate it.
So I propose an amendment to strike the two Baptist church funding items from this article.
Okay. Those are items M and N. And I'll take the second again, please. It's been moved and seconded. Any comment on the amendment? Well, I see no one standing. Let's vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. The amendment is lost. We're back on the unamended motion, and we're ready to vote on it. All in favor of the original motion of Mr. Borden that was read a while back, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion carried. It only needed a majority vote to pass. And we will move on now to Article 21. dealing with the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District assessment. I'll tell you what, I'm going to just call a brief recess while people are milling around, and then we'll get to the next motion. It's okay. Don't worry. God is not looking. He's looking the other way right now. I'll call the meeting back to order, please. I call the meeting back to order, please. Okay, we're ready for Article 21. And the motion under Article 21 is as follows. Mr. Bruce moves that the town raise and appropriate $49,690,145 to be expended by the Superintendent of Schools to fund the fiscal year 2015 assessment of the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. I'll recognize Mr. Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting, members of town meeting, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Dennis Bruce. I am the chair of the Acton Public School System. Before we get into the motion and the presentation, I would like to introduce you to your right and my left to the school committee members that are here with me tonight. Christina Reichlich from the Acton School Committee, Kip McCosker, Paul Murphy. We have Maria Nealon from Boxborough, who is the Acton-Boxborough Regional Transitional and Regional District Chairperson. That was pretty good, huh? Deanne O'Sullivan from the Acton School Committee, Bridget Bieber, also from the Boxborough School Committee, who was on the Transitional and Regional School Committee with us. And then, of course, Mike Coppolino, who is on the Acton School Committee. And then one member who is not here with us tonight due to a commitment is Mary Brolin. So you should have picked up your budget book for the region. Also in the budget book will be a one-page handout. On March 20th, we revoted the assessment. So the numbers have changed slightly, and I will go through that with you. Okay. So it is different by $177,673. Part of that has to do with a few items that changed. The Middlesex County assessment of $67,000. There was a reduction in healthcare rates. We had budgeted at 10%. Healthcare trust came in at 9.5%. That came down 20,000. And then also we have gone ahead and refinanced the debt on the junior high and high school expansion and repair projects from 2004, 2005, which is a $90,000 savings in this next fiscal year. So you will see a new numbers in the handout once you have them. Okay. So the presentation is broken out into 4 sections. First, we'll talk about a district update. I'll give you an update of what's going on with the school system. There's been a lot of things you might have read in the paper recently, a lot of things that have happened with the school system. So it's good to kind of go back and talk about some of the pluses and the things that are really positive about the system that you fund. We'll talk about the 2015 budget. So we'll roll out the new budget, and this will be for the combined K-12 school system that we voted on last June as the new region. We'll also break into a budget analysis. We'll look at where money's spent, look at some of the drivers. We'll talk about some of the new initiatives for fiscal year 15. Finally, we'll talk about the assessment, because ultimately that is what this motion is about. It is about the assessment. That is different this year. In the past, we voted on the assessment for the region. We voted on the budget for the local, for APS. This year, we're all one. So the motion talks about the assessment, and that's what we'll get down to. So a couple of things. One big thing that's happened is we will have a new superintendent in July. On July 1st, we went through an extensive process, put a committee together to look for a superintendent, and we have chosen a new one. And that new superintendent on July 1 will be Glenn Brandt. And Glenn has 20 years of education experience in his home country of Canada. Yes, he is a Maple Leafs fan, but we won't hold that against him. And also in Massachusetts. I love saying that, Tim. And then currently now, he is the assistant superintendent for the Sharon Public Schools, concentrating on finance and administration. He has been a building principal in multiple places, an assistant principal. He's been a teacher at multiple grades and multiple levels. When we went through, he was a clear choice for what we wanted to be as our next superintendent. So Glenn is here tonight, and I'd like to introduce everybody to Glenn Brandt, who will be our new superintendent in July. So I know what you're thinking. We got a new guy. What are we doing with the old guy? Well, Dr. Mills is wrapping up a distinguished 36-year career in education. A man who is concentrated on high-quality instruction for students, not only in the Commonwealth, but for the last 5 years in our community. Dr. Mills, there's a lot of things I've thought about over the last couple of weeks when I wanted to recognize his contributions to this community and to this school district. And I went back and forth on a few things, but the one thing I kept coming back to is probably the one thing every superintendent would want to hear as they leave to go, whether it's to retirement or to go to the next job. But Dr. Mills is leaving the Acton-Boxborough School District in a better place than what he found it, and he found it in a pretty good place back in 2009. So everybody, I would like you to say thank you to the efforts, and Dr. Mills, I'd like to personally say thank you. I have to personally say that for the last 5 years that he's been the superintendent, we've been extremely lucky. So you've done a great job. Thank you, sir. So let's take a look at some of the things that have happened this year. Acton-Boxborough continues to be in the news, continues to be talked about, continues to be bragged about. When I go home to where I grew up, I get a chance to tell my friends the school system that my kids are growing up in, the school system that your children are growing up in. And we talk about things like U.S. News World Report naming us the 10th best STEM school system, not in Massachusetts, not in New England, but in this country. Science, technology, engineering, math. Boston Business Journal last month, the second ranked school district in Massachusetts. Boston Magazine, one in AP scores, second in SAT scores. Do you realize that our academic decathlon team has won 21 out of the 22 last championships? They might as well retire this thing, put our name on the trophy. They probably won't even invite us back next year. 21 out of 22 is obscene, but that is the type of student that we produce in this district. This is the things that you should be proud of. Yes, we will get into numbers, and we'll talk about assessments, and we'll talk about OPEB, and all the things that people want to talk about, but these are the things you want to brag about. And it's not just, oh, I don't want to do that. It's not just academics. It's the type of students that we produce in this community. It's the type of students that you as a family bring to the school system and let them grow. And look at some of the awards that have come out. The Acton District, or the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District, was named last year as the Green Ribbon Award for outstanding conservation and sustainability efforts. This is on top of the Blue Ribbon Award that we have won for academic excellence, one of the only districts in the country that have actually won both awards. That's fantastic. And other things, when you look at 12 students in the National Merit Scholarship finalists, the high school team that competes in the high school quiz show. Just recently, the regional band participated in the St. Patrick's Day Parade in Ireland and was named Best International Band. These are the types of things that we should be proud of. These are the types of things that we should celebrate as we look at our school system that we fund. So, the budget. So what does the budget look like this year? Well, this year's budget is $76 million, rounded, $76,003,000, compared to last year's budget of $74,237, which looks like an increase of $1,766,000, or 2.38%. Where does that money spent? Well, we're a very resource-intensive business. We have a lot of services that we provide by person. We don't have a lot of heavy equipment here. So if you can see in the budget books that I talked about before, it gives a breakdown of all the numbers. Up there you'll see almost basically 79.5% is tied up into salary and fringe benefits. Contracted services is the other big piece that includes special education tuition, student transportation, and legal services. If you break down the numbers from there, looking at the largest pot, of course, the salary component, you will see teachers at 65.42%, and then a whole host of other services that we provide and personnel. Benefits from regionalization. We talked about regionalization in June. A couple of things that we spoke about that we knew would come in and have additional transportation aid. You will see that on the assessment side. Staff regionalizations savings of $416,000, a decrease in FTEs or personnel costs. That is on the budget side, and that totals up to approximately the $1 million we talk about. Doesn't include the $139,000 the state granted for additional regional bonus aid. That will be included on the assessment. Now, as part of the regionalization piece, we put together a committee made up of members of the Board of Selectmen from both Acton and Boxborough, members of FinCom from both Acton and Boxborough, and members of the school committee from Acton and Boxborough to look at the potential savings and the things that went into the conversations going up to regionalization. So that financial oversight committee is represented by Michael Coppolino, and Michael will make a quick statement about their findings. Michael?
Mr. Coppolino.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. My name is Michael Coppolino. I'm Vice Chair of the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee and Chair of the Regional Financial Oversight Committee, and I'd just like to read a brief statement. The Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee created a subcommittee last fall to review the projected financial benefits of regionalization proposed by the Regional School District Study Committee and presented to both town meetings in the spring of 2013. The expectation is that this subcommittee will be in existence for 5 years. It currently consists of the following members: Acton Selectman Janet Adachi, Acton Finance Committee Bob Evans, Acton Public School Committee, yours truly, Acton Boxborough Regional School Committee Maria Nealand, Boxborough Selectman Vince Amoroso, Boxborough Finance Committee Jim Ham, and Boxborough School Committee Mary Brolin. The subcommittee held 4 public meetings in September, December, January, and most recently on March 25th. At these meetings, we discussed, analyzed, and asked questions of members of the Regional School District Study Committee, as well as district central office staff. 2 meetings involved discussions with the school's finance director, Donna Carty, and 1 meeting involved Superintendent Stephen Mills prior to Budget Saturday, on February 1st, 2014. After reviewing in detail projected financial benefits and comparing those with the budget approved by the Acton-Boxborough Regional School Committee, which is being presented here at town meeting, we concluded unanimously that the reported cost-cutting and increased regional transportation aid were accurate and consistent with the projections made at both Acton and Boxborough town meetings in the spring of 2013. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So, what's driven, we'll go into the analysis side. What's driven some of this budget? Well, there's a couple of big things. CASE, which is a collaborative that we use to provide transportation and out-of-district services, and other out-of-district tuition increases went up just over $1 million, and it was a 1.4% of the 2.38. Also, there was an OPEB increase. So from an OPEB perspective, there was 425, which was the Acton portion. You saw that in the slides from the committee, but also too, the total was 506. The 506 would be for the entire region. Okay. Staff changes. So one of the things we talked about was staff when we went into it. Well, this slide is, I try not to use red because I know that doesn't show up well in negative numbers. But if you will follow from top to bottom, the first line are positions reduced from regionalization. It's the 416,000 that we discussed earlier. We talked about last year during the whole regionalization process. Those positions have been reduced, targeted, they're gone. Other positions that we've reduced from last year's budget was 6 full-time equivalents, FTEs, for a total of 539,000. There were additional positions after that, 3 more for 161,000. So we've had a total reduction in headcount of 13 for basically 1.17 million. Now, we have then brought in some additional positions that we've quote-unquote realigned, as you see on there. So there are 5 positions that we're realigning for a total of about approximately 457,000. So this budget is a reflection. There's net staffing reductions of 8 FTEs for $660,000. Now, these are true cuts. They do not, these numbers here do not include any headcount that moved to revolving funds. There were 2 FTEs that did move to revolving funds, but they are not in this slide here. So it's 2 additional that moved off that. So what was some of the big initiatives? Well, we've had a couple of them. One of them is taking the half-time assistant principals at the elementary school systems and moving them to full-time. This has been a multi-year plan. It started in fiscal year 11, where they redeployed a couple of central office personnel, and they started creating assistant principal positions. Those positions have always been at a part-time basis, and they covered the 4 schools with the exception of Douglas. In fiscal year 14, we added that half assistant principal into the Douglas school system. This budget here requests to increase those assistant principals to full-time. We've gotten to the point now where the job of a principal running the school has become too much for the position. So you can see on some of the tasks, what they're responsible for. But there is a statewide recommendation that schools with over 400 students have on average, over 400 have a full-time assistant principal. Our schools average 500. These assistant principals deliver direct services to students, and they implement new initiatives. You've heard a lot, if you've read about new initiatives around the core curriculum, around PARC, and assessments and teachers' evaluations. These are all programs from the state that are being pushed down upon us that we have to respond to. We need the people in place to actually deal with them. And yes, when principals are out, those assistant principals are in charge of the building. So they're responsible for everything what the principal is. You'll have people talk about, well, we're just adding more administrators. We're not adding another assistant to the principal. We're adding an assistant principal, someone who's actually in charge of helping run that building, okay? And they're working with students. They work with families. They deal with the social and emotional side, crisis teams, and all student emergencies. These are required positions that we believe is important as we look at what the school system needs to be going forward. The cost of that, the total cost is $301,000. There's $271 in salary. That is for 3 FTE, which would be knocking off, or excuse me, including half of a person in each of the elementary school systems, because now we're at 6. Okay. The other big ask is for psychological support, both at the high school and at the elementary school systems. If you attended or watched the Budget Saturday, you realize that we provide a lot of social services for the children of our district. So special educators, elementary psychologists, looking for high school, another high school psychologist, and you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see what the FTEs are, the sped teacher at Miriam, psychologist at Miriam McCarthytown. We have 4 grades 4 through 6 learning centers that we need staffed. Right now, currently, for the elementary psychologists, they're covering 1,000 students in the Parker Damon building. Okay. When you look at some of the high school stats below, these are the things that really jump out. Hospitalizations for mental health. The first column is all of last year. The second column is just as of March, and we still have a few months to go. We have 52 hospitalizations for mental health. We have 69 concussions at the end of March. And a concussion now is not like a concussion when I was in high school, where they'd be like, shake it off, take an aspirin, get back to school. We have to have full reentry programs or plans for students that have been diagnosed with concussions now, because we've learned that much more. Okay? There are STAR and home hospital programs where we deliver services to students that are either in hospital or cannot get into a regular classroom. Okay? There was 44 recommendations for the end of March, as opposed to 41 for all of last year. So we've seen special education, and we're no different than any other district. But special education costs have gone up. But more importantly, the students that need this, not only is it legal, but it's a moral obligation that this town has to provide students that need special education the same type of advantage as someone that has a regular education. Now, finally, the assessment. So I think it's important to understand the assessment equals the budget minus revenue. And it's important for a point from the standpoint of this. When we looked at regionalization, we assumed a certain amount of revenue from the state. Chapter 70, you probably hear it all the time. That amount came in lower than we thought it was. That has a direct effect on the assessment. Okay? A direct effect on the assessment. Okay, so here's what the assessment looks like now. So you'll see the middle column, or the total column, which would be the what the total assessment, or excuse me, total numbers are, and then you'll see the Acton portion, and then you'll see the Boxborough portion. And then that assessment gets driven, the first line, or the second line I should say, gets driven by the rolling average of enrollment, the number of students that are in the system, okay? From there, Schedule A kicks in, and if you remember back to the regionalization conversation, we had a Schedule A that was created that actually was going to drive and kind of smooth out some of the assessment increases that we were going to have, and also make sure that the benefits of regionalization would come back to Acton. So if you can see, there's over $1 million of additional money that comes back to Acton from Boxborough. And then finally, we get to the final assessments, which was in the warrant, in the motion, $49,690,145. So our final assessment percentages are 82.43 and 17.57. So we talk about Schedule A, and Schedule A drives ultimately what the end assessment will be. Schedule A is built based on, again, you know, what's in the agreement, and these are the percentages that you will see going forward: 87.5 next year and 12.5. So that will be that particular. That's going to be that particular shift that you see right in the middle there. And we will have that shift for the next 4 or 5 years. Okay? And then enrollment. So enrollment is a big driver of the assessment. As you can see, enrollment is still declining in both towns. Now, it is scheduled to decline for a few more years, and then it's going to be leveling off in the next couple of years in Boxborough, where we'll get more of a regular assessment as opposed to a normal increase in assessment in comparison with the increase in the budget. And more importantly, I appreciate the time that you've given me. Thank you very much. And the school committee looks for your support on the new Acton-Boxborough Regional School District assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Thank you, Mr. Bruce. I'll call on now the Board of Selectmen for their report or their view of the budget.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Green.
Moderator. Okay, thank you. After careful consideration and much debate, the Board of Selectmen voted at our March 24th meeting 4-1 to not recommend the regional school assessment. During this past year, the transition to full regionalization has proved complex and has made the budgeting process more complicated than ever. Tracking the money has been difficult as we have tried to compare 3 separate school budgets to the now 1 regional school budget. These ever-changing numbers have led to many questions and to much confusion. During the school committee's Budget Saturday meeting, we were initially presented with information that Acton's FY15 regional assessment would be lower than our total school costs for FY14. It was quickly realized, however, that this was not the case. In fact, the proposed budget would represent a 6% increase over Acton's school spending this year. While the school committee and school staff have worked hard to lower that assessment since Budget Saturday, most of the changes were made by reducing projected salary increases, relying on higher projected state contributions, and shifting costs to revolving funds. Most of the proposed new staff costs were kept in the budget. Through the ALG process, the school committee, the finance committee, and the Board of Selectmen were able to make this proposed assessment fit within the overall budget without having to raise property taxes to an unpalatable level. This only works, however, because we are continuing to use our reserves to balance our operating budgets and because the town will continue to cover some of the regional district's costs. In FY16, the regional district will be assuming between $500,000 to $900,000 of spending that the towns of Acton and Boxborough will cover for FY15. While this number has been a moving target, we know it certainly includes over $500,000 in Middlesex retirement costs for APS employees. Throughout the budgeting process, the towns and regions have struggled to define which of the costs that were previously borne by the 2 towns will now shift over to the regional school district. In this constantly changing environment and with this level of uncertainty, all members of the Board of Selectmen feel that it would have been better for the regional district to prevent a level services budget with no new staff requests for FY15. While there's a proposed overall reduction in the number of the FTEs in the region, this was one of the expected benefits of regionalization. What we did not expect was the addition of 3 new expensive administrative positions. Instead of a level services budget, we are asked tonight to vote on a budget that includes new expensive staff costs. Considering these new staffing requests and the school costs that the town will cover this year, every member of the Board of Selectmen has concerns with the sustainability of the budget proposed tonight. The proposed new staff costs will carry over to next year. The full shift in costs from the town to the regional district will be truly felt for the first time next year. It is hard to see how the regional district will be able to present a balanced FY16 budget that does not result in another large increase in Acton's assessment. The town of Acton cannot afford these continued increases in our assessment. The taxpayers in Acton cannot afford these continued increases in our assessment. And until we truly know how all of these costs will shift due to regionalization, we should not be asked to. With this in mind, a majority of the Board of Selectmen does not recommend Article 21. Thank you.
I think, Jan, I'll take the Finance Committee's recommendation and then you. From the Finance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee members have closely followed the development of this first budget for the expanded region, attending school committee meetings and asking members of the school committee and administration to keep us up to date at our meetings. We are satisfied that the savings promised by regionalization were achieved. However, we asked for and received more information from the school committee and administration about our specific questions related to how the savings have been used in this first year, as well as the priorities supported in this budget and the urgency of these priorities for this year. We were pleased that the school committee revisited its budget and the implications for Acton's assessment and revised the budget downward by nearly $1 million. We all attended the school's budget workshop in late January and heard the school's focus on developing a budget that would address the district's identified priorities for service. These included addressing an increase in resource-intensive student populations and additional and expanded mandates, including educator evaluation and new state testing formats. The school committee's budget accommodated an increased out-of-district tuition budget and moved from part-time assistant principals at the elementary schools to full-time positions. Although the Finance Committee as a whole did not embrace these changes, we recognize that when we asked the school committee to reduce their budgets, they continued to stay committed to these priorities. There has been much discussion on our committee and elsewhere about whether these budgets are sustainable. It is worth noting that the multi-year plan developed by the Acton Leadership Group takes these changes into account while recognizing that there are still adjustments to be made to place each expenditure category into the right budget. The plan developed projects an annual increase for FY16 and FY17 for all budgets in Acton of 3.7%, including a 3.8% increase in Acton's assessment. These include a projection of the impact of declining enrollments on state aid, but nevertheless, these changes in enrollments are also an opportunity for reductions in headcount due to fewer students. We look forward to continuing to work with the school committee to ensure that they can bring forward a budget for the next fiscal year that meets this target. The Finance Committee recommends that town meeting adopt this article.
Thank you, Ms. Ashton. I'm going to recognize now Janet Adachi, the chairman of the Board of Selectmen. Ms. Adachi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Is this working? Yes, Mr. Moderator. Once again, I'm here with my iPhone trying to read my statement. In the Board of Selectmen's 4-1 vote not to recommend Article 21, I reluctantly cast the one dissenting vote. I share the concerns of the majority about the confusing, opaque rollout of the fiscal 15 budget for the schools and about certain budget components such as the proposal to add vice principals or increase them to full-time rather than leave such hiring decisions to the new superintendent who will start July 1st. And I am disappointed at the increase in the assessment for Acton, but one, I was prepared to live with the consensus that the Acton Leadership Group had reached with some difficulty regarding the fiscal 15 budget for the town and regional district. And I also was well aware that budget planning for subsequent years would require a lot of straight talk, hard work, and cooperation between the entities if the projected parade of horribles were to be avoided. Number two, after weeks of blunt comments in public meetings and mounting tensions between members of this board and the school committee, I was unconvinced that a vote not to recommend would do any good, and I was certain that such a vote would make relations with the district worse, especially if I, as chairman, were part of a unanimous vote not to recommend. The message I wanted to send to the district, school committee, and especially the new superintendent was that I was prepared to work with them in the coming year to strengthen communications and make the fiscal 16 budget planning process more transparent and less trying than it has been this year. That is why, notwithstanding my unhappiness with the fiscal 15 assessment, I made the difficult choice to dissent from the vote not to recommend. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Adachi. We're prepared now to have the town meeting members speak. I'll recognize first Mr. Cadillac at the back microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Is this on now?
Yes, it is.
There are many, many reasons not to support this assessment. I'll briefly mention 3 of them. First, there has been considerable discussion, some of you must be aware of it, or whether the formula that's in the agreement, which is basically the same as the formula that we had previously that allocates the assessments between the two towns, is fair. This year, it's demonstrably not fair. Acton's assessment is increasing by actually more than the number, but that's been shown, but I'll get to that in a minute, while Boxborough's is decreasing by 4, 5, 6%, depending on which their budget will be, which we don't know yet. The way to fix this is not to vote for this assessment, which will force a re-evaluation of the formula. That's one aspect. Second, and this was covered extremely well by Selectman Green, the budget, the district school budget, is really bigger than the numbers that you've been shown by at least $900,000 worth of money that's going to be paid from the municipal side in Acton this year, something that should have been mentioned. How did that happen? Well, it was a complicated process to redo the budgets from the previous multiple budgets to one. Perhaps the payments to the retirement board and others was overlooked, or the information was obtained late. That doesn't really bother me if it had been acknowledged, but it wasn't. Also, if you consider the payments from funds such as community ed, where some of the increased positions were funded only after the first budget was obviously not very acceptable. If you add it all up, the Acton assessment probably would have been more like 6 or 7%. But again, what bothers me most is the lack of transparency, accurate information. Last, and this is the most important to those of you who have children in school, the increases in the current budget, lots of them, not all of them, but a great majority, are due, as was mentioned, to new mandates, which tell Acton how to change its curriculum, evaluation and teachers, and others. In Mr. Bruce's opening statement, he very eloquently pointed out how successful our school system has been. Acton does not need an in-state bureaucracy to tell it how to run its school system. These new mandates are the educationalist bureaucracy's equivalent of the swine flu vaccine, a solution looking for a problem. This will have an impact on your children's education. Not only is it unnecessary, it will be detrimental, because the time that will be devoted by your classroom teachers to implement these changes is time taken away from teaching your children. And same thing for the administrators. What do we do about it? By voting no on this assessment. That is this town's meeting's way to send a message to the educational bureaucracy that we are perfectly capable of determining how to run our own school systems, have done so for decades, and leave us alone. Please vote no on this assessment.
I recognize the gentleman at the back microphone. Yes, sir.
I'm Bill Guthwein from Main Street. I'd like to speak for the amendment. I mean, it amazes, or for the motion, it amazes me that this school committee, its predecessors, administration, Dr. Mills and his predecessor, are not given more credit for the incredible fiscal management of of this district. I mean, is everyone aware that on a per-student basis, we spend less in AB and less at Acton than the state average? I mean, are you aware, for instance, that last year, the per-pupil spending at Acton was less than the prior year? This is 13 versus 12, excuse me. So, you know, incredible, you know, financial management. One place we do lead that maybe we're not so proud of, we're number 18 out of 362 districts in Acton, number 22 at Acton-Boxborough. What is that? Class size. We have some of the largest class sizes in the state. Now, this seems to be an affluent town. We have money to buy open space. We have money to do many of these very higher level kinds of things, but we don't seem to have be able to find the money to fund our schools equivalent to you know, other schools in the state, and that's just, to me, kind of remarkable. So I would certainly recommend that this budget is passed and that our future budgets are passed, and I think they will be going up, notwithstanding the Finance Committee. Our class sizes are so large, the opportunity to reduce the class sizes comes with lower enrollment, and lower enrollment does not reduce costs unless you lay off teachers or reduce teachers, and that, I don't believe that should happen. I believe we're a wealthy enough town to run class sizes in line with the rest of the state. And finally, I'd like to mention that this is a $50 million proposed spending bill. It affects how many students? Roughly, say, 4,800 students in Acton. Very, very important, controversial amendment that's buried at 9:45 on the second night of town meeting. I really think that we should be starting to think about scheduling this where the most number of our citizens can come out and talk about this very important and very large spending appropriation. Thank you.
I'll recognize the gentleman at the front microphone.
Thank you. Christopher Shea, 303 School Street here in Acton. I would encourage people to vote for this. I, like many people, have my primary investment is my home, and my investment lives or dies by what the schools do here. The schools are a big draw, and I think it's time to put some more effort into investing in our schools. And I also encourage the school committee to settle with the teachers as well. So please vote for it. Thank you.
I'll recognize Mr. Nitschel.
I have a quick question, and I'll go to the other microphone for a statement. So I just wanted to ask about the 3 assistant principal positions that are being added. What is the normal cost of health insurance? You estimated at $30,000, but you're adding 3 FTEs, so is the typical cost of health insurance for an added position $10,000? I thought it was more than that.
Well, it is, but if you think about it, we already have 5, well, I guess 5 or 6 assistant principals already in place. So they're already receiving health care benefits. The $10,000 is the additional to bring them up to full-time for all of them.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Nitschel.
I was under the impression, maybe I had this wrong, that 1 assistant principal would cover 2 schools currently. So you're saying that we have 5 individuals each doing half-time, or do we have 3 individuals doing full-time?
We have currently right now in fiscal year 14, there is a full-time at Blanchard that is scheduled to go to half-time. But if this passes, then it will go to, that will go back to full-time. And then there's 1 person who covers both Gates and Conant, thank you. And then there's a half-time at all the other ones also.
Okay, thank you.
At the back microphone.
Hi, thank you. Maureen Flynn, Durkee Road. I wanted to address something that I believe I heard the Selectmen's Committee state, and then said again in a different way by Mr. Cadillac. The Common Core curriculum that has been adopted by Massachusetts, they're one of the states that are implementing, including in Acton. It's not elective that we say, oh, yeah, we'll take Common Core, but we're not going to take all the administrative stuff the state tells us we have to do. If the state is doing this, our principals now have to spend an astronomical amount of time evaluating their teachers and then fill in the paperwork to send it to the state. Our teachers now have to test our children before they've taught them anything. Okay, and this is happening now. My daughter came home with a 7% on a math test, and what happened? Oh, Mommy, that's stuff we haven't learned yet. Well, why are you taking a test? I don't know. So I go to find out. Lo and behold, our teachers under Common Core need to test our children, so that when they teach them the curriculum and then test them again at the end, they report the delta to the state and ultimately to the federal government. So they now have more administrative work to do to prove that they're teaching our students. So if you don't like that, don't vote against our school budget. Go get involved with a committee that's against the Common Core. Because right now, we're adopting it, and we have to follow the mandates from the state. That's not a choice. Additionally, the increases that everyone keeps talking about, 6%, 7%, how much money, they're not just numbers on a page. It's the realities of the people in our schools teaching our children, the administrators, and the job they have to do. Decreasing enrollment, great. We cut out a kindergarten section. My daughter is in that class. She had 22 students in kindergarten. Do you know how big her class is going to be by the time she hits 6th grade? We had an opportunity to get our class sizes small. But no, we want to cut an FTE because that's more important. Because when you look at a spreadsheet up on that monitor up there and you see a line item, you want to save some money. Well, the reality of that in our classrooms, it might have been one of the worst things that ever happened to Acton to get rated that high. We have 5,800 students that we're trying to educate with just under $50 million. Our neighboring town spends $50 million. So you think, oh, hey, we're pretty much in line, right? No, they're educating 4,000 children. We have almost 50% more. It's not about dollars and cents. It's not about a percent increase over last year to this year. It's about how these people spend tons of time trying to best manage our schools. We have elected them to do this job. They are the ones that invest time night after night, month after month, researching this, understanding what's really going on, not just looking at a spreadsheet and percentage increases. We've elected them. We should trust them. They understand this. And I really urge everyone to support this school budget. Thank you.
The gentleman at the back microphone.
I'm Danny Factor, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Commission on Disabilities, which I'm a member of. And we're not taking a position, the Commission, yes or no on the budget, but we do have a concern about something that was left out. And it has to do with our responsibility as a Commission that are advocates for people with disabilities, people with mental disabilities, people with physical disabilities, and in this case, in particular, children. So on February 6th, our understanding is that there was an essential new staff position for special education coordinator for grades 6 through 8. that was in the budget. And the position was required to reduce an excessive workload for the existing elementary special education coordinator. This position was removed from the final version of the budget. It was removed with about 24 hours notice. There wasn't a proper amount of time for people to comment about it. And our commission thinks that this was a mistake. It was a needed position. It was asked for. It was assumed that it would remain in the budget. And our position is that it should not have been removed. Particularly with the regionalization, it's created such a workload for the special educators that the current elementary special education coordinator is responsible for supervising, training, and evaluating 119 certified special educators. And this is special education assistants from 6 elementary schools. When you include now Blanchard, you're talking about 28 additional staff. So this is a position that should have stayed in the budget, and that's why I'm making this comment tonight. Thank you.
Normally, we take all first-time speakers before we go back and give someone a second bite at the apple. I see no other first-time speakers standing. I am.
I'm not that small.
Oh, yes, you are. Alan, let's not have any size comparisons here, Alan. That's unfair. Unfair. Yes, ma'am.
Annette Lockery, 57 Windsor Avenue. I support the budget, but I have a question that has been nagging at me since I've been in town for the last 24 years. Is the apportionment between Acton and Boxborough an accurate apportionment between the two towns? For the last 24 years, I've been hearing that it's not, that Acton is paying more than its share. And I appreciate that we're talking about the whole budget tonight, which again I support, but is Acton paying more than its share? And do we know that that ratio has been set up correctly?
Who would like to take a crack at that? I'm hoping it's Mr. Bruce, but it's a little bit like religion in the Baptist church, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, if you, well, first of all, we'd have to ask Mr. Moderator, Dr. Mills would, but Dr. Mills is not a resident of this town.
And you want Dr. Mills to speak?
I would like Dr. Mills to speak on this issue.
Boy, this is no one owes you very much right now, Steve. This is a real test of your popularity, a real test. All in favor of hearing Dr. Mills speak, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous.
The assessment has been around for 55 years. It didn't get voted last June 3rd. The assessment is simply a function of enrollment, the 3-year average rolling enrollment. Simply stated, Acton people pay for Acton kids' educations, and the people from Boxborough pay for Boxborough students' educations. When I got here 3 years ago, about 80% of the children and teenagers in the district were from Acton, 20% from Boxborough. Now it's about 83 Acton, 17 Boxborough. So the Acton assessment currently for this year and for next year is going up, and the Boxborough assessment is going down. Not for any of the stuff around regionalization, other than the district is more concentrated with Acton kids. It's as simple as that. I know Peter Ashton is here somewhere. He can speak to the projections into the future about this problem for Acton is temporary. As I understand it, as that we understand projected enrollments from both towns, it's going to level out over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Well, you are pretty popular, pretty popular. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, John Peterson, 6 Jackson Drive. I have 2 students in the AV system. I wish that we could provide them and all 5,800 students in the district with a higher level of educational service. That our per pupil spending is undesirably low is well understood. The financial limitations of the town of Acton that have led school committees and town meetings over the years not to dramatically increase per pupil spending is simple. We have a residential tax base and, relative to our neighboring communities, many students. This underlying dynamic remains true as we begin full regionalization. As a past school committee member, I too wish that we could provide a higher level of service to our students, and I actually think there isn't a single person in this room who doesn't wish that that would be true as well. But I concluded that we could not sustainably increase our budgets. Unfortunately, the proposed FY15 budget relies on low-quality, non-recurrent revenues to support the addition of recurrent expenses. Among the revenue sources that we've talked about at town meeting are a $1.3 million transfer from the transfer station reserve, allocation of debt service from lower fields to community education, transfers from the town of Acton, movement of health benefits into revolving accounts. The Acton-Boxborough Regional School District Reserve Fund, commonly known as E&D, which was reduced as a percentage of the school budget through the formation of the region, is also being tapped. Furthermore, Chapter 78 is predicted to decline in future years as the AB student population becomes a smaller percentage of the state's students. The new regional bonus aid will decline. Schedule A will continue to shift costs to Acton. Having been born in 1954, I have vivid memories of the hyperinflation of the 70s. The 2% of inflation of the past few years seems almost magical. While inflation runs at 2%, we should not support an assessment increase of 4.5%. Next year, we will have a new superintendent, Glenn Brand. The current budget, in my opinion, having maxed out potential revenues, will leave him no opportunity to strategically invest without first cutting services. Delaying the proposed new positions a year until Dr. Brand has reviewed our system is a prudent approach to providing him flexibility as he brings his insights to the FY16 budgets and services. While for a single year the proposed budget would allow a higher service level, over the longer term there will be painful cuts. Please vote no on the proposed assessment and let the school committee reconsider the sustainable level of financial support that the town of Acton can provide to the regional school district.
There always seems to be a speaker, Mr. Nitchelm, that is popping up, and we get them first before we give you a second bite at the apple, probably. Mrs. Chang.
Call the previous question.
Do I hear a second? All in favor of cutting off debate on this article, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Debate is cut off. Sorry, Mr. Nitchelm. We're going to now vote on Mr. Bruce's original motion. Does everybody know what it is? They do? Okay. It takes a simple majority to pass. All in favor of Mr. Bruce's motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. The motion is carried. We move to Article 22. It's a fairly long motion.
Mr. Moderator, can I make a statement? Just so everybody knows. I'm asking.
Mr. Bruce, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to remind town meeting that Articles 22, 23, and 24 have to do with the school system. So wouldn't it be great to just pick up and leave?
So come back.
How do you want, I mean, I'm perfect off.
No, I will add commentary if needed.
Okay, yeah, no.
Well, let us get into Article 22. You can see it on the board, but I'm going to read it. Ms. Adachi moves to transfer from the school committee to the Board of Selectmen and to authorize the selectmen to sell and convey to the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District the school properties identified as items 1 through 6 in the article, subject to such easements as the selectmen may reserve and accept, and on such terms and conditions as the selectmen may determine, and further moves to transfer on June 30th, 2014, any and all remaining real property and interest therein that are on or may be under the care, custody, and control of the Town of Acton School Committee, including without limitation the properties identified as items A through F in the article, from the school committee to the Board of Selectmen for general municipal purposes. Do I hear a second? I hear a second. This motion, let me just give you this, takes 2/3 to pass. And I'll recognize Mr. Adachi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is a bit unusual, but I think that we thought it would be a good idea to have representatives of both entities up here on this occasion, but I will probably do more talking, give Mr. Bruce a break. I think that he deserves it anyhow. We are just going to be presenting a series of maps illustrating the property that will be transferred. First, it'll be public school property moving to the district, town retained parcels, town retained easements, and district granted easements. All of those will be covered in sequence, and actually what's going to the district and what's staying with the town will be encompassed in some of the maps in the same map. Public school property moving to the regional district, the Luther Conant School, Gates School, C.T. Douglas School, McCarthy Town, and Miriam Schools in the Parker Damon Building, the Administration Building, and then parcel 20-1, 199 Arlington Road, which is the access to Gates. Town retained parcels, and a lot of times these abut the parcels that are going to the district. Elm Street Recreational Facility, McPherson Ball Field, Hart Field, 24 to 28 Arlington Street, 24R Arlington Street, and the former town school at 433 Massachusetts Avenue. This is a map identifying all the properties that are at issue. Property number 1 over on the west side is the Douglas and Gates Elementary Schools and the fields. Property number 2 below at the southern side is McCarthy Town and Miriam Elementary Schools, the Administration Building, and the former town school. Property number 3 in the southeast corner is the Luther Conant School and the fields, and property number 4 in the north is the Arlington Street properties, which are going to be staying with the town. So this is the first map, and I hope this, I guess this looks pretty good. This is the pattern that we're going to be following for the maps. The blue outline identifies the property that will be moving to the regional school district. The red outline identifies property that will stay with the town. Some of the maps, and this one included, has a dotted line identifying an easement for the benefit of the town leading to the town land. And in this case, the easement is really the existing driveway for the Conant School, and it leads to the 2 fields, which are numbered 1 and 2. The total, I don't know if you want to know what the acreage is, it's there. It's very small anyhow, even here, but the blue parcel is 17.13 acres going to the district. This is the Douglas and Gates Elementary Schools combined. Again, the blue outline identifying the property that is going to the district, and the red outline identifying what stays with the town. And I'll just go through these. If people have questions afterwards, we can go back through them. McCarthy Town and Miriam Schools, the Administration Building, and the former town school. Most of this, obviously, is going to the district, and the small red outline identifies the old high school that is now housing. This is what the town and district property will look like after regionalization, with the blue splotches identifying district property and the red ones identifying what will be town property. And this that we've had a number of questions about what on Arlington Street was going to the district. This is not what's going to the district. This is a property that has been owned by the town, and it was acquired some time ago, potentially with the idea of, in the event that there was a new primary school needed, but that need never arose, and so it's remained open, and it will continue to stay with the town. In addition to the transfer of the real estate, the two entities have executed agreements that confer certain benefits on the town. The town will retain what are called easements. They're legal rights, really ownership rights with regard to some of these properties. So Conant, Douglas, Gates, McCarthy Town Schools, the town retains easement rights with regard for the use as emergency shelters, elections, and town meetings, although I rather doubt that we'll ever have town meetings at those schools. With respect to Conant School, the town retains easement for access and utilities via the existing driveway, as I mentioned before, to the McPherson Ball Field and the Hart Field. And finally, the town retained easements with regard to the administration building on Charter Road and other school properties in that area are for the operation, maintenance, repairs, improvements to the sewer pump station, the lines, the connections, equipment, and other components of the sewer system. District granted easements, these are because the district owns some certain property already, and they pertain to the junior high and the high school. The district is granting an easement to the town with respect to use for emergency shelter, elections, town meetings. The use for elections when school is in session will require prior school committee approval. There's no wish for anybody on the part of anybody to disrupt school operations. The district also is granting the town access to provide utilities over, under, across, beneath, and along existing district property with respect to the same sewer pump station on Charter Road. And the Board of Selectmen recommend approval of this article. How about the school?
Yeah, I think we're good with it too.
Do you have the microphone back now, Mr. Bruce, or do you want me to move on? Move on, okay. Comments from the Finance Committee, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Essentially, last year when you voted in the region, you voted in concept to do this because the proposal was that the towns of Boxborough and Acton would sell their district schools to the new region for $1. When the study committee was looking at the region as an expansion, there was a lot of discussion about how we should handle these schools. And the feeling of that committee was that since the new regional school system was going to be paying whatever bond costs are left on these schools, would be paying for the operations of these schools, and considering the fact that this new region will last many years beyond the next one, considering that the current 7 through 12 region is essentially 60 years old, new capital, new buildings, all kinds of changes which none of us can foresee and which a number of us probably will never see in actuality, would seem to be best left to the region which was responsible for it. Should the time come that the region no longer needed these schools for school purposes, they would be sold back to the town for the same dollar that was paid originally, presumably much debased by inflation over those years, but we'll leave that one aside. Don't forget that the regional committee for the new region has a majority of Acton residents elected by Acton citizens and has quite a majority of the voting power in that committee. So it seems inconceivable to me that there would ever be a problem of the region holding on to land or buildings that it did not need. In addition, because it straightens out some of the fields which were originally acquired with the prospect of building a new school. The reason there are fields at Conant was because that land was purchased in order to build 2 elementary schools. By the time there was some thought of any building of a second elementary school, which turned out not to be necessary, the state had changed its rules and the land was no longer adequate for that. The same thing is true with the Arlington land, which was originally purchased with the prospect of building an elementary school there. By the time anybody thought about building one there, the state again had changed its rules with regard to septage, which was necessary to support this school. And it seems eminently reasonable that it come back to the town for town use. So for all of these reasons, the Finance Committee supports this and recommends it to you.
Thank you. Now it's time for the town meeting members to comment. Mr. Nitschel.
Alan Nitschel, Marion Road. So my question is, I look at this as sort of like a poker game, and Acton is putting in an ante, and Boxborough is putting in an ante. So Acton's ante is 5 or 6 buildings, however you want to count them, and Boxborough's ante is 1. And we've already agreed that they're going to be sold at $1 each. But I think before town meeting approves it, we should have been given some type of list of asset, so we know what the value is, minus the encumbrances, minus the debt, because they're obviously not equal. It's at least 5 to 1 or roughly 5 to 1. I don't know if it's in Acton's favor or Boxborough's favor, but I have repeatedly requested this information from Boxborough and from Acton. No one has provided the information, so I guess we'll just do it. But it seems pretty weird that we would be donating millions and millions of dollars of property into a joint venture, and there's no accounting of the value of these properties to make sure that they're equitable between the two towns. Thank you.
Ms. Cadillac. Ms. Cadillac.
Ann Catholic, Paul Revere Road. Now you've hit something near and dear to my heart, elections. Before we just give away control of the school, I thought I had a grip on it. I was happy to see we can use the Conant School, the existing public schools. And then the slide came up about the junior high and the high school. And as we all know, the junior high is where we vote now, and the only space big enough to do what we're currently doing needs to be either the junior high or potentially the high school. None of the elementary schools have either a gym or a cafeteria big enough. And to say, well, if the school's not in session, doesn't really cut it, because if we have a special election or something comes up, you're now asking the town to not just pay to go rent space, but it's a huge process to notify the voters. And we know how confusing it was just to move from Nagog down to the Conant School that everybody basically knew where it was. You're going to go rent some random building somewhere and try to get the voters there. You're asking for a huge problem. Why is it we have an entirely different rule for the junior high and the high school? Why isn't the wording the same as for the Conant School? And if the rule is not that the elections always get priority, then I'd really like to know why.
Would someone like to address that question, please? Ms. Adachi?
I was reducing over 100 pages of verbiage to a few slides, and I didn't bother to put in details. I think even with respect to the grammar schools, any proposed use by the town really is subject to advance notice. With regard to the junior highs and the high schools, there was a special concern that the school committee be involved in notification if school was in session. It doesn't mean that the town's use will be precluded. It just means that the school committee has to be involved in the decision making. And that is inevitably going to happen anyway. The town already currently makes sure that the school system is aware of any plans for the use of the buildings. It's not as if we go in and just take over. So I really think that it's really going to be a collaborative process between the two entities. It has to be. I think everybody is aware that we really rely on those buildings because of their size for important town functions. But the schools are going to be controlling those buildings, and they do have the right to some advance notice, and that does exist with regard to the grammar schools as well.
Can I follow up?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Cadillac.
This is a serious amount of money to just go, oh, well, it's been that way. There's a reason that the wording suddenly appeared up there different than the junior high and the high school than it is in the Conant School and all the other ones. And I want to go on the record right now and have everybody say on video so we can play it back, I don't want to hear a year from now, oh, well, now it's not convenient for the students to have us vote in the junior high. That's a big game changer for me and probably for other people if they know about it. Tell me right now if the intent is to kick the elections out of the schools, or is the intent to carry on exactly like we have, or potentially use the high school if we need it?
Yeah, I can address that.
Mr. Bruce?
Yeah, the intent is not to change what we're doing now. Actually, in this last year, Mrs. Daci and I have had a number of conversations about how the high school, voting at the high school could work. So the intent was not to change things. The intent is not a year from now to sit there and say, you're out of the junior high. We understand that the junior high and voting, I believe, at Conant is what's in place now. We don't plan on changing that. Yet we did ask for a heads up, basically, to let us know that that was going to be used. We are having conversations about how we use, or what potentially we could use the high school. We run into the fact of, the town meeting, it's easy because there's no students here. But during the day, when you're voting, we have students here that pay for the parking that are out there. That runs into some issues, and that's, we've tried to balance that. But we're not going to, I know I'm not going to, in a year from now, turn around and say, sorry, you can't use the junior high. Besides the fact, I think there was an easement in there and with the initial property, the initial deed of the property anyways, for town use of the junior high.
Okay. Last try here.
You have one more question?
Yeah.
I would like to just remind people that we've got quite a lot of work to do, and it's getting late, and I would like to at least get the Minuteman articles in, because I do believe there are people that may or may not be available. But go ahead, Ms. Cadillac, but let's just make it as short as we can.
The issue of the student parking, to me, is not a huge deal, because obviously, whatever the deal is, we write in our parking agreement. If there happens to be a special election, I'm sure these students know plenty well that the community is here for them. No student's going to go, oh, well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give up my parking space just because you guys need to vote. That would be ridiculous. So let's not use that as an excuse. If that's the problem, then we got a bigger problem in this town. But right now, on the record, we are going to be allowed to continue to vote in the junior high and potentially vote at the high school as long as you get notice, because we can give you election schedules out 10 years if you need them. Is that the understanding?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I think we, did someone say something? Yes. Who was it? Yes.
I have a quick question. I like the finance person's remark that if the schools in, let's say, 20 years from now should close, is it going to be a contractual deal that they would sell it back to the town for $1? I happen to live through the era of school closings when my children were young, and it happened every town I was in the Midwest, and they would be sold for housing development, just as we've done with some of our old buildings. So I just wanted to know, it's not in the motion, so is this part of the envisioned contract that if the school should close, say, in the future, it would be sold back to the town, since it is valuable real estate?
I can answer that. You want me to answer that?
Did you want that answered by a specific person other than the moderator? Yeah.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, where are we?
Behind you.
Oh, yes, Mr. Town Council.
It's already in the amended regional agreement, and it will be in the deeds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? All right, let's vote on this. I see no one standing. All in favor of the motion that was made by Mrs. Daci, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No. The motion carries.
Mr. Moderator, can you declare two-thirds vote, please?
I declare it a two-thirds vote. Thank you very much. It was a two-thirds vote. It was nearly unanimous. That required two-thirds to pass. That's why he asked that question. Article 23. Ms. Adachi moves to close the revolving funds listed in the article as of June 30th, 2014, to transfer their balances to surplus revenue, to appropriate from free cash an amount matching each fund's balance as of June 30th, 2014, and to authorize the town treasurer in consultation with the town manager to transfer those amounts on or after July 1st, 2014 to the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District, subject to the conditions and limitations set forth in the article. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Adachi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is just simply a bit of housekeeping. We're transferring real estate. We're transferring the revolving accounts that are currently in the custody of the town over to the district effective June 30th. There are no numbers because what we transfer will be effective as of June 30th. And we won't know until then what the balances will be. So the Board of Selectmen recommends approval of this article.
Other comments from the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee recommends that you vote in favor.
Any other comments from the town meeting members? All right, we'll vote. All in favor of the motion as read under Article 23, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to Article 24. Ms. Adachi moves in the words of the article. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Adachi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is just another similar to Article 23. It's a transfer of funds from the town to the regional district.
Other comments from the Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee voted to recommend at town meeting that they vote in favor.
Comment from the town meeting members? I see nobody standing, so we will vote. All in favor of the motion as read under Article 24, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Now we are through 25 and we're moving on to 26, the Minuteman Regional School District. What's that? Did I miss one? Yeah, right. Someone's trying to trick me back there? Okay, thank you. It's pretty easy to do. Let me ask, Nancy Banks, you are here. Is Mr. Boquillan here? And where is he? Is he? Well, would you ask him to stand, please? And we would like to, here he is. So when you introduce him to stand, we'll all applaud, I am sure. So, Ms. Banks, to your article, after I read the motion. Mrs. Banks. The selectmen have started to tell jokes again. We have to be very careful of this. Mrs. Banks moves that the town appropriate $760,052 to fund the fiscal year 2015 assessment of the Minuteman Regional School District and to raise such amount, $343,118 be transferred from the fund balance of the former Northeast Solid Waste Committee Fund pursuant to Chapter 376 of the Acts of 2006. $251,037 be transferred from free cash, and $165,897 be transferred from general revenues. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Mrs. Banks, to your motion.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Banks. I'm the Acton representative to the Minuteman School Committee, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Edward Boquillan, who is the superintendent of the Minuteman School, and will be here. And is available to help me.
I would just say, some of you perhaps are seeing Nancy for the first time, but you will remember she was the town manager here, and I won't say how many years ago. It might have been 2 or 3 years ago or something.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Now to your motion.
I'd like to, Minuteman is the regional technical vocational high school of which we are a member. It is a wonderful alternative, even though we heard wonderful things about Acton-Boxborough, and of course it is a wonderful school system, but Minuteman is also a wonderful school system. It's a traditional high school that also offers 20 career clusters. Also, as a traditional high school program, offers AP courses in English literature and calculus. In the 20 career clusters that are on the slide behind me are in the areas of bioscience and engineering, human, business, and commercial services, and trades and transportation. That range of cluster is designed for students whose education is going to formal education is going to end at high school, but it's also very much intended for students who are going to continue their education. And many students from Minuteman who go on to secondary education attend the same colleges and universities as graduates of Acton-Boxborough. There really is no limitations on what a student can do by going to Minuteman. A graduate from my daughter's class in 2005 is now in a PhD program at Columbia University. So where talent and skill is, a student can go. But I also want to get to the point of the assessment. So this year, the assessment is $760,052. It's up $73,000. It is largely due to the fact that the student enrollment is up this year from 21 to 26 students, as well as assessments are up in addition to that. This is offset by a slight reduction this year in our capital expenses, and we also benefit by the additional state aid to regional transportation funding. Acton has had a, the slide shows what the enrollment has been. The enrollment is slightly up from a low of 21 students. We have a very collaborative relationship with Minuteman that we look forward to continuing. One of the things that's included in the assessment is a $166,000 charge for a middle school program that we run at our middle school. One of the things it does is introduce these students to some of the programs that we offer, but also is good for students at the high school, just to introduce them to what some career options are. Going ahead, this slide shows the breakdown of how the assessment is arrived at, primarily due to the number of students, and then you'll see that there's a transportation component, capital component, postgraduate. We have one postgraduate student attending, and then, as I indicated, the middle school program. The budget drivers for the Minuteman School don't differ that much from what you heard just now. Special education continues to be a major driver. Minuteman School has an unusually high percentage of special education students who come to take advantage of the hands-on education, but that also results in some additional cost to the school, and that in recent years have increased. We also have, as in Acton-Boxborough, we have a collective bargaining agreement that we're in the midst of negotiating, health insurance, and we also are participating in the new state testing program, and as well as the teacher evaluation program, which is placing a lot of demand on our administrators. Overall, the budget is up. The total budget for the school is $19 million with an overall increase of 5.9. As I indicated, the increase to the members is 3.8. And these are just some slides to show you that one of the things that we've been doing is to increase overall enrollment at the school, and it's an area where we have seen some success. And this year we have just slightly under 800 students attending the school. And that is the article. If there are any questions.
The comments from the Board of Selectmen? Yes. Sona.
The Board of Selectmen unanimously recommend approval of this motion. We appreciate the role that Minuteman plays in Acton's greater community, certainly as an alternative to Acton Boxborough. And we appreciate the careful financial controls over the last few years in dealing with that difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Committee, please.
Yeah, the Finance Committee is in favor of this warrant article.
And we will ask for comments from the town meeting members. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Maureen Flynn, Durkee Road. I just want to start by saying I think Minuteman Tech is a fantastic option, and I'm fully in support of it. I just have a question, a clarification on the numbers. So Acton pays $760,000 for 26 students for 1 year. Is that accurate?
No, you have to subtract out of that so the assessment includes the middle school program, but you have to subtract that out to come to a cost per pupil. Because the middle school program is a separate and distinct program and is not part of the cost of educating the high school students. So you have to subtract that out. So that brings it down to 500 and something. I'm sorry, at 10:30 at night, my math skills have evaded me. But you do have to subtract out the $166,000 that we spend for the middle school program.
So it's 500 something
right
for 26 students, but that still is, I mean, if my math isn't incorrect, like $20,000 per student?
Yes. And the cost, it is something that we are, traditionally vocational schools do cost because of the cost associated with running the wide range of shops. And Minuteman also has the additional impact of having such a high percentage of special education students. We have an unusually high percentage. I think it's 47% of our students. So that adds to our cost. But it is something that we're very sensitive to, and during the past few years, we have looked at ways that we can reduce cost and are going to continue to do that because we need to remain competitive in our cost per student.
Thank you.
Other comments from the town meeting members? I see nobody standing, so let us vote. This takes a simple majority to pass. All in favor of Mrs. Banks' motion that I read, please say aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll move to Article 26. Mrs. Banks moves that the town, acting consistent with Sections 7 of the existing agreement with respect to the establishment of a technical and vocational school district for the Minuteman Regional Vocational School District, accepts the amendments to said agreement which have been initiated and approved by a vote of the Minuteman Regional School Committee on March 11th, 2014, and which have been submitted to the Selectmen as a restated regional agreement bearing the date of March 11th, 2014. Do I hear a second? Okay, Mrs. Banks, to your motion.
This motion addresses the actual agreement. There are 16 members of the Minuteman Regional School District. There's not a lot that these 16 towns agree on, but what we do agree on is that the regional agreement no longer meets our needs. It was adopted in June of 1970 and last amended in 1980. The revisions to the school district are actually going to be very familiar to Acton. So we're making changes in the way the annual operating costs, the capital costs. We're introducing weighting voting, which has been very important because we have each of the 16 members, we have a low of some communities only having one student attending, up to Arlington, which sends approximately 30% of all the member communities. And understandably, Arlington has felt that they have a need for a bigger vote. There is an easier process for us to incent new member communities. More importantly, it becomes possible for members now to leave the district without having all of the 16 members approve that withdrawal. It more lays out a clearer process for authorizing debt and also for amending the agreement. So I will go through these very quickly. The enrollment, similar to what we have with Acton-Boxborough, will now be a 4-year rolling average. The capital assessment, instead of just being based on enrollment, will include a combined ability to pay along with the rolling average, as well as a 1% commitment to pay. We are introducing weighted voting. After much negotiation, have come up with a formula whereby 50% of the vote will be based on the enrollment, and then 50% will be equal share. It enables us, this is very important to us because we think it's important that, given that slightly less than 50% of the students who attend Minuteman are from non-member communities, we think it's very important that we have the ability to bring in new communities. And the agreement gives us the ability to offer some incentives to communities to get them to join. It also, as I indicated, allows members to leave the district without having all 16 members approve that. In fact, a community would now have a 3-year process to leave, and that they would have that ability to leave unless the other communities got together and held a town meeting to specifically disapprove that. The debt authorization allows the possibility of having a district-wide ballot if we fail to get town meeting approval in all our member communities. And finally, it amends the amendment process so that it is slightly easier to amend this agreement should it be needed over the life of it. The bottom line, though, which is interesting for Acton, is that with all of these changes, the impact to Acton is almost nil. So we go from having a weighted vote today of 6.25% to 6.28%. And similarly, we would find that our capital would have a very small change. The assessment that you thus voted might be slightly less because we would be based on 23.5 students versus 26 students. So Acton is fortunate in that given the number of students we send there, we sort of fit in the middle of the pack, and the way this agreement was amended, it really has very little impact on the middle communities of which we fall into. So, but in spite of that, I'm recommending it because I think it's going to provide us to have better governance of this district, and I think that that is really important going forward in order for us to serve the needs of the students who go there.
Thank you, Nancy. Comment from the Board of Selectmen, please.
The Board of Selectmen also unanimously recommend this motion. The new agreement is going to provide for a more efficient and effective governance of the school district, and we think it is also going to be fairer for Acton as well as for the other towns from a representative standpoint. And then most importantly, we think in the end, that is going to be better for the students. Thank you.
And comment from the Finance Committee, please.
The Finance Committee appreciated the input from Mrs. Banks and her Minuteman team. It made a lot of sense to them, and they are in support of this article.
Comments from the town meeting members? Seeing nobody standing, we will vote. This takes a simple majority to pass. All in favor of Mrs. Banks' motion under Article 26, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. The selectmen have voted at this time, or have given me some information at this time that I'd pass along to you. We think we would like, with your indulgence, to continue on, and although it seems like we have a lot of articles left, we may not have a great deal of time to do those articles, in that they should be short, is what I mean. So we will progress on. I would let you know, if you wish, you can make a motion to adjourn, but it would have to pass as a normal motion. But with that, I'll continue on. Amend the zoning bylaws, bicycle parking. Mr. Doobie moves that the town adopt the zoning bylaw amendments as set forth in the article. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Doobie, to your article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I thought I'd start with a brief history of bicycling in Acton, but since it's 10:30 or 11:15, I'll just move on.
It'd have to be real brief.
So the planning board recommended the adoption of this bylaw change in order to make Acton, or begin to make Acton, a little more conducive to people who do get around on bicycles through town. It would establish formal bicycle parking requirements alongside the existing requirements in the bylaws for parking for motor vehicles. It would add a new section, which would be 6.3.7, require bicycle parking spaces for all uses except single to 4 family dwellings. Would establish a minimum requirement for bicycle parking based on the number of motor vehicle parking spaces. We'd establish standards for bicycle parking space dimensions and locations. We'd require protection barriers for motor vehicles so folks can park their bicycles without risk of being hit by cars. And we'd allow for a reduction in motor vehicle spaces if additional bicycle spaces are provided. So the the planning board does move that the town meeting adopt this particular article. Thank you.
Comments from the Board of Selectmen, please.
The Board of Selectmen voted 4-1 to recommend this article. We do feel it's a small step that will help make the town more bike-friendly. The board does have concerns about the specific language in this, in terms of the ability to do it and whether or not it is practical. However, in the end, we do feel it is a good proposal to move forward with, and that we hope that the town itself in public spaces continues to build out additional parking for town facilities. Thank you.
Comment from the Finance Committee, please.
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends this article. The Action 2020 master plan that was adopted 2 years ago by the town specifically encourages enabling greater use of bicycles around town. Providing more and better bicycle parking fits within this recommendation.
To the town meeting members? Seeing no one standing? Yes, we are. We have someone standing. I'll recognize this gentleman first, and then you second.
And me third.
Go ahead, sir.
At Old Stone Brook. Just a question about the implementation of this.
Could you speak into the microphone a little more closely? It's hard to hear you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
If this becomes effective, is it effective immediately on all properties, or just for new changes?
Just on new development.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize the gentleman in the center.
Well, partially was a question about that. I mean, I know even construction requirements for an older building, if you make a certain amount of changes, you're going to have to implement changes. Is that true for this?
My understanding is that it will affect only new developments.
Okay. I'm at the con microphone because I think this is sort of an onerous requirement. If you read into this, you can end up with dozens of bicycle parking spaces required, all kinds of places. Then there has to be a 6-foot buffer behind them. Then they have to be surrounded by cement or steel bollards. You end up with this monstrosity. hit buildings that may never use it. So now you're going to have the handicap parking spaces, you're going to have the bicycle compound, and pretty soon we're going to have the Minuteman shuttle from the rest of the parking lot to the store itself. I mean, we're getting further and further away. This, I hate to use the word ridiculous, but it reminds me of the bylaw that came up last year about the donation bins. Why do we need this? We can say, you know, put a bike rack somewhere, that's fine, but this seems to be overkill, and I think you need to re-examine it.
At the back microphone, Fran?
Excuse me,
Yeah,
Mr. Melner?
if anybody who's really excited about this issue and loves thinking about all of this and got really passionate about it, remember that the Transportation Advisory Committee just switched from thinking about shuttle buses to bicyclists, and we're looking for members who are really into it. So I'm just saying that.
Ms. Fredericks?
I am so excited by this. This is the kind of onerousness we need. Thank you.
Mr. Kabikoff?
Herman Kabikoff, 27 Robinwood. I have a question and then a comment. Question is, if I want to build a brand-new assisted living facility for people who are not, who need assisted living or Alzheimer's patients, do I have to provide bicycle parking for them?
I think you may. You may
Mr.
be able,
Doobie.
it's conceivable that you could get a variance, but you'd also be building for visitors to the facility as well. And those would be people who might take advantage of the bicycle parking.
My comment is that this is a kind of, this is an example of a little bit of the danger of modifying zoning without due process, or not due process, but without consideration. My understanding is you did hold a public meeting on this article. Nobody showed. Nobody showed. It wasn't exactly well publicized, and I'm afraid there's a lot of unintended consequences here. I personally am not against bicycles, and I'm not against bicycle parking, but I understand that the new Roach Brothers the renovation would have been required to put bicycle parking in front of all of the retail stores. This has got to be better thought out, I think. It's a little dangerous to pass this with as little public debate and input from industry that you've had, and I think you ought to plan to bring it back at the next town meeting.
I'll recognize Ms. Fredericks, I think, for another comment.
I just want to follow up to Herman's comment and say that that's the kind of unintended consequences that we would need more bicycle racks. Thank you.
Gentleman at the back.
Jeff Clymer, 5 Walnut Street. Just a comment about not having given people an opportunity to talk about that, and I am a member of the planning board. You know, we can advertise the public hearings, we can't make people come. So, you know, if you want to be heard, there was an opportunity to do that, and there was also a lot of research done on what is standard with respect to these bylaws, so there was some work done to get this bylaw together, and it was open to public comment. Thank you.
Other comment?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, where are we?
The board here.
Yes. Mr. Son.
So to follow up on an earlier question about whether or not this applies only to new construction, existing sites are grandfathered. However, if there is a site plan review that would come before the Board of Selectmen, then this would apply. However, there is, as Mr. Doobie had mentioned, there is the option to grant a variance, and certainly this is the type of thing where we would also consider, as Mr. Kabikoff was talking about, what would make sense for an assisted living facility. It doesn't apply to single homes from 1 to 4, but it does apply to larger developments.
Other comment? Yes.
Yeah, one more comment. If this applied to the redo at the Roach Brothers Plaza, how many bicycle spaces would have to be up in front of the stores surrounded by cement
So I
protection?
don't know the capacity of that parking lot, but I can explain to you that, so there's a minimum, the bylaw would require a minimum of 2 spaces if you've got a parking lot. You've got 1 for every 20 car spots, up to a maximum of 30 spaces. So the
Right.
if the Roach Brothers lot is 1 lot, for purposes of this bylaw, the maximum bicycle spots would be 30.
Okay, so.
And you would reduce the number of car spaces by
Right,
ratio as well.
all right, so go around to the backside of Roach Brothers to Not Your Average Joe's, and if any of you eat there, if the redo was done and we put 30 bicycle spaces in front of there, you know how it is to park there. It's onerous, to use the same word again. We need to rethink it.
Gentleman at the back.
Yeah, Martin Gretz, Stowe Street. I always find it interesting that we will approve all kinds of complicated zoning changes, but when it comes to bicycles, an awful lot of people suddenly discover that, oh, it's just too hard to make provisions for people who want to ride their bikes. And I suspect that most of these people don't generally have a bicycle or ride one. So I would say get real people. There's a lot of us around here who have bicycles and who would like very much to have a safe place to put it when we go shopping. The town is a great place to cycle from, but not necessarily a great place to cycle in. So I would recommend approving this zoning change.
All right, are we ready to vote? We'll now vote on the motion as read. All in favor of the motion as read under Article 27, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. I declare that, well, let me do it differently. Would all in favor of this motion please stand? You know, I hesitate to tell you this, but it is too close for me to call. Well, I'll tell you, it's 2/3. I call it 87 in favor, 40 against. That wouldn't normally pass, but when you go around and count it the way I did just then, it's very easy to make a mistake, and I don't want to make a bad mistake and have something lose because I miscounted it. Yes, what is your point of order, Mr. Mullen? I'm sorry?
87 would more than carry it.
I understand that.
Oh, you said it wouldn't carry it.
No, I said, whatever I said, I should have said. I should have said that the vote was 87 to 40. That would normally carry, obviously. But it's too close for me to call, walking around, looking at people, stand up, sit down. But they did a pretty good job standing up or raising their hand. But I would be willing to do it again with a little more care, or we can call out the tellers. I suspect there aren't many left. I will try it again if you will allow me to do that. So let's try it again. It is really much quicker, I think. Would all in favor of the motion please stand? Yes, who's? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Someone's sitting. Okay, thank you very much. I know. would you be seated? Would all opposed please stand? Okay, I have a count. The count this time is 99 in favor, 39 opposed. The motion is carried by 2/3 or more. All right, we'll move on to Article 28. Is that right? Is there some problem with 28? Okay. 28. The motion is Mr. Parenti moves that the town take no action under Article 28. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Parenti.
I'm Ron Parenti, Heritage Road, also...
Could you speak into the microphone a little better? Thank you.
I'm Ron Parenti, Heritage Road, one of the 3 water commissioners for the town of Acton. We asked for this article to be placed on this warrant for reasons which I can explain if you like, but at this time we're asking to take no action.
Okay. Other comment on the motion from anybody? Comment?
Do you need a second?
We do need a second. I didn't ask for one.
Well,
Thank you
second.
very much. Second, please. Second, thank you. Now, Mr. Gilman. Thank you, Mike.
It's, Mr. Moderator, I'll offer the board what the board has decided. The board recommends that town meeting take no action.
Finance Committee?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We would follow the recommendation of the Acton Water District to take no action so that the Water District Board of Health, Planning Board, and other town leaders have more time to carefully review the most effective way to protect our water resources without having unwanted, unintended consequences.
Okay. Mrs. Chang?
Not only do I not want you to pass it over, I want you to pass this article because I think that it's time for the Acton town meeting to say something to the Concord town meeting. The Concord town meeting last year tried to purchase a piece of land off of Knox Trail, which were going to use for the parking of their buses and in the future use for their depot for all of their trucks that are now parked at Kai's Road. They couldn't get that land because it's in bankruptcy, so they decided to use a smaller piece of land, which then will have access to a piece of the Graceland. The reason this came before the Water District is it is in Zone 3 for the Acton wells. Acton selectmen and the Water District and a town council, which Acton hired, went to speak to Concord about our concerns. This was before the Concord decided to buy the second piece of land that they're going to do at this town meeting. I think it's time for the Acton people, town meeting, to tell the Concord people that we have some concerns about what they are doing and they should stop. And we should have our water protected. This is also, could possibly be a case for the Dover Amendment because of the school buses are used for schools, and schools, can put their buildings and things regardless of the zoning. So I think it's time, if in fact we don't pass this now and wait until the fall, by the time the fall comes, the school buses will be parked there already. I think it's time that we say something to the Concord Town Meeting and the people in Concord that we want our water protected, and I think by passing this, we will do so.
Other comment on the take no action motion? Ms. Fredericks.
In a rare moment, I agree wholly with what Ann said. And I also would like to make sure that people know what they're voting for. So if they're voting yes, does that mean protect the water with the article, or does yes mean take no action?
Well, yes.
Right, I just want people to be, I want people to hear it from Don and have people understand what they're voting for when they start to vote. Thank you.
If you vote yes on take no action, then no action will be taken. The motion will pass, as it takes a simple majority, and we'll go on to the next article. If you vote no and vote this motion down, there will be no motion affecting the article, and it's free for anybody here, if they wish, to make a positive motion to do something else. I suppose they could recommend that we move in the words of the article.
So just to clarify, if people want this groundwater protection, they vote no on the take no action. Is that correct? Thank you.
I think the answer is that if you you can't guarantee what will happen on the second motion. That could lose as well.
Right, but,
okay?
But if
and
like,
well doesn't refer to the thing we're trying to save
so
here either.
If you want a chance to vote on it, you vote no on this. So I'm saying water fans, vote no. Thank you.
That is correct. That is correct. Yes, sir, at the back.
Kurt Martin, Arlington Street. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would suggest to the town meeting that they vote no on this action, so we may take up the article as originally written in the warrant. I believe that we should have something in place before something else happens from the town of Acton. They're already maneuvering for other land in the W.R. Grace area, from what I understand. If there's an unintended consequence, we can fix it next year. But we should have something in place now to make sure we have something to fall back on, as opposed to getting into an argument of retroactive bylaws and whatnot if Acton or any other town tries to buy land to store their municipal vehicles on. Thank you.
Okay, I'll recognize the lady. Well, I'm going to recognize you.
Okay, Deborah Symes, Concord Road. My question is this. I'm certainly in favor of protecting our groundwater. My question is, if we, as Margaret was sort of alluding to, take a more considered, longer approach to figuring out what's the best solution here, is there any ETA on that? Do we have any sense of, you know, what is the time frame for such a process? Or my concern, of course, is this Knox, my primary concern right now is the Knox Trail thing, but I wonder if anybody has some kind of framework to provide for how we would go forward if we take no action at this time.
Someone have an answer to the lady's question?
Ron?
Yes. Mr. Pern. Well, would you go to, I can't hear you from there. Would you go to a microphone, please?
This is just a point of order. It seems to me the question is more to the motion itself rather than whether the motion should be withdrawn or not. The debate on the actual zoning language and what might happen if it passes or doesn't pass, to me, is more a question of the motion on the zoning amendment itself rather than whether it should be withdrawn or not.
Well, no one's asking to withdraw the motion. We're either going to pass the motion or the motion will fail on your vote. Yes. Floor is yours, sir.
Okay. The question was, do we have a timeline for proceeding
Yes.
forward? And the commissioners certainly intend to have a differently worded article prepared for the fall special town meeting.
And I think the question was, would that be in appropriate time to do something about it?
And the commissioners feel that it would be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gentleman at the back.
Thomas Smith, 196 Main Street. I move that we amend the motion on the floor, delete the words "take no action," replace them with "adopt the article as written."
Now, I say that again, please. I know it's late, but I'm not that tired, but say it again.
I'm moving to adopt the motion on the screen there, to amend the motion on the screen there, to replace the words "take no action" with "adopt Article 28 as written."
It's sort of a substitution motion, substituting one whole motion for another, which is legal.
My intent is to simplify the process, so we're going to have an up or down vote on the article as written.
Well, then you have to have an up or down vote on the amendment, though.
Exactly. We would have to pass the amendment and then, correct.
Why don't you come down here and we'll prepare the amendment, and I want the town council to see it, so please come down.
Okay.
If you're going to make a motion to amend, I want you to come down here and sit with the town council for a moment so that we get it correct.
I'll withdraw my motion then.
Okay, fine. He doesn't have to withdraw his motion. It wasn't seconded to begin with. Yes, ma'am.
Miriam Lezak, High Street. I would like to understand the reasoning behind withdrawing this motion. I'm sorry, behind both FinCom and the Board of Selectmen moving to take no action. It looks like it looks like something that I'd want to see passed. I would like to understand why they think it should be tabled. Thank you.
Mr. Daci?
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr. Sonner, who has actually a statement on this. There was some confusion about who the assigned selectman was, so I'm going to let him go forward.
Mr. Sonner?
So, Ms. Adachi is the liaison for the Water District, and I am for the Water District's Advisory Committee on Land Management. It has been debated for several months within several committees and between the committees and town staff and working with the town of Concord and so on. When the town of Concord decided that they would likely pursue a different property on Knox Trail, which was much smaller, it's about 1 acre, it could hold a dozen or so buses and certainly not the 40, and it's really the access to the Grace property that is most attractive to them. It's got a building on it as well. It took out a lot of the urgency for it, and within the committees and the feeling of the Board of Selectmen was that when it comes to zoning, a slow and steady approach is much better than a rushed one. We did not want to put something in place that had unintended consequences. I believe the number is 30% for the amount of property in town that would fall, or that falls into Zone 3. And so that could actually be very significant, and there is no certainty or no plans in place for a fall town meeting. It's been discussed to switch to two town meetings per year with one in the fall for zoning, but there are no plans underway for that. Thank you.
Okay, other comment on the article, the take no action article, which is the one in front of you on the floor. Gentleman at the back, in the brown.
Move the question, please.
Do I hear a second? All in favor of cutting off debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. It is unanimous. Debate is cut off. We will now vote on the take no action motion of Mr. Parenti. All in favor of the take no action motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Nay. Well, we have another close one here. I'm afraid we're going to have to count them again. So all in favor of taking no action, please stand.
Mr. Moderator, a point of order.
Wait a minute.
A point of order.
What is your point of order?
There was a proposed amendment. You never asked for a second, nor did it move forward.
He withdrew it. He withdrew it and
He
walked
withdrew
away.
it.
Please be seated. Would all opposed to taking no action please stand? Okay, I have the vote. It is 83 in favor, 67 opposed. The motion to take no action has been carried. Okay, we've got a few articles left, but they're all on consent. As you recall, I will read the motion, and then we'll go over the articles one by one. If you want them held, just say hold. We'll pass the rest of them, and then we'll go back and take care of the held articles. So the motion will be, Mrs. Adachi moves that the town take up the 12 articles in the consent calendar on pages 57 through 67 of the warrant. Articles 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Do I hear a second? It's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Now we will go through them one at a time, and any that you want hold, just yell out hold. Has to take two people to be held. Article 29, amend the zoning bylaw floodplain zoning map.
Hold.
Hold. Article 30, amend the town bylaws. I'll show you what happens, okay? Would I have the holds again, please?
Hold.
Always works. This is a sympathetic reaction to other people's plights. But that's a good point. Article 30, amend the town bylaws, civil fingerprinting for licensing applicants.
Hold.
Article 31, accept trail easement, New View, Gregory Lane. Article 32, accept utility easement, Massachusetts Avenue. Article 33, accept a land gift, Mill Dam Trust parcels. Article 34, Highway Reimbursement Program, Chapter 90. Article 35, insurance proceeds. Article 36, gifts or grants. Article 37, federal and state reimbursement aid. Article 38, performance bonds. Article 39, sale of foreclosed properties. Article 40, elderly tax relief. Reauthorize Chapter 73 of the Acts of 1986. Okay, we've held 2 articles, and we will vote on the 10 that are not held. They would be 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. All in favor of those articles as part of the motion for this consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Okay, we have 2 more articles to deal with.
Mr. Moderator, it required a 2/3 vote. Can you declare that, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I declare it 2/3. It was virtually unanimous. It was better than 2/3. Thank you. Article 29, amend the zoning bylaw, floodplain zoning map. The motion is Ms. Adachi moves that the town adopt the zoning bylaw amendments as set forth in the article. Do I hear a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Who held that, or who wishes to speak to this motion?
I did it, and what I'd like is I'd like a clarification and a commitment for something for the next time this comes around.
Yes.
So this is the FEMA floodplain maps, which come in, theoretically, the satellites determine where the floods happen based on the vegetation and various scientific things. Then the maps are then put out there, and people who want to develop challenge and say, oh, no, it's not a 100-year floodplain, it should move this away or that away. And so the pictures or the floodplain maps are then modified. So regular people who are voting on this, and people who live in a neighborhood or live someplace that may not like to see somebody build in a swamp, like in some of the areas in West Acton where there's been building in swamps, if we had known that the floodplain maps were changing, the point is that we can't look at these things and determine what they mean. And so I would like a commitment from our planning department to show us the before and after of the changes that are made or requested by private property owners. Thank you.
Other comment? I see no one standing, do I? No?
Well, can I have change that to a question then and say, can we get this? Because we don't know what we're voting on. This could be changing your neighborhood and you don't even know it. Well, you can, except for to decipher them, it takes an engineering degree. And so
well,
I'd like...
let's see if we can get you in. Would you state your question again, please, Tara?
Okay. So the average voter has a difficult time deciphering the changes to these maps, the before and after. And I would like our staff to be able to communicate that to us very simply in a picture of the before and after of what the developers have asked for, or any private property owner have asked for, and what the proposal is as opposed to what came back from the scientists, in a sense. There's the before and after map. And then people from the neighborhood can say, well, no, that's not true. That really is a floodplain. But people can't object because they can't read these maps.
Is this an answerable question that someone
Mr.
from the board
Moderator?
wishes to address?
What's that? Yeah, but if you looked at it, it's very difficult to figure out.
You have a presentation, do you? Yes,
do.
he has a presentation. Perhaps we should see the presentation and it will answer a question.
Who has a presentation?
He's
Mr.
right at the
Dubey?
podium, yeah.
Do you have a presentation?
I do, but I'm happy to confine it to the question that's been
Why don't
posed,
you
if you'd
do
like.
that?
Just the 2 pictures. Thank you.
So I don't have the 2 pictures. We have the maps are on the town website, the 2010 map and the 2014 map. These are sent down from FEMA. I don't believe that we have the maps that you're asking for. I believe that if you wanted those, you'd have to deal with the folks in Washington who put the maps together, but I don't know that to be the case. But it's not part of my presentation, and as I understand it, the town's website has just the existing maps plus the new proposed maps, which if we don't adopt, people in Acton will not be able to buy flood insurance.
Well,
Tara,
Mr.
go
Moderator,
ahead.
I don't think that's quite true.
Well, go ahead. Let's try again. I think we're having a hard time getting the answer that you're looking for or being specific.
Yes, because the before and the after on the town website are effectively developer proposed maps in the last year and the next year. What I'm looking for is that which comes down from the scientists that actually says this is where the floodplain is, not what somebody proposed to change it for their development plans.
Are you asking for something that exists now or does not
I don't think
exist?
it exists because this is
You
the
don't
problem.
think it exists?
No, I think it exists,
Yeah, okay.
but it's not brought to us by the town staff. I feel like that's town staff role, is to interpret what is given to us by the federal feds, and then we can see. That's part of town staff, is to help us make it easy for us to understand.
I think, do you have any further comment on this?
I don't.
You don't?
Never mind.
I think you've got a question, Tara, that we
If
can't
it's
answer
the only,
at
if
town
I'm the
meeting.
only one that cares about this, I'm just saying that when your neighborhoods get flooded, this is part of the issue. Thank you.
Could I comment on this as Jeff Clymer, 5 Walnut Street, member of the Planning Board?
I wish you would.
Okay. The before and after maps are available on the town GIS system. They're available from the engineering department, and they're available from the FEMA website. So they are available. So.
Okay, so then I'll take that as a commitment for Jeff to help me get
Tara,
them.
hold it. You had your shot.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. I'll take that as a commitment.
Gentleman at the back.
Kurt Martin, Arlington Street. Just to, again, support what the planning board member said, the maps are on the town website, having had to deal with this issue personally. They are interactive. You can look at any area. You can look at the before and after. They aren't provided by developers. They're provided by FEMA as part of our GIS system.
Okay. Yes.
So Dan Stout, Brookside Circle, and to your point, it's not just an issue for developers, because my property previously went into the floodplain, and so it was required flood insurance, which means my property value went down by about 10–15%, because somebody buying that would also have to pay that flood insurance, which they would not have otherwise before. And to your point, I guess I made the mistake of going to the FEMA website to try and find this information, spent about an hour and couldn't do it, and I have a master's degree in computer science and engineering. And I should have gone to the town website, and maybe some more publicity would help for residents whose properties would be affected by the changes. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Dick, are you standing to, oh, you're not standing, okay. All right. Yeah, I know. Fran.
I could be wrong. Somebody who goes to MAGIC meetings, which is the 13-town sub-region of the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, I remember being there and them talking about all these helpful meetings that they were having in multiple towns to help educate people about these FEMA floodplain zoning maps. Mike, were you there? Are you there? No, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. No, Mike, didn't MAGIC and the planning agency have special meetings to help people understand the floodplains, and that maybe there would be people at the Metropolitan Area Planning Council who could help people? I think so. I think that might help you.
May I answer, Mr. Moderator?
Tara.
Go right ahead, Mr. Going.
Yes. In fact, it was a regional one held in Concord. And everyone who was affected got an invite. So it was, and the information's been available on the website.
Okay. Any more comment on this article or this motion? Did someone say something? I thought I heard someone say something.
Move the question.
Do I hear a second? All in favor of cutting off debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Debate is cut off. We will vote on the motion as read. Do you wish me to read the motion again? No. Okay, you do not? I think you said you don't. Did you? I don't want to put words in your mouth just because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay. We'll vote on the motion as originally read, Ms. Adachi's motion. It takes 2/3 to pass. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Perfect. Unanimous. Okay, Article 30 and the last article we'll deal with. Ms. Adachi moves that the town vote to amend the general bylaws by adding Chapter W as follows, or take any other action relative thereto. Do I hear a second? Okay, that's the motion on the held article. Ms. Adachi, do you have any comments, or does someone wish to comment on this article?
Mr. Sonner, do you have any comments?
Last year at town meeting, we approved ice cream trucks to drive around in this town. There's a state law that requires, if we're going to license them, that they have to be fingerprinted to keep the kids safe. So this is complying with the state law.
Excuse me, we'll be right with you. It should be Ms. Adachi moves that the town adopt the general bylaw amendments as set forth in the article. Oh, okay, that's quite different from what's in my book. Okay, let me just take this for 1 second. I'm going to restate the motion because we have a little difference book to book, and the town council has the right one. The motion is Ms. Adachi moves that the town adopt the general bylaw amendments as set forth in the article. That's the motion. Do I hear a second for that motion? Second. Okay. Thank you, Steve. All right. Now we can talk about this motion. Who wishes to talk in favor? Does the Board of Selectmen have a comment?
Mr. Sonner just provided a statement explaining the purpose of the amendment.
Mm-hmm.
John, would you like to repeat for the benefit of Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, please. I know I'm the only one who wasn't listening, but...
It's this state law to have the ice cream vendors fingerprinted.
Okay. I think that's a good idea. I don't like getting those sticky fingers all over myself. Any other comment? Any other comment on this article?
The only comment I wanted to make, and I wanted to have it on record, is that we went through a great...
Did I recognize you, Tara?
I'm sorry, no you didn't. I was just trying to be quick.
I
to
do
get
recognize you now.
Thank you.
Go right ahead. I'm just teasing you.
Yes, we went to a great lengthy debate when a bunch of parents came forward to try and do fingerprinting and do other types of restrictions on sex offenders, different levels of sex offenders. And there was a great deal of democratic debate about the civil rights of the sex offenders. Now suddenly there's something that's coming down from the state government and everybody bows to it with practically no discussion at all. And so I'd like to know perhaps that there was some discussion that I just missed, but suddenly it's on consent and it just troubled me. And I'd like to hear a little bit more debate on it. Thank you. But since I'm the only one, it's not that big a deal. I just want to hear it on the town meeting record if somebody can tell us why. Is it just because the state asked for it, or is it, did you guys actually talk about it? Thank you.
Gentleman at the back.
Yeah, Jeff Berry, Martin Street. I have two questions. All right, if this ice cream truck vending is a state law, why are we even voting on it here? Number one. And number two, it says, as such other businesses for which the town may hereafter require applicants to submit fingerprints in connection with a license application. Does that mean that the town can decide going forward without us approving it, that some other types of business also have to have their owners, fingerprinted, or is that something for town meeting to decide going forward? It's not clear from reading this.
Mr. Sonner.
Well, knowing the town council is listening, I'm going to take a try at this. So the state law requires that we have to then adopt it into our bylaws as part of the licensing requirement for saying that they'll pay a $100 fee for the fingerprinting, and we'll submit that in order to comply with the state law. In terms of the second question, which was about things other than ice cream vendors, if I understand correctly?
Yes.
It has, as far as I know, it's limited to just the ice cream truck vendors.
No, but if we pass this, does that...
Excuse me, go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
If we pass this, does that mean that the town by itself, without the town meeting, gets to decide who else has to be licensed? Or does it have to come to the town meeting? It's not clear from this.
I'll recognize Mr. Anderson.
It has to come to town meeting to amend the bylaw to add other businesses.
Thank you.
Other comment on this article? We're ready to vote? All in favor of the motion as read, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. It took a simple majority. It was a town bylaw amendment, not a zoning bylaw amendment, so it didn't need 2/3. And I think with that, are we finished? We are finished. We need just one more motion. Oh, that's the wrong one. We don't dissolve, we dissolve the town meeting. Go right ahead and say it. To dissolve the town meeting, do I hear a second? All in favor of dissolving this town meeting, please say aye. Opposed, say nay. Meeting is dissolved. Thank you very much. It was some very complex stuff, and you did a great job.